Get started. The special meeting of the Annapolis City Council on Monday, June 1st, 2026 will be called to order at 10 a.m. At this time, we will have a moment of silence to prepare ourselves for the business ahead. At this time, would everyone willing and able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Littman,
Present.
Alderman Huntley, Alderwoman O'Neill,
Present.
Alderman Smith Brown, Alderwoman Alsop Johnson, Alderman Shannon Meyer, Alderwoman Conti, Alderman Savage,
Present.
Alderman Thorpe.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Thorpe. Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The motion carries. I guess any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Mr. City Attorney, please call the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is legislative actions on second readers, beginning with Resolution R1026, FY 2027 Annual Fees Schedule.
Okay, thank you. What I should have just laid out just for some expectations of how this meeting is going to go, and then I'll ask for a motion to adopt R1026. We have 4 or 5 pieces of legislation all related to the budget today. We're going to take them in order of how fast we think they're going to go, the fastest to the slowest. So we're going to end with the operating and capital budgets, taking the resolutions first. We're starting at 10 a.m. and we're going until this ends. So not knowing how long that goes, I plan to take short breaks hourly, 5 or 10 minutes on the hours. So like at 10 minutes of the hour or 5 minutes before the hour, taking a quick 5-10 minutes break just so we all have a chance to be healthy, move our legs, and tend to bio needs if necessary. Then we'll take a 1 o'clock lunch for half an hour, and then we'll resume with that pattern, and hopefully we won't need to think about taking a dinner break just yet. We're taking everything up on second reader today, which means we're going to be considering amendments. We're going to introduce the legislation, adopt it for second reader, and then go through a list of amendments that have been proposed for each piece of legislation. When we get to the end of the amendments, we're going to postpone to June 8th, which is next Monday's meeting, for final adoption. That week gives our finance team and legal team, clerk's office, just a chance to button up everything so that when we pass it, there's clarity for ourselves and the public. And if we messed anything up, frankly, since we're all human, it's prone to happen, we can address it before the 8th. So that's how I expect today to go. Any questions about that? Okay. With all that said, we have the next item on the agenda, which is R1026, annual fees. Is there a motion to adopt R1026 on second reader? Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And now we'll review proposed amendments to R1026. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The first is L22. It's my amendment. This is an increase in parking and garage fees, and ask the city manager's office to address them and call up transportation if necessary. Alderman, you didn't miss anything of substance. We're just getting started with R1026.
I believe Alderman Smith Brown's on his way in also.
Yep. Alderman, we were just getting started. You didn't miss anything of substance. We're just getting started with R1026. Mr. Moore, are you here to present?
This is the increase in parking and garage fees for Hillman, Gotts, Knighton, Park Place, Larkin, and South Street lots.
Yes, good morning. Marcus Moore, Director of Transportation and Parking. We're looking at the increase in all the parking assets, the garage and street, this fiscal year to help offset the deficit of needed funds for operation of transportation. There should be a schedule that shows that actual increase, what percentage that is. To give a little history background on it, there was no increase outside the concession area. Inside, there was just the street parking, but not in the garage. So this is a timely event to increase them at this time based on other economic forecasts.
Okay. As I'm looking at the fee schedule, it's a little hard to tell what was in the, is everything in red what is part of the amendment?
That is correct.
Okay. Very good. All right. That is the motion, and that's the discussion. Anything else from the city administration in presenting? Because it's not just, there's also police department changes. Okay, nothing else to present. Okay, open to discussion. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a point of clarification, though, because I think the amended legislation as posted in Legistar includes everything, if I'm not mistaken, as proposed, right? So for this particular amendment, I'm good with the changes to the garage, but does it also include the changes to downtown as far as the concession area, the differences in those are some new changes, creating that concession area. Is that part of it? Like which code section corresponds with this amendment? Is it just the parking garage items?
Alderman Savage, it does include within the concession area outside of the garage. I'm trying to reference that quickly myself, but it would show in red those changes of what they were with the strike through in the black to what it is being proposed for this coming fiscal year.
Covered in a subsequent amendment? Because I just don't see it in the amendment list.
I'm sorry, Alderman Savage, can you please repeat your question?
So if you're looking at the amended fee schedule, you'll see, so I do see the Hillman garage chain, where are they?
If I may, for R10, there are two documents that are linked. There's the original proposed fee schedule, and then there is proposed amendments. That second document, the proposed amendments, is where you'll see these listed.
Yeah, I see them listed, but it has everybody's all in the same document. So I'm trying to figure out which one exactly. Are we just talking about the proposals for all the garages? And if that's the case, that's fine, but I just want to also point out the other parking changes. When are we supposed to have that conversation?
Is that all a part of the same increase for the rates for parking would be, as you see at the top there where it has Mills Hillman, Mills in red, so that you get that change of the name, but underneath it'll say the hourly and what the monthly restricted, unrestricted are. So as you go down, you'll see the other garages as well. Am I answering your specific question there?
Well, I'll just go back. So I guess if I could just get an answer to if this amendment only deals with the parking garage changes. fee changes?
I believe there's the other documents that go along with the changes within parking, the subsets within. So it should actually show within the concession area and outside the concession area, a strike through of what it was and what it is proposed to be in FY '27.
If it does include the concession area, can we get a briefing from somebody on, did that come out of the negotiations presumably with Medco?
No negotiations with Medco. And as you're aware, they'll look at a financial table that will project where they need to be with inflation and all and make a recommendation. If we've met our obligations in that fiscal year or past fiscal year like we did in FY '25, going to FY '26, we were successful in having the fares remain the same inside of the Mills Hillman garage. This year, we're agreeable to have an increase in the garage. Each year, they have a table that will dictate what the percentage will be going forward. But last year, or the current year that we're in right now, just the street parking in the concession area, the hybrid residential and commercial parking, as well as the full commercial parking was increased. So we will be meeting with them, but they will be agreeable, I'm sure, for whatever increases we are projecting or proposing.
Just one final question is, because I noticed that, and I agree with the direction the garage changes are going, where, you know, generally the further out the garage is, the lower the cost is. But I did notice that Park Place had a higher cost than, say, Gott's. Was that intended?
When we looked at it, we were doing an average or round out. It was basically straight across the board of, the inflation being about 3.5%. We're looking at the 3%, but rounding it to the nearest quarter or 50-cent piece. So some of them might have been a little bit off. The further you get away from the downtown, the cheaper it should be. So even though Knighton and Park Place are so close, Park Place has been historically a little bit cheaper or on line with the Knighton garage.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other, Alderwoman O'Neill?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about that because Park Place is not cheaper. It's $6 more than the average daily rate. So I thought when we initially discussed the garages that we were doing as Alderman Savage had suggested, and downtown was higher, and as you went out, it was less. But right now, Hillman and Gott's are the same, Knighton's a little bit less, and Park Place is a little bit less per hour, but the maximum daily rate jumps above Gott's. Gott's maximum daily rate is 18, Knighton 15, and then you go to Park Place and it's 22.
These garages in the last 2 years haven't had any increase at all. Trying to keep them on parity of where we think that the market will bear. And one of the things with the Park Place garage, 1,140 spaces, is very close proximity to the Westin Hotel. And that one, even though it does not fill up often within the year, the opportunity to have a little bit more income coming through that garage is actually there. But looking at what we've done in the past, this is where we're trying to make those adjustments on the best fit or the need for the city. So you might find some of those anomalies, those one-offs.
Well, I would suggest that Park Place stays at least in line with Gott's, not more. If our formula is that the farther you go out, the parking is less, the maximum daily rate. That's an amendment. to the-
And I'm looking at 2 hours at each of the garages. Park Place is still the least expensive. It's, but to your point, when you get to maximum daily rate, Gott's at 18 and Park Place at 22 doesn't make sense. That, right? So
At least be 18. I mean, it should be less, but
Director Moore, do you have any fine thought of how that could be adjusted rather than us just saying the maximum for Park Place should be 18?
Now, that can definitely, excuse me, be factored in, and I truly see and understand the concern or the question that's come up, bringing that back down to parity, no more than what the Gott's Court is, being that Park Place is further out. But that maximum daily rate can go back, well, increase it from the 17, but decrease it from the 22. That does make sense.
I think 18 was to make it at least in parity with Gott's is what the Alderwoman is suggesting. Is that right?
yes.
So I think the amendment, if I'm hearing it right, is specific to Park Place, the 2 lines that say more than 10 hours, and then the next line that says maximum daily rate, both should be 18 instead of 22. Is that the amendment? Is that the amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Question on that? Alderman Huntley, Alderman Thorpe?
Yeah, what I was hearing from the director is, yes, in general, we want to have them be cheaper as you go farther out. But due to the specific circumstance of there being a hotel at Park Place, it makes sense to distinguish between the up to 10-hour rate, right? Somebody coming downtown shopping for the day, they're taking the shuttle to City Dock, from someone who is actually parking for a full day because they're staying at a hotel, they're staying 2, 3, 4 days. And it's essentially a slightly different market. And that's why there's the difference in rates. So from what I heard, it makes sense to me to leave it as it is because we're talking about 2 slightly different markets.
My question is the philosophy of why the third hour is so much more expensive than the second hour. Is that intentional, and what is the reasoning for that?
When you look at the, Alderman Thorpe, when you look at the average time someone parks and what, the benefit, the cost as you increase there, that's where it was looked at after the 3 hours. We would start, making that increase. Not sure really the whole science behind it. I can have to do a little bit of a deeper dive on that, but I understand your question, just can't quite answer it in a way that may make the most amount of sense.
Thank you.
Alderman Thorpe, I'm trying to just follow your point, and I see
If you
it,
take-
for Gott's Garage, I see where it goes from 650 to 10. Is that the garage that you're looking at to see that it goes up?
Starting with Mills Hillman,
Okay.
the first hour is $3.25, the second hour is $3.25, the third hour is $5.25. And then the fourth hour is again $5.25. So by economics, we're encouraging people to be out of there in 2 hours, which would prevent them from taking the water taxi or spending time downtown. And I guess that's kind of I'm guessing that's the philosophy of we want churn. We want people coming in and going out. I do think that's worthy, not probably today, of us looking at taken on as a project of what the flow rate here, what actions we're trying to motivate.
So I think the specific motion we have, the amendment is for Park Place to reduce the daily rate. Then I think we should come back to your point to reduce the third and fourth hour after that.
Right.
Okay, so any further discussion on Alderwoman O'Neill's amendment to reduce Park Place to $18 for those 2 lines for the more than 10 hours and the maximum daily rate? Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of Alderwoman O'Neill's amendment to reduce those 2 lines to 18, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, 2 noes, and the motion carries. Alderman Thorpe, do you want to make a motion?
I don't have the data to make a motion. And so I think, just to go back to Park Place where you are now, I don't feel that we have the data to make an amendment, but I would like to have an action going forward that, and maybe it's a work session, maybe it's just a report from the Director of Transportation. What is our philosophy of parking so that we can address it in the future? Because I don't know enough. We don't have enough information now to start mucking with the hourly rates.
I would like Director Moore to address the point, because if we could fix it now, then I think that's a good point to highlight. Can you share enough with what the philosophy is and what your position would be on the council adjusting hour 3 and 4 at Hillman and Gotts? Those are the 2 I noticed being out of order. So for Hillman's particular, 325 for each of the first 4 hours?
Well, one of the things that we like to do is push people into the garage, of course, because your parking is limited not just with the amount that you're paying, but the time that you can stay. So, if you're going to be there more than 2 hours, obviously, but 2.5 hours to 3 hours, we want them in the garage. So the parity would be having the garage cheaper at the beginning slope of it and increasing. But I truly understand, the math behind it, why those decisions were made to escalate at that rate. If you think it's better if we do, for the first, going into the first 4 hours, to push more into the garage off of the streets, especially in the hybrid residential commercial areas, that makes sense. Keeping it where it is for the extension, the 5 hours up to the maximum daily rate, for that asset being prime real estate downtown, I think that's in parity with other like cities and what we're trying to accomplish.
If I may, Hillman is really the one that shows that pattern. The others are more even hour to hour. The proposed change actually decreases the difference, right? Like we actually, the proposal is to not change the 3 or 4 hours. So that's certainly an existing feature, and I think or existing bug, I suppose, depending on how you look at it. But I think to Alderman Thorpe's point, if that's something that we want as sort of an agenda moving forward, this is clearly an existing condition. And making that kind of change where you have a decrease to a rate, that would trigger a discussion with Medco and a review of how that would work. Doing just the increase that's a much easier thing to do in the concession area. So my recommendation would be that be a discussion for another day, because we will need to go through, if we want to decrease it, we will need to go through a process with Medco to include them.
Alderman Huntley?
My question is really about, and apologies if I missed this at the very beginning, the time sensitiveness of making these changes to the parking schedule now. Because the crucial thing that the city manager, the former acting city manager, the deputy city manager, just reminded me of is that we have broad leeway to increase fees in our concession agreement, but decreasing them takes a lot more work. And so if we go and increase these right now and then come back in 2 months and after having done a bunch of review and think, hey, maybe it actually makes sense for us to even not have raised them by quite as much, then it's going to be really hard. So fundamentally, my question is, it feels to me like we've had these for about 3 days, these parking changes. And that might be partially a me problem. So I don't mean to speak for everyone, but.
I think it is.
Okay, but do we need to make these changes right now? Or could we have a resolution changing all the parking fees be brought forward at the next city council meeting? It could get referred to the transportation committee. Everybody could think about it more than just today. Is there a reason why we can't do that?
Yeah. I don't think there's a reason that we can't, but Deputy City Manager Buckland did bring up a very good point. As we start to decrease, we need to get the concessions agreement with what they did for projections of revenue generated going forward. Like I said, we met the goals in FY24 to FY25 to go into FY26 with no increase, but will we be as successful? And it may take them several weeks to make a determination to come back to the city and say we agree. So these are FY27 requests. Time, I think, is of the essence, but we do need to be careful of what we decide to flatline.
If I'm, give me 1 second, Alderman Savage. If I'm hearing Alderman Huntley's suggestion, it's a motion to remove the increase of fees for Hillman specific, because that's the only garage in the concession agreement, for the two increases of up to 1 hour and up to 2 hours, and the 5 hours plus, those 3 lines. Is that what you're getting at?
I was kind of getting at all of them, all of the parking changes, but I think that might be better to only do the ones in the concession area, but I think it should be both Hillman and the on-street ones, right? Because that would be subject to the same concerns.
Which are the lines? I just want to make sure we're saying the same thing for the
Sorry,
daily.
it's in a different section than the parking garages. I think it's near the top.
It's above the parking garage ones?
It's in a different section. Sorry, give me 1 sec. It's still on page 2.
So would you like to make that as a motion, that we could get it on the table?
Sure. Motion is to remove the changes to Hillman parking garage, right? Because it's still called Hillman garage under this. And then also to remove the changes to code section 12.24.020 regarding the concession area, right? So there are 3 sections related to 12.24.020. I'm only talking about the first 2 of those sections, which are the ones in the concession area. The one labeled all other parking meters is not included in my motion.
Okay, before I ask for a second, for the city manager and city clerk, do you have the motion on the table adequately? Is it clear to what's on the table? Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second, all right. Any further discussion? Alderman, I'm sorry, I think I had Alderman Savage and then Alderman Smith-Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did just want to point out, I'll save these for later, but there are other changes in this that we were just sent on Friday that we don't have any kind of background on as far as justification. I'll get to some of the environmental ones later, but just wanted to bring that up now.
Okay. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The question that I had was, why were we not looking to do all of the changes for every garage instead of just the concessionary agreement ones?
So the reason that I heard was that if we take the time later to rethink these and we say, oh no, we shouldn't have increased, we want to go back down, if it's any of the city garages that we can control, we can do that at our decision. Whereas if it's the Hillman garage specifically, we need to get Medco's agreement to it. So it would not be as easy to go backwards later.
Absolutely. Okay, confident. Thank you for the confirmation.
Director Moore, now that we have the motion on the table, is there anything else you'd like to speak to on this, the motion?
No, I think that's all unless anyone has any other questions.
All right. All those in favor of the motion that Alderman Huntley made, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Any other amendments to this fee resolution? Are you asking to be acknowledged, Alderman Savage?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Just,
Ms. Savage?
well, the next one is L24, if I understand you correctly.
No, I'm still on L22.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. I didn't properly introduce L22, just getting into the rhythm. So obviously we have L22 on the table. going to take it as a motion and second. Do you want me to do that formally? Or, okay. Let me go backwards and put L22. Can I have a motion to introduce L22 as an amendment?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Second?
Second.
Thank you. And then we just had discussion. Sorry, I'm getting now then to the rhythm of things. On L22 as amended, are we ready for a vote? Okay. All those in favor of L22 as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
I'd like to abstain.
Okay. And all right, the motion carries. Thank you. All right, I'd like to ask for a motion for someone to introduce L24.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Thorpe. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Before we get to discussion by council members, could we have an introduction by the administration on what L24 does, please?
This is the increase to the Truxton boat launch fee. Jackie, is that one that you could speak to?
Jackie Guile, Deputy City Manager. The Truxton boat launch fee is from the Harbor Master's office. There were questions earlier about whether we could have different fees for county and resident, outside the city, people using it, and residential city residents. And the answer is no, because it is a DNR-funded grant. So the boat launch fee that is being proposed is one fee for everybody. Did you require other information on it? I don't know the amount that we settled on.
The amendment is an increase of $75 to $100.
Yeah, okay. It hasn't changed then from what we proposed.
Thank you. If you don't mind just
it's
staying
fine.
there to see what questions we have.
Yes.
Alderman Thorpe.
To clarify, that's the annual fee, is that correct?
Yes, for a pass for it.
Thank you.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
And I have a question about it. I was in a meeting yesterday with members of Wardor, and they said that if they pay the annual fee at Truxton, that also works at Tucker Street.
I believe that's true, but I'll have to confirm that with the harbor master. I don't think they've separated it out.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
The questions? Okay, looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of L24, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I have someone move L25, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. Discussion. This is the amendment to decrease the monthly winter fee for each 20 amp outlet. And it's a budget correction to remove an unrequested increase. So it's a decrease from $100 to $75. Anything further from the administration? Alderman Thorpe.
Can we clarify what that means, a budget correction to remove an unrequested increase?
Darren Johnson, Senior Budget Analyst. That was a mistake on our part. We're updating the correct fee to be updated. So originally, we were supposed to update the annual pass, but we had updated another fee that was $75. So right now, we're just correcting it to be the correct fee. So as you can see, we have one for the annual pass for $100, but on this sheet, there was another one that I updated incorrectly. So I'm just correcting it to be the correct one.
Can you show us the other page where the correction is so we could just visualize what you're saying?
Page 7.
Thank you.
There we go. So I updated this one incorrectly. So now I'm just correcting it to be back to the $75.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Anything else from the administration on this? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of L25, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Motion carries. Thank you. Can I have a motion to introduce L26, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Second?
Second.
Thank you. I have the description of this is adding $240 per week fee for transient moorings numbered 1 through 40 and $40 per day and $240 per week for transient mooring numbered 61 to 76. Anything else from the administration to help us understand this?
But this is the front field in the harbor and of moorings. This is, I don't see here the mooring ball actual increase. Yes, I do. It's in the amount on the far side. It's actually, it increased from, the current fee is $35 a day for every use. Anyone who comes there has to pay $35, even if they're only there for an hour on a mooring ball. If you are to stay for an entire week, then you get 1 day free. So that was the old fee. If it's increased to $40, as the harbor master has proposed, then the weekly fee will be $240. So we're asking for both the increase to from $35 to $40 a day on a mooring ball, and for a week stay to $240.
Thank you. And that's what we're looking at on the screen, right?
Right.
Okay. Anything else from the administration? Okay. Any council members' questions? Okay. All those in favor of L26, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Can I have a motion to introduce L27?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. For discussion, can we have administration present this? This is regarding legal fees. Ms. Turner or Mr. Johnson, do you have that screen pulled up? Maybe we can just see where this is in the fee schedule, please.
So Capri Turner, budget analyst. Oops, sorry. The law review of the fee schedule is updating anything that had passed in the legislation, just to make sure that it was updated. So it's various multiple ones that was cleaned up. She actually just stepped out of the room. I can't remember.
Are we calling up Ashley for this?
Mr. Mayor, I might be able to help.
Yes, Alderman Savage.
So I can summarize some of the, because what I did is look at the original proposed fee schedule, compared it to the one that was sent to us on Friday, and took out the changes that were already covered in other amendments. So I think this covers, there are 9 total changes that were otherwise we hadn't talked about. One is concession area parking, which we did mention in the first, which I think was already taken out with First Amendment. And then 2 is residential special parking permit, which changes to section 12.20.230. Third is the change to tour company license. Fourth is change to critical area, fee in lieu, cross-references. Fifth is the Maritime District AMIED fund fees. 6 is towing schedule. 7th is assorted liquor license request fees. 8 is Larkin Lot daily max plus Sunday free. Number 9 is South Street lot rate decrease. I do have a question on a few of those, if we could bring staff up at some point, whatever.
Yeah. So why don't we table this our L27 until we have someone else from the administration who can speak to this? I don't want to move too fast on this. So why don't we table L27, and I'll ask to take up FC10 next. Can I have a motion to introduce FC10, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. FC10 is from the Finance Committee and regards MPIA request increases. Who from, okay. Mr. City Attorney?
Sure, thank you very much. So the Maryland Public Information Act does allow jurisdictions to charge for the review time that is spent in connection with reviewing and preparing a response to a PIA request. And currently, the city has a fixed rate for that. But this amendment proposes to change that to reflect the individual salary times and rates for individuals who are involved in preparing a response to a PIA request, which is consistent with how other jurisdictions handle this.
And the hourly rate employee adjustment, is that going to be something that is, from a practical standpoint, you'll be able to manage?
Yes, we'll be able to calculate the hourly rates, for instance, of an attorney in our office that might be involved in a review based upon their annual salary.
You'll be able to publish those rates?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the administration? Didn't think so. Any council members? Alderman Smith-Brown?
So what is how do we ensure that this isn't out of reach for the average person who's looking for this request?
Sure. So one benefit of under the PIA is that the first 2 hours of review and preparation are free. So if what you're seeking is a fairly straightforward set of documents, you'll have the benefit of the first 2 hours, regardless of whether an attorney is involved or not. If it's a much bigger kind of response, then you could end up incurring costs associated with it. But there's also the ability under the state law to request a fee waiver if that's in the public interest. So there are options there.
Were the totals laid out on here for all of them? I didn't. How much?
Attorney, are you able to flip to the page that these are on? Please.
It's not because it's not called out in the fee schedule. It's just listed. There's no amount in there because the wording of it is to charge the actual hourly rate of the employee fulfilling the request.
It's at the bottom. Just scroll down.
Finance Director, do you want to be on the record?
I believe that the change is that 2.62 150G, where it says that the first 2 hours are free for inspection, not on the copies, but the preparation fee increases from $30 an hour to $35 an hour. Is that aligned with you, Mr. City Attorney?
I believe that there's another section here that is affected that is specific to the 911 records, and this would apply in general.
I'm not sure if you didn't get the answer you're looking for, did you?
I didn't see it at all when I looked at this.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, would it make sense in that blank spot, to literally state what the city attorney just said? It might be a little long, but for those people reading this, that to clearly state the first 2 hours are free, the next hours are to the rate of the individual doing the request, and then I would even encourage us to say after that, and fees are waivable whatever the right terminology is, because I think this is where people will look. And I think the city attorney gave a great explanation. And I would encourage us to fill that blank with that information.
Because would it also be based off if it's going to be based off the employee, what if one day the employee that's making more money is the one doing it, and then the other day an employee that's making less is doing it?
That's why, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's what I was going to say.
I think the point that we should be codifying here is that the first 2 hours are free. I don't see that, but maybe I'm not saying, maybe it's there and I'm
It
just
says
not
first 2 hours
saying
are
it.
free.
What's that?
It does say in the parentheses, first 2 hours free for inspection only, not copies. That's for records other than the 911 radio. That's what Joel was getting at, the acting director of finance.
Okay, and
it's only a $5 difference, so I'm just saying what's...
And Mr. City Attorney, is it the intention that the first 2 hours are free for either inspection or copies?
I believe that there are potentially copy costs, but in many situations, when people are making requests, the information is just provided electronically, and you don't necessarily end up having to incur a copy cost in the traditional sense. But I believe that the 2 hours is really the time spent on the request itself. And if somebody wanted, if you fulfilled somebody's request, but then they wanted the city to make, numerous copies of whatever it was through our printer system, we would probably charge for that.
Mr. Attorney, do you mind if we ask? Assistant? Okay.
Please.
Ms. City, Assistant City Attorney, we're on R1026 and talking about copying costs for MPIA requests. And the language that's in the amendment is that the actual cost is going to be based on the hourly charge based on who the person is that's recording it. What I was going to say to Alderman Smith-Brown, who raised the question, is I don't think we want to list those hourlies because it'll change. So it should just say the hourly. But I think the point you're making is, Mr. City Attorney said the first 2 hours are free, and you're trying to get clarification of what that means, that the first 2 hours are free. Is that where we're at?
Sure. And though the hourly rate may change, it's still not consistent, because a person may think today I can pay a certain amount, the next week they'll pay something different if a different person is doing it.
We're talking about. That's why I was asking if the hourly rates, again, I don't think should be in a code because it's going to change. People come and go in the office, different rates, but it should be something that can be posted depending on which individual is handling response.
Absolutely.
And that was something that we thought
maybe before they even get it, hey, these are the current rates.
Certainly, when people make requests, they can specify that, you can say, please notify me before any costs are incurred, and it could be done as a part of that. But I think Ms. Berger has an additional point to raise.
Hi, Assistant City Attorney Carrie Berger. If you scroll down a little bit, some of your questions may be answered. I can't remember. Stop right there. So if you look at 262-150G, that one includes that first 2 free hours fee, or I'm sorry, first 2 hours free. And then it says $35 per hour, but that should be the part that says the hourly rate of the employees, and it is not limited to the attorneys. It's also going to be police department employees, planning and zoning employees, other employees that are involved in the retrieval and preparation of MPIA requests. So it's not limited to just the hourly rate of the attorney. Let's say if we have over at the police department, we've got someone that is reviewing a report for redaction purposes, it's going to be that individual's hourly rate. If it's body cam footage, it's going to be sent out to a vendor, which is separate. But my hourly rate for reviewing it for additional redaction purposes may be applied. So that $35 per hour is what actually should be stating the hourly rate of the employee, but it does include that language in there that the first 2 hours are free.
Where that 35 hours, should we be amending that to strike $35 per hour and insert hourly rate of an employee?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a motion that does that, please? Thank you, Alderman Thorpe. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Any further discussion on that point? First with from the administration, make sure we got it right.
Question I would ask Assistant Attorney Hay.
Alderman Smith-Brown.
Thank you. So how do we then ensure that a person doesn't feel that they are unfairly being charged more for asking a certain week, but a following week, another employee that may be available at that time and their salary is less, they would be charged less that week. How do we find a consistent, I was talking about the consistency of it all.
So usually it's the same employees that are doing the same reviewing and working on it. It's not going to be spread out amongst various different employees. For example, for the most part in our office, it's going to be myself or Ashley Leonard. The police department's going to be records personnel. So it's going to be usually the same person, maybe persons, but they're going to be sort of somewhat consistent in terms of hourly rate when they're reviewing it. It's not going to be a wide range of employees that are involved.
Okay, I think long-term it may be helpful then to start coming up with numbers that could be per department so that we can, average out the salary of the persons in the attorneys off of the, maybe the finance departments or the police department, whatever that may be, if we can find like a nice range or rate so that we don't have to be confused as the person's requesting this information. Maybe later on down the line we look at that, but I do believe with it not being stated that a constituent or a resident may wonder if they're being treated fairly.
City Attorney, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. I mean, one point to make is that one of the benefits of instead of having a fixed amount is that depending on who's involved with the request, it could actually end up being less on an hourly basis than the $30 or $35. Another point to be made based on your comment, I think, is that we will be calculating the hourly rates based on people's salary so that can be captured. How we go about publishing that or making that available, I think that's something that we can work on as a part of implementation of this. But certainly that's the intent, and the intent would be to make sure that anybody making a request who's going to be facing any kind of payment understands what it is that goes into that and has the opportunity to look at that as a part of their request process.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, if we could just strive to find the least cost burden on a person requesting information. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think we're always striving for that, and a lot of it depends on the scope of the request and how many people need to be involved in it. But yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, again, the amendment is to strike the $35 per hour and insert hourly rate of employee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. And I think that satisfies FC. That's just the amendment. Let me just now ask for a vote of FC 10 as amended, just in case it's not crystal clear. You have a point, or what's that?
I was going to move the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alderman Smith Brown. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. FC 10 passes as amended. Okay. As I said from the beginning, I wanted to try to keep us from being unhealthy. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to resume at 11 o'clock sharp. We're going to resume our council meeting on the. Yeah, that's okay. You said we're good, right? We're going to resume our council meeting. First, we're going to back up to the L27 that we tabled for more information. And I thought we still had Carrie. We lost Carrie again. All right, we're going to continue tabling L27 until we have someone else. All right, so we're going to now take up FC13. If I could have someone move to bring FC13 to the table.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Open to discussion. Let's start with the administration. Director Johnson.
Good morning. For the record, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. We were requested to increase our non-resident fees, and so what you see in front of you is the increase to non-resident fees.
Thank you. Anything else from administration? Okay, council members? Alderman Huntley?
Super briefly, just this was a wonderful situation where the finance committee was saying, boy, we wish we could do this. We asked the director, how do we do this? And she said, oh, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. So I think this is a real no-brainer.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other council members? Okay. All those in favor of FC 13, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. FC 14. This is, let me first get on the table. Would anyone like to make a motion to introduce FC 14?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. Open to discussion. First, administration. Please let us know what this is doing.
Right, so Jackie Guile, Deputy City Manager. This is a recommendation by the Finance Committee to raise the mooring ball fee, daily fee, from $30 to $45. We previously discussed going to $40, but Finance Committee, recognizing that the fees had not been changed in 10 years, recommended they be changed to $45. So in that case, the weekly fee would be $270 with this scenario. So it would go from $30 to $45. I also want to clarify, I did speak with the harbor master, and she did trigger my memory that we had some discussion about Tucker and Truxton Street ramps being interchangeable. They are not. And that is because we're charging $100 now as a flat fee for Truxton, passed by this council just now, but we can't charge different fees there for residents and non-residents because it's encumbered by a DNR grant, and they will not allow that. However, Tucker Street is not encumbered by a grant. The improvements there that will begin in July are entirely city-funded. So we currently charge $25 for residents at Tucker Street and $100 for non-residents, which is the same at Truxton. So that is the difference between the two, and the stickers that are given to the annual pass holders are not interchangeable. It's very tough to park, especially with trailers on Tucker Street, and the community complains about it all the time. So we prefer to send people to Truxton, especially that because we're going to start construction in July on Tucker Street. It'll be very nice once completed.
Thank you for clarifying. Alderwoman O'Neill.
Just a clarifying question. So if I buy the $100 Truxton pass, it is not good for Tucker Street?
It is not.
But if I buy a non-resident $100 Tucker Street pass, I can't use it at Truxton?
Correct. The passes are particular to the boat ramp that you're purchasing them for. Yeah, some people like the Tucker Street ramp because if you're crabbing, you can get out to like exactly where you want to be really fast without going down Spa Creek and around. So some people like it, and others prefer the Truxton ramp, especially with larger boats. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Smith-Brown.
Yes, thank you. Is this reflected or is it not reflected in the fee schedule listing that we have correctly?
It should be correctly listed there. Let's see, fee schedule.
Page 8 and 9.
Where is it?
Page 8 and 9.
8 and 9, thanks.
Or, yeah, page 8 is where it starts. That's Title 15. It's the Tucker Street part's on page 9 itself.
I think it might actually be page 7.
It is
We're talking about the mooring field part.
Yep, you're right. I'm looking at boat launches.
There are no
Sorry.
moorings.
And trailer permits. Not moorings, sorry.
Capri Turner, budget analyst. I want to clarify that the R1026 page that you're looking at is the proposed version that has the strikes and the red lining. The amendments are not in the R1026. They are added after they have passed and they show up in the adopted version. So you will not see the amended edits here. You'll see them on the final FY 2026 budget amendment on that R1026 tab.
Yes. So the answer to the question is yes, these are reflected to the change that we already had to 40. That was proposed earlier in 240 a week, but it does not reflect any amendments, which is the 45. The new amendment, which proposes 45 and 270, is not reflected here. This is from a previous suggestion of 40 and 240.
Okay, so what went into the, I think of going from the 40 to the 45?
Correct, and from 240 to 270 for the week.
What was the reasoning for that?
Basically, that this came from the Finance Committee. We talked about how long it had been since the city had increased fees. It's been 10 years. And Annapolis, after looking at other harbors up and down the East Coast, was very cheap. And for they're getting here for the mooring. And so it was found that it would not be deterrent to boaters to moor on our moorings if we raised the fee to $45. The harbor master evaluated that and had no objections.
Alderman Thorpe?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to revisit the $100 fee per boat ramp and ask the question if it would be appropriate in this forum to change that. I don't understand why if somebody wants to use both ramps, they have to pay another $100. I get the parking part, but the annual fee, and I would defer to you whether this is the appropriate time to talk about it, but I am struck with the two ramps, and if somebody wants to use both of them, why can't we, one fee, cover both of our ramps?
Bill, do you want to speak to that?
This decision predates me, but we had 75. So if you're a resident, it's not $100 for each. It's 25 at Tucker and it's 75 at Truxton. So just keep that in mind. It's $100 if you're a non-resident at both ramps. And I understand, it looks like you've already paid $100 if they paid pretty much. The idea was they are both pretty, well, basically, I have it written down, how much do you actually use them. Truxton gets more activity every year. They usually sell about 110 passes, and for Tucker Street, there's only about 30. But people know who have trailers that it's very hard to park on Tucker Street, that there's designated places at Truxton, so it's much more popular. I guess the harbor master always talks about the amenities at one versus the other. Tucker Street is 2 concrete ramps, so 2 boats could go in at once. It's very nicely set up with the pier, and it's very wide. At Tucker Street, this is the one that is going to be improved this summer. Currently, it is not a concrete ramp. It's pretty torn up. The pier is not in good shape. So it was felt that the amenities were not as good at one or the other. And it was also trying to keep people from coming to one and the other so they don't have an overload of boaters with trailers trying to get in at either Truxton or Tucker, where we get already a lot of residential complaints. I had a confusion about this when I first started looking at it, because it seems like if you've already paid for one, the higher one, the $75 one, you should be able to use Tucker, but that is not the way it has ever been before.
Could we amend that today to make it that way?
Do you have a recommendation on whether that should be changed?
I would think that we might want to wait till next year on that, because right now Tucker Street is still not in good repair. It will be closing down July 7th or 8th. That's what we have scheduled. And then everyone's going to have to go over to Truxtun. So they're encouraging, right now, the harbor master is encouraging all boaters to get a pass for Truxtun because they won't be able to use Tucker for about a month or two at least. There's going to be new ramps put in, concrete ramps, well, one actually there, and there will be a nice L-shaped floating dock there that's going to be a nice amenity as well.
Is this something that can be revisited mid-year? If we leave the amendment alone now, can I ask you to come back with a recommendation and a revenue analysis and perhaps a input from the MAB?
Yes, and it also would help if we could get some parking control at both locations, but especially at Tucker Street. Some of the problem there, why the harbor master likes to keep these two sets of boaters separate, is because they're about, at both places, but especially at Tucker, we have no visual camera surveillance there. So there's a lot of people not even paying for use of those ramps, especially on Tucker Street. The harbor master doesn't always have time to get in a car and drive down there and see if you have stickers on your car. We would like to see, I think it's SP Plus that is managing that area, them work with the city to have surveillance there. They had said they would put in a reader for the boat ramps, and that hasn't happened yet. Our Department of Public Works has been trying to work with SP Plus and has been very frustrated, can't get an answer from them. Mr. Moore may have, Director Moore may have some more answers to that, but that's something that would help quite a bit if we could have that surveillance there.
We'll see whether a council member makes a motion to do what Alderman Thorpe says, but if we don't hear a motion to do that, my request will be for the administration to take the next 2 months to analyze that question and come back to us with a recommendation and the impacts of either making a change or not making that change.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Thank you. I can actually add to that yes, there's been discussion about an LPR. The LPR was not put in because we knew we were going under construction, and it didn't make sense for the expense and the labor involved in putting in the LPR only to tear it back out again while it was under construction.
And it would have made more sense to do both ramps at the same time.
Alderman Thorpe, do you want to make that motion or ask for? Okay.
No, I'm comfortable with your way forward.
Thank you. Any further discussion on? We're on FC 14, the increase to the main mooring field daily fee. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of FC 14, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go backwards. And first, just a question to Ms. Turner on just the record keeping that we're all looking at. You have for FC10 as fail, I think that passed as amended, so we might need a different color. But that's, if you want to speak to make sure we're all understanding the designation properly.
Sure. If the original amendment is amended, the original one will be marked as failed, and the amended one has an A next to it, marked as pass, right underneath of it.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. I see that now. Yep. Thank you. I didn't notice that at first. Okay. Appreciate the clarification. All right. Let's take back L27, please. This was the amendment for law review of fees. It already had been moved and seconded. We began discussion, so now we're ready to resume discussion. And what's that? And Ashley's here. If you would please approach the podium and help us understand what the updated fees are. Ms. Leonard, sorry, not Ashley. Ms. Leonard?
It works. Ashley Leonard, Assistant City Attorney. So a lot of these were just, as we were going through the fee schedule, is that legislation that passed and that should have had fees attached to it, but the fees were never implemented. So that was a bunch of them. We just found ones where like the legislation went through, it called for city council to set a fee, and then no fee ever made into the fee schedule. The liquor board, the alcoholic beverage control board fees are some new fees to bring us to alignment with, I don't know if those are up there yet. So those, yes, and then some of these are just updates from the departments. So like the ones you're looking at for right now for the the annual pass and the Tucker Street annual pass were just updates from the Harbor's Master's Office to bring us into alignment with what they thought would be prudent operationally. I don't know if there's any others we want to scan down. The Alcoholic Beverage Board, they brought in, we're adopting some new fees that are similar to what Anne Arundel County charges for various services to just reflect staff time and cost to process different liquor board licenses. So a lot of it was just a cleanup, to be honest, on things that just hadn't been reflected over the past year or two.
Thank you. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, thank you. How do we know which ones that were needing cleaning up? Because they're all here laid out, and you just
I believe there
naming.
were red lines. So there was red line. They showed red lines. So for instance, the trash ones were updates from Public Works. But yes, all of the changes would have a red line through them, and the Office of Law has either initiated them or been involved in reviewing them for when the department's updated.
Okay, so all of the ones that are crossed out are the only ones that the law office updated from the past year or two?
Yeah, well, those are the ones we've been working on, yes, for this year. Mm-hmm.
Alderman Smith-Brown, I think for clarification, it's everything that's in red that isn't addressed by another amendment is how I heard, is
Yes.
how I processed.
We were
said.
trying to, because there was, sorry, Mayor, we were trying to sort of consolidate them all into one document versus doing individual resolutions for each one, just because we noticed that quite a few of them needed updates. So there would have been a lot of extra resolutions for you guys.
Alderman Smith-Brown, are you finished?
It's just not as clear as it could be, but that's all right. If that's what we're working with right now, we appreciate the time.
Thank you. Alderman Savage? Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Savage. Ms. Berger, were you looking to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to provide examples for Alderman Smith-Brown. If you look at 7.50, I think the tour operator license, that's an example of one that was found having a statute that authorizes the scheduling or a fee, but there wasn't anything in the fee schedule. Similar examples are at the very bottom of this document, there's towing storage fees and also the liquor license fees that Ms. Leonard referred to. Those are examples of it as well. So I also, Annapolis Maritime Industry, the fund, was that one of them as well?
Yeah, so this was one that was created, and it was supposed to have 3 fees, and only one of the 3 fees made it into the fee schedule.
Okay, is it the dark red then? It's the dark,
I found.
that's what I think.
Darker red seem to be the ones that correspond to
I
this.
believe this, yeah.
It's not entirely, but I think for the most part it is.
Okay.
Thank you. Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things. First of all, just on the process, I want to point out from my colleagues that in the position we funded last budget, for those of you who were returning may remember, was the implementation policy legislative, I forget the exact title now, but it was basically look at an implementation, track legislation, make sure things like this don't fall through the gaps, make sure the associated rules and regs are created from our legislation. So I'm hopeful that that position will help prevent us having to do this next year as far as the legal review. I mean, I do thank the law office for doing this. I'm glad we're caught up. I wish I had more time, but I think we're managing to get through it fairly smoothly here. The one item I do want to make a motion to remove in a second would be the changes to the critical area. It basically creates four new fee and lieu, and I know they're in the code currently. But I'd like to add those similar to the other one in a few weeks, a few months, because I want to just bring it to committee and dig into this a little more, because I want to make sure we actually have the cited funds set up in the financial system and in the code, and to see if we have flexibility as far as where that money goes, as far as can we put it into one critical area fund, or does it have to be set up into the separate ones? My understanding is there's no rush on getting this because it's been in the code like this for a while. So I would just ask, so I would like to make that motion to pull the changes to 21.54.106, 150, 160, and 170 from this proposed fee schedule.
Sorry, are you making a motion?
Yes.
Okay, can you say the motion again, please?
I'd like to move to remove the changes to 21.54, 106, 150, 160, and 170 that are shown in the proposed amendment.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, any, before we get to council discussion, do we have anyone from the administration that can speak to this, the impact?
Chris Jakubiak, Planning and Zoning. I really have no comments on this particular change. No. So the discussion would take place in the context of a regulation change, and it's perfectly acceptable to us. I mean, all the fees that relate to trees in the critical area are going to be subject to this draft legislation that the alderman has sponsored. So considering them as part of that ordinance change makes sense to us.
Objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the council on, this is specific to the motion? Okay. All those in favor of Alderman Savage's motion to strike the changes to 21.54, 106 through 107? Say aye. 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 What's that?
Through 170.
What's that?
Through 170.
Through 170. Thank you for the correction. Through 170.
Aye.
Aye. All those in favor of Alderman Savage's motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Okay. Any further discussion of the underlying amendment? This is L27, now A. Alderman Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go back to 2164. And ask the Office of Law just to confirm that this documents what has already been approved, or does this represent, this fee represent a change?
Neither. Ashley Leonard, Assistant City Attorney. So this is just brand new. There was no fee in here at all for this section. So this is a brand new, I don't believe it's ever been collected. I don't believe it's been implemented as of yet. But the legislation passed, I think, a couple years ago.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would propose we strike the amount and address it separately in the future with some research as to, is $1 the right amount, so we don't find ourselves trying to change it based on something that's been approved without council discussion.
Okay. So is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for discussion. First, have the administration address. Do we have anyone from the administration that is prepared to speak to the motion?
Point of order while we wait. Could you reiterate? I didn't hear the whole motion.
So my motion is to remove the fee because the fee has not been discussed by the city council with the pros and cons. Is $1 the right? Is 50 cents the right? Is $5 right? And so for now, I think we should strike it and address it separately. It hasn't been approved before, so this would be setting a basis. So my motion is to remove the fee for a later discussion and setting the fee.
That to be recognized for discussion? We have the motion.
Yes.
The motion's been made and seconded. We're open to discussion now. I was waiting for the administration to speak to it, but in the meantime, if you'd like to be recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of another point of order. I think this probably was passed with the big maritime changes we made like 3-4 years ago. I forget how long ago. I'm assuming, but we should try to get that clarified.
Anyone?
So Ms. Reuter was just writing me that she believes planning and zoning has in the past used this $1 per square foot, which is where it wasn't pulled out of completely thin air, but I don't have full background on where the $1 came from, other than we do believe planning and zoning provided some input and possibly was using this, this number as part of its operation.
Would tabling this for later in the day be helpful, or is this something that you would support removing altogether and revisiting in new legislation?
I'm not sure I have a legal opinion one way or the other than we do need to act on it, because otherwise it is a gap in the city code. But I'm not sure I can get a definitive answer on where the $1 came from by this afternoon. I can try. If you would like me to pursue that, I can attempt that.
Okay. Why don't we table it and see where we are later this afternoon then? Sorry. City Manager Lewis.
City Manager Lewis, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, if we have to have an answer today, we can work on that, but I would ask that we table it to make sure that we're able to sufficiently give you the right level of information before you all vote.
Okay. So taking from that, I'm hearing the guidance of vote in favor of Alderman Thorpe's amendment to remove this, and we could pick it up at a later date when we could be more thoughtful about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Alderman Schneidermeyer?
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. Day job called me during much of the debate on this, but are we still discussing the maritime fees?
We are.
Or discussing tabling this?
The motion on the table is to remove what you see in red, 21.64.52.
For my clarification, this is to do funding for the current economic development programs that we have, like the Maritime Apprenticeship Fund, right?
Yes, that is my understanding.
So this helps fund the most innovative economic development and job training program in the state. Removing this would be a mistake. This is again,
Alderman Thorpe, then Ms. Buckland.
So for clarification, I fully support the fee, totally support the fee. It's determining what the amount is. And to Alderman Schneidermeyer's point, I think if we defer this, which I support, we should expeditiously have the discussion and set the fee in the very near future.
Buckland?
So I did some quick looking, because that $1 per square foot rang a bell. So if you look at R5422, this was the original non-maritime use, and I think that's what that dollar, I think that's where that came from, is to keep that consistent. I think that in terms of tabling it and having it associated with this particular item, we can come back to, but that's where it comes from, is from that resolution.
Alderman Thorpe?
Thank you. And I think we should delay and have that discussion.
So you want the council to vote in favor of your motion?
Yes, please.
To remove those lines. Any further discussion? Alderman Smith-Brown, then Alderman Huntley.
Hey, do you mind again naming that resolution?
It's R5422, and in the whereas clauses, talks about for the purposes of supporting the Annapolis Maritime Industry Fund and associated programs, and it does call out the $1 per square foot per year.
Alderman Huntley.
It just seems to me that it's better to set a fee for this. If we all agree the fee shouldn't be zero, having something on the books, like everybody here says it shouldn't be zero, right? So the next thing is, all right, let's have it be 1. And if we want to change it later, we can always go back and change it later. But let's not make it 0 by taking it out. So let's leave it at 1. I say vote against this amendment.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you. I'm going to piggyback off of what Alderman Huntley said. I think keeping a set amount in for right now, one, gets funding for this program, and then two, sets up a very stable amount that the current businesses and retail, non-maritime retail spaces in these establishments can use for stability. And if we need to update that later, we can do a very public process and update that to get more funding for this program. But removing this fee now, I think sets up an amount of instability for both funding for this program and for these businesses going, you don't have a fee for now, but a fee's coming, we don't know what it's going to be, that we do not want to set up.
Alderman Smith-Brown.
Thank you. There may be a little confusion here because from what I heard Alderman Thorpe say, if I may, is he believes, and as we all seem to be in agreement with, that there should be some fee associated, though to make sure we're getting the most out of this fee, let's wait until later today, which was also, supported by our council over here. And so it's not removing to not have at the end of today, it's to remove, get more information, update accordingly, and then pass a fee that makes the most sense. So I think, if is that correct, if I may?
Alderman Thorpe and Alderman Huntley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the difference between 0 and 1 is minimal. I don't know that it should be 10, so this is not something I'm going to lie in front of a railroad to make it 0 rather than 1. I think if we could get a commitment from the city to address this quickly, because this does have significant implications for the maritime zones. So while I totally agree with Alderman Chandelmeyer's point about stability for the fund, we need to get there, absolutely. I agree with Alderman Huntley that there's not a difference between 0 and 1. So for the expeditious one, we go with 1, as long as we get a commitment from the mayor to address this quickly, and that the city council doesn't end up in a debate, well, no, it's 1 and we're stuck at 1, that we all remember that this was based on a let's just move this forward for expeditious point.
Before I go to the two council members to my right, I just want to confirm what I think I heard. I just want to make sure I heard it accurately. $1 has been used. We just haven't had it codified in this way. Is that right? So keeping it at $1 is consistent with what practice has been?
It's currently codified in 21.46.
10,
yeah.
If it's currently codified there, why does it need to be codified here?
So there's 3 different parts of the code. It's the 2146 and then the 2164s. There's 2 in 2164 that were all part of the same original ordinance that set this up. And then they only set the fee for 2146, and they never set the fees for 2164.
And is 46 listed here if we scroll up, or 21.46, or is it not?
It is.
Got it.
Yes, it was right there. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, the rest of it's on the next page. If you want to scroll down just a little bit, the language, no, so you can see both the bottom of the previous page and the top of that one. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Alderman Thorpe, then let me come to you too.
Mr. Mayor, I think part of this issue, and I'm going on a ledge here a little bit, is a bigger problem than the dollar. It's the reporting from the landlords on how much non-maritime they have. It's the process of collecting it, which is why I was seeking a larger discussion. Having said that, in order to move this forward, and with your head nod that you will look into this, I withdraw my amendment.
Very good. Okay. So let's add this to the list of follow-up from the administration. Let's go with the presumption that 2 months is enough time to come back. So the week of July 1st, if we could have some feedback to the council on the background for this and determining whether $1 should be the go-forward number, if we should adjust it. With that motion withdrawn, did you still have comments? What's that? Apparently there is not just withdrawing. We need to vote it down or make a second amendment to withdraw. So do you want to make a motion to withdraw?
So as it stands now, the change is to make it $1. My amendment was to delete it.
Right.
And so I make a motion to withdraw the motion that I proposed.
Yes.
Second.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, thank you all for the work on this. I think it would be extremely helpful for everyone as we move forward. When there is legislation that has been passed in years prior to the current administration and it's being updated on any type of fee schedule, this may not happen in next year's budget, it would be great to get some rationale or some background information included in that.
Agreed. Thank you. Okay, let's check in with where we are. We are on FC 14, no, sorry, FC 14. Alderman Thorpe?
If I could just pile on.
Let me just get clarity on where we're at. Thank you for the reminder. We're on LC 27, or L27, no C. L27 with amendments to that. And Alderman Thorpe, I think you were starting to make a motion.
If I could pile on to Alderman Smith-Brown's point, I think this goes to the importance of the staff reports. That's where it starts, is recognizing in the staff report what the legislation changes, and if there's a fee change, that it should be clearly documented there so that, I presume, the Office of Law makes sure that everything stays updated. And I think it literally goes all the way back to your initiative to make sure the staff reports are comprehensive so the follow-on actions are completed.
Very good. Okay, any further amendments to L27? See none, I'll ask for a vote now on L27 as amended. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now scrolling down, I believe we're on FC 16. Would someone like to make a motion to introduce FC 16?
Moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Start with discussion from the administration. This is increasing short-term registration fees. Anyone either from finance or from Director Jakubiak?
This fee would assess non-owner operated short-term rentals a fee of $100 more than the fee associated with owner occupied. And it reflects the added cost associated with determining and finding factually that the property owner is in fact not a property owner or non-owner occupied unit. So,
are you supportive of the amendment?
Yeah, it makes sense to us.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, thank you. So this is kind of encompassing of two things that the Finance Committee wanted to do, and we didn't, in our report, put specific dollar figures behind them. But similar to Rec and Parks, we wanted to bifurcate the fees based on whether they were sort of a resident or a non-resident. But since for short-term rentals, we already used this distinction of non-owner occupied versus owner occupied, we felt that was close enough to resident, non-resident, and also was more legally justifiable, as the director explained. So that's thing one, was just sort of splitting them by that. And the other thing was that we wanted to make sure that the fees were truly encompassing of all of the cost. And what we found was that if you really looked at all the costs, it actually looked more like $700 than $650. And so if you can almost think of this as two steps. Step one is raising it to $700 on average, and then step two is splitting it in half for $650 for owner occupied and $750 for non-owner occupied. But the actual effect is that it is only raising it for non-owner occupied and making that distinction. So
thank you for the explanation. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of this amendment. I just have a technical question. So presumably the first, so that $650 is the change to I guess I don't see the distinction between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied. I thought the intention was to have a different fee. Is the 650 for non-owner-occupied, but the 125 going to be for the owner-occupied? Because that's not listed in there. I'm a little confused.
More of a finance question, I think.
It doesn't, Darren Johnson, it doesn't currently break it out. So part of what we're doing is we're going to add the 750 for non-owner occupied. So the 650 right now was just the short-term rental fee in general. So they wanted to add another fee, Finance Committee wanted to add another fee to break it out separately.
It has.
Yeah, to Alderman Savage's point, shouldn't we have it just listed there in that box where the 650 is?
That goes back to what Capri was stating earlier, was originally the 650 was proposed by Director, the Chris Director.
Director Jakubiak.
The Director of Planning and Zoning proposed to change it from $400 to $650. And then after we proposed this, there was an amendment put in to add the $750. So that won't show until after this amendment gets passed. Then we'll update it to reflect the $650 and the $750.
Well, okay, so a couple things on that. But first of all, to the director, I want to be clear, was your intention to propose to increase the owner-occupied or non-owner-occupied up to 650?
My intention was not to make a distinction between the two.
Okay. Okay, so you just wanted to increase for all short-term rentals up to 650?
That's right.
Okay, so in finance, your recommendation was to bump non-owner occupied up to 750, but to keep 650 as the base for?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, then what I'm hearing from finance, we still need a motion to reflect that in here, like that. Because otherwise it's going to show as it is in red.
No.
But nobody's, okay, so the amendment.
This amendment does that.
The amendment says that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I guess we're all good then.
And we certainly, verbally, we all are on the same page that we all heard what Mr. Johnson and Ms. Turner said. Okay, any other discussion, Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for Director Jakubiak. You said the justification for the increase in fees, it goes into some of the work that we use to verify residency and owner occupancy. Can you briefly go into some of the work that we go and that is used to verify that, like some of the staff times that's used to verify that?
It's typically our administrative assistants who have to request proof that the applicant is not owner-occupied, in coordination with the chief of code enforcement to verify that. Sometimes it requires reviewing paperwork, reviewing the State Department of Taxation records, and generally steps like that. So it's staff time, essentially.
So it's staff going through actual documentation and process, tax records, property records.
Right.
So, okay, thank you.
Alderman Huntley, then Alderman Savage.
Just
then
super
Alderman
briefly, I want to remind everybody that this does not apply to commissioning week or boat shows, right? So if you're worried, oh my God, my constituent does this and it's going to be a big hardship. No, it's not for those 3 weeks.
Thank you. Alderman Savage, then Alderman Smith-Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the more I think about this, I'm a little concerned. I agree with this 750 for non-owner occupied, but I'm a little concerned about having 650 as owner occupied because, again, the intention with owner occupied is somebody could be renting out a spare room for not a lot of money. This $650 is kind of a lot of money, especially when you compare how much somebody's bringing in for a whole home rental, which is non-owner occupied, compared to how little comparatively somebody's bringing in. So I think the fees should be proportional based on how much they're bringing in. So in this case, I guess I would make a motion to keep for owner occupied, keep that at 400. I just think that's a bit more appropriate, but increase it for non-owner occupied still.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that amendment amendment, Alderman Schneidermeyer, you had your hand. Do you want to speak to that motion?
Yes.
Yes, Alderwoman O'Neill.
I would counter with, when we set fees, it is supposed to cover staff time, and it's not necessarily what somebody is charging for their rental unit, but it's the staff time involved in creating the license, researching the license, and all of that. And Director Jakubiak came back with calculations that it was closer to $700 than $400, which is why we wanted to increase it in the first place. So I would counter that the fee is really to cover our staff time, not necessarily somebody that's renting out our room.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
I was going to say something similar to what Alderwoman O'Neill just brought up, along with getting staff into the fine details of what are you charging, how often is your room rented. I think the juice isn't worth the squeeze in this case. I'm sympathetic to some of the smaller owner-occupied renting ones, but we do have to draw the line somewhere, and I think this is.
Thank you, Alderman Smith-Brown, then Alderman Huntley.
So was this analyzation part of the time saved from the moratorium legislation, or has this been in the works for some time? Where did this come from? And do you feel like this will be one step in the direction of us coming out of this moratorium?
Well, we generally like to set fees to reflect the actual costs involved in staff time, and that's what we did, and that's why we arrived at $650. And as the Alderman mentioned, we actually came up a little bit higher than $650, but set it at $650 as a recommendation. The second part of your question was?
It was just, is this a step? I think the answer is quite clear, but just to be on the record, this is a step in the positive direction as we come off of this moratorium within the next year.
Well, we'll see. We still have some work to do on the moratorium and see what changes are necessary to address the short-term rental issues that have been brought to the fore. It may be that the fee ultimately has to be higher because we're delivering a higher level of service for short-term rentals, or maybe it's lower because we're taking a different approach. We don't know now, but this is reflective of our cost today on short-term rentals. Of course, the cost is not just licensing, it's inspections. It's tracking down the enforcement. It's really quite extensive and involves about 7 different staff members in our office.
How often is this fee paid?
Once a year.
Annually. Thank you.
Nutley?
Alderman Savage, I really do agree with your intention, and I'd like to get us to having a bigger split between these for all the reasons you mentioned. But I feel like right now, just separating them out is a good first step.
Alderman Thorpe?
So I have received several correspondence from short-term rental owners very strongly recommending we not raise the rates for short-term rentals. And I would associate myself with Alderwoman O'Neill very clearly that this is to cover the cost. And another way to look at it is if you don't have a short-term rental, you should not be paying for the cost of this program. So the numbers have been presented, and I think I'm not sure how we could not support the numbers that have been presented by the Director of Planning and Zoning.
Further discussion? I too agree with the sentiments expressed by Alderwoman O'Neill, and so I think we're ready for a vote. This is on Alderman Savage's motion. All those in favor of Alderman Savage's motion to reduce the increase, say aye. All those opposed, say no. No.
No.
The motion fails. Okay, back to the underlying FC 16 now. Back FC 16 from Finance Committee on increasing short-term rentals. Any further discussion? Okay, I think we're ready to take a vote. Again, a motion in favor approves the increase to $650 for owner-occupied and to $750 for non-owner-occupied. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, that motion carries. I believe we are done with R1026. I'm looking around the room just to see if anyone catches anything I missed. All right, I'm not seeing any motion. So what's going to happen next, and then will be repeated for each legislation, I'm going to ask for a motion to amend R1026 on second reader. Assuming I get someone to move, then I'll ask for a second, and I'll ask for everyone to say aye. And then at that point, I will move to postpone for further action on R1016 to Monday, June 8th. All good, Ms. Clerk? Okay. Everyone aligned? Okay. May I have a motion to amend R1026 on second reader? Okay, is there, I'm not sure who I heard over there. Alderman Thorpe, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. We will now postpone for further action on R1025 until the regular meeting scheduled for Monday, June 28th.
R1026.
June 8th.
R1026.
What's that?
You're talking about R1026.
R1026, that's
Okay,
the resolution we've been discussing up till now.
I was just making sure because it's, okay. Yeah, but I'm not going to.
Okay, R1025.
26.
No, 26. It's in my notes wrong, that's why. Sorry. It's in my, it's R1026 getting postponed to June 8th, 2026. Ignore all my previous speaking. All right, again, Alderman Savage?
I just had a procedural concern to raise at some point.
Okay, go ahead.
Not on this particular resolution, but just so, I wanted to bring this up early while we still have a full day ahead of us, and I want to be a bit careful here. I think our directors have certainly done their job. They've presented to Finance Committee, answered all of our questions, attended the work sessions. And I think that is the venue and the process designed for their input and deliberately so. But I do want to say, like, asking directors on the floor whether they object or support a council amendment is not a neutral act and risks politicizing their positions. Under our rules, the floor belongs to members of the body. Non-members speak only by leave of the council and the chair, and debate is confined to the question before us, which is whether this council objects or adopts the amendment, not whether the administration, or particularly the staff, prefers a different outcome. So if a director has genuine new information, factual information we haven't heard, I always want to hear that, and I think we always should. But short of that, I just want to ask that we keep to the question before us and not put the question before staff, because this is ultimately our vote.
Okay. The next order on the agenda is R1126. Before we do that, like I said at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to take another quick break and resume at 12 o'clock on exactly.
Hey, Frank.
We're back on the record, resuming our council meeting, now getting ready to introduce R11. All right, Mr. City Attorney, would you please present the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is Resolution R1126, FY 2027 fine schedule.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt R1126 on second reader? So moved. Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. We now have before us proposed amendments to R1126, and now that we're experts at the process, we will go through. I'm going to skip, I think we have a total of 19, if I'm counting right. We're going to skip L28 for a moment while we're waiting for different personnel in the room, and so we'll start with FC 15. I'll ask for a motion to introduce FC 15, please. Moved. Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer. Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. Here we have an amendment from the Finance Committee, so I'll turn it over to the chair to introduce the basis for it.
We're on FC 15?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so one of the recommendations of the Finance Committee was to increase the unlicensed short-term rental fine. This really does two things. It sets it at $500 per night, which I believe is an increase from the current. But maybe more importantly, what we know is that plenty of people are renting these out for more than $500 a night. So we tried to set a minimum fine. We went back and forth a little while on exactly how to do that. But what we ended up coming up with was this idea of twice the highest advertised nightly rate. And so the bottom line here is what we're trying to do is make it so that it is not profitable to run a short-term rental unlicensed. So there's no scenario in which it can be better off for you to not get a license and take the fine. That's what we're trying to do here. And in conversations with planning and zoning staff, they felt like this language was something that they could implement. So that's what we've got.
Thank you. Director Jakubiak, can you come to the podium, please, and answer the question, my question of how would this work on a practical basis? Do you have the staffing necessary and the time resources to implement what has been suggested?
I honestly don't know. And I don't know what staff person the council talked with, but I could quickly bring that person over to brief the council if it's necessary. It seems complicated to me, candidly.
Do you have a suggestion on how we could adjust the fines to address Alderman Huntley's point that we want to make sure it's not profitable for someone to choose the path of being unlicensed?
When it comes to fines, I really don't want to substitute my judgment for yours, and I can't offer any clear guidance on that particular question. Just
Okay.
I just can't.
No worries. Thank you. Discussion by council, Alderwoman O'Neill.
Just because I don't have it in front of me, what is the current fine for unlicensed? 200. 200. Is that correct? Is that
It is
$200
$200, yes.
per day?
Per day, per violation, yeah.
Per violation. So if somebody is in violation, like I sent you one this weekend, they got a fine for $200. Is that a fine for $200 for every day that somebody's in the house, or is that until they pay that fine?
It's $200 per violation. Our staff would have to go out and to validate the violation each time to be able to assess the $200. So as a practical matter, it's something that we typically don't do, but that's what we'd have to do in order to establish the violation. So every day that a unit is licensed or is occupied in a way that's violating the short-term rental code would be a fine for $200. So.
Thank you. I would venture to say that in agreement with the director, it would be really hard for us to determine, for instance, if they gave a violation to the property that was in violation this past weekend, this past weekend, they offered it at a discount. So it would be very hard for us to find out what the highest advertised nightly rate is, because we never know what the person renting the space has actually paid versus what was on listed for that particular date. I mean, they have dynamic pricing, they might have given somebody a discount. I would actually suggest that we amend this amendment to just give a base fee. If we're more than doubling the current base fee, is the direction that I would move in.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Is there a couple questions? The first one was, we heard per day, per violation. Is there a difference in laying that out in this here for the fine schedule, having it per day versus per violation? Like, is there a difference in the two that you're trying to identify, or what is?
I believe I can't see that clearly, but that looks like the fine schedule up there on the screen. Can we go to that section and see how it's worded?
Page 11.
Mr. Jakubiak, I think the city attorney could speak to
Okay.
that language. It's more of a legal in nature.
Sure.
Sure. So oftentimes with any kind of planning and zoning code violation, you could have an individual instance of a violation occurring. And so, for instance, you have a base violation or fine for the STR was rented one night without a license. But then there is also a theory of continuing violations, where if you continue to do that each night that you do it, or each day that you continue to do it without the license, that would be that fine each and every day. And that's what we would presumably pursue, a continuing type violation.
So it is per day, then we don't need to update it to violation or anything like that. Okay, and to the point, that was the other part that I had there, was, so usually the current cost of the STR, or the rental, is listed with a discounted rate next to it of some sorts. So if we did need to identify what the original amount was, according to this twice the highest advertised nightly rate, we may be able to find that, but to the support of the department, we do want to make sure that they're not having to spend extra staff time trying to determine or figure out what that amount is.
Alderman Huntley, let me take a few other questions before I come back to you. Alderman Schneidermeyer?
So in about 2 minutes, I went to Airbnb, searched for what's open from June 1st to June 6th, and went to the most expensive option, and I found it in about 2 minutes. Like, I understand wanting to find, I understand wanting to be careful with staff time, but is it not that simple, or am I just dramatically oversimplifying this process, which I fully admit I could be? Director.
Alderman Schneidermeyer, I want to take a stab at answering from my perspective, and certainly invite Director Jakubiak, but I could imagine what you said, if you're trying to research renting a room, but if you're trying to administer and defend a citation, Airbnb isn't the only authority. So now how many sites do you need to go to? How many different sources? How do you document that? How do you capture that? And then do it in a way that a court would accept if ultimately this is leading to a citation that you need to defend. And so that's my concern, that it does get a lot more complicated.
So we'd have to juggle multiple different platforms, multiple different potential for hosting opportunities.
That's my fear. And then again, the documentation is very important, because it's not just for your decision on where to rent that weekend. It's you've got to document it in a way that you can capture it for eventual, to demonstrate evidence to a judge.
Thank you. I was unaware of the scrutiny of that process, so thank you for clarifying that for me.
Thank you. Director Jakubiak?
Thank you. I read this amendment to be applicable to the highest advertised rate for that particular short-term rental, which struck me as may be difficult, requiring us to go back and find out what their rent was, or compute an average, or and then look at various platforms, as the mayor said, to come up with, there might be competing rents. I don't know if they're advertised differently, but it would require some type of research for us.
City Attorney?
One other comment for consideration here is that these numbers, being somewhat open-ended, could end up being quite a large number depending on how this is calculated. I appreciate that that is maybe the intent, but the Maryland Code Local Government Article 6102 does limit the assessment of a fine for a municipal infraction to $5,000. So I think this would need to be capped out accordingly.
Before I go to you, I just want to see if there's anyone else and share my thoughts. I appreciate the sentiment, and if there was a way to neatly do what you're suggesting, I would be in favor of it. I'm open to something higher than $500 if you think it'd be necessary, but I just don't like, I fear the burden that we're putting on planning and zoning to having something open-ended, if you'd like to address that in your comments. Alderman Schneidermeyer, do you want to say anything before we go back to Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, for clarification question on the city attorney. So we're allowed to do up to $5,000 on any municipal infraction by state law?
That's correct.
Want to just do $5,000?
Alderman Huntley.
Up to $5,000, maybe.
So first of all, I think I owe the director an apology. It was not my intent to put words in your mouth. If I misremembered that conversation or had it with somebody else, very sorry about that. I would hate to say you support something when you don't. So, and I think I did that, so apologies. Here's how I understood this to work. What I understood is when we go to issue a fine for this, just as the department already does, say, would use the host compliance software that we have to check on these and see how many days it's been advertised for. You get a readout of all the different listings, and whichever one of those is highest, you could use as the fine. It's not necessarily you have to look at every single one. At one point, we discussed the idea of it being an average. We said, no, that wouldn't make sense because then you'd have to look at every single one. We discussed writing it as the most that somebody pays, and we said, no, that wouldn't work because then you'd have to go back and look into what did someone actually pay. But my sense is you really can see on the software that we already have a set of listings that display the price, and we would simply pick whichever one of those is highest within the given month, and that would twice that would be the fine. So I hear the concerns, but it seems to me like it would be relatively straightforward to administer that based on how we envisioned it.
I wonder if part of my concern is highest indicates that they've exhausted all possible listings, and they find something that's $1,000, and they see the defense is, no, we actually listed it for $1,200, then it fails. So I wonder if it could be a higher rate as opposed to highest as a way of allowing, hey, they found it was listed for $1,500 a night, just print that screenshot, and they don't have to worry about exhausting all possible other listings.
Yeah, that would be certainly in line with my intent.
City Attorney, would that language along those lines be possible, or is that problematic from your standpoint?
I think so long as ultimately it's subject to this cap that I mentioned. So you can have the base language, but then it would be not to exceed.
Alderman Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this goes to what I may end up saying a whole lot today, the KISS principle, keep it simple, sailor, in that I think the sentiment is that the fine should be significant enough to convince people not to do a short-term rental without a license. So I would look at Director Jakubiak and ask, what is the cleanest, most efficient way for planning and zoning to be able to enforce that without having to do a research project for every one? And if it's a flat fee of
Flat fine.
Or flat fine, thank you, a flat fine of X number of dollars, then make it that. I mean, so again, we don't want to make this so laborious. Know the why. The why is that the fee be so high. There is some concern about somebody who has a smaller short-term rental not being overly punished. Having said that, the rule is the rule is the rule, no matter how much you charge. So if it's for efficiency purpose, would make sense to come up with a number like $3,000 or whatever the council agreed on. We could also go to a flat fee. I would defer to Director Jakubiec on what's the cleanest for him to do with the enforcement.
Director?
Well, if the council would like to relate the fees to the general sense of income that's being generated, we can do the quick research this afternoon and come back with a fee and double it, or fine, excuse me. So we can set a fine based on quick research. Rather than having to make a determination each time, we can set a standard that reflects your interest, but also is easier for us to administer.
Alderman Huntley, was that something that you would go along with?
I mean, my concern is exactly what Alderman Thorpe said, that there's a huge disparity between somebody renting something for $100 a night and somebody renting something for $2,500 a night. And yes, there is we want to make sure even that person for $100 a night is breaking the law. But I've also gotten quite a few folks who get these notices incorrectly, or at least initially incorrectly. And I'd hate for somebody who is doing this for $100 a night to get a, bam, $5,000 fine notice in the mail. Even if they don't end up paying it, it's a heart attack waiting to happen.
Mr. City Attorney?
One other thing, just to keep in mind in the context of short-term rental licenses and similar licenses, in terms of enforcement, the fine is one part of this. And the other part of it is if you violate, you may be subject to suspension or revocation of the license. And ultimately, from an enforcement standpoint, that is probably the most likely thing that will prevent bad activity from continuing. The fine is an important tool in the tool belt, but it's not the only tool.
So could we add to the punishment, if you rent a short-term rental without a license, it's X number of dollars of fine and the inability to get a license for a period of 1 year?
Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I mean, to that particular point, I think it may need to get authorized in the code first. Some code provisions do allow for that kind of thing, is to remove provisions, and I'm actually looking to do that with some future legislation related to environmental. But I did want to back up a little bit as far as, I think, so first of all, I do agree with keeping the fines reasonable as far as for some of these properties that, rentals that may just have a lower amount. And I think we need to be mindful of having appropriately, scaled fines. But I also agree on the other point that was raised as far as, I think you called it the KISS idea. But I believe, so push back on that a bit, because, and this is somebody I did environmental enforcement for probably nearly a decade, including with the city. So I'm very familiar with how it happens. And I just want to say that inspectors having the ability to have an escalation of enforcement is a very important enforcement philosophy and provision in order to achieve, and I think the city attorney kind of mentioned that to a certain degree, as far as our ultimate stick is, for some of these items, is a revocation of the permit if it's authorized in the code. But as an inspector, it was always important to be able to escalate, because you're going out one day for a fine and give them a field correction notice, and you want to be able to go out the next time, if they're still not listening to you, to escalate it and say, look, I'm going to keep fining you. And the other escalation is to do it for some of them on a daily basis. But I think that is often left to the inspector's discretion. But I would say, even if that causes some amount of inefficiency, ultimately, in my mind anyway, the more important goal is being able to achieve the enforcement of the code. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
My thought on this, Alderman Huntley, I don't mean to direct it so to you, but it's your motion, so forget that. Anyway, is to give it a stated amount, $1,000 or $1,500, knowing that in the instance that you described, if someone challenged the citation and appears before an administrative judge where this is going to be adjudicated, the judge has the authority and often does knock down the amount. So if we set it at 1,000 or 1,500, and it's a situation where they were only making $100, the judge is likely to knock it down to $50 or $100 or something reasonable. It's the amount that we set is the maximum, and the judge has discretion and uses it to knock it down. Alderman Huntley.
Yeah, I think maybe what we could agree on here is just set it as $1,000, get rid of this variable thing, and we can see if, as part of our moratorium task force thing we got going on, if there's a way to scale it better to the cost. So.
Would you like to make a motion to that, please?
Yes. So my motion is for FC 15 to delete everything beginning with the word or. So all that extra stuff, and then just change the $500 to $1,000.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Alderman Thorpe?
Mayor, I'm going to agree with that for purposes of getting through this process. But for the person who rents their house out for $5,000 a week, it's not a deterrent. For the person who rents the house out for a room for $500 a week, it is. So my counsel would be that we not take this as the city council's end-all be-all of fine. I think the sentiment I think we're hearing is it ought to be twice whatever they're paying, or whatever they're getting paid is the sentiment, is what I would pass to Director Jakubiak as he works on the moratorium.
Thank you. I agree and express that request to Director Jakubiak. We'll list it as I think we're up to 3 items that we'll ask for feedback, using 2 months as a ballpark, but let's get feedback from the director on more thoughtful ways to enforce in that situation. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on that point, I think keep in mind, my colleague from Ward 8 over there, that these can be issued on a daily basis. So even if it is 1,000, department can issue that. Every day is going to add up, even if it's not at the max amount right now.
So then I would say that our word should be, Alderman Huntley, $1,000 per day, not $1,000, so that it's very clear. That's a great point. $1,000 a day does add up pretty quick.
Thank you for clarifying. Yes, that was what I intended the amendment to be, because it's currently $200 per day. Really what we would do with this amended version of this amendment is simply change that $200 per day to $1,000 per day.
Mr. City Attorney, do we need to add the words per day, or is that assumed in every violation?
In the schedule of fines, there are 2 columns, I believe. One is the base fine, and then the other, I believe, is a daily amount. So if it's going to be the same, that's fine, and I think it would be reflected separately in each column.
Okay, so with the way the motion was made, we can interpret that as per day.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I don't think we need to amend the motion that amends the underlying point. Thank you.
I think Mr. Johnson knows what I'm trying to do.
I think so. All right. No further discussion. We have Alderman Huntley's motion on the table. All those in favor, and again, a vote in favor of this is changing the language for the violation to be a simple $1,000 per day. All those in favor of that change, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we have the underlying FC 15, now -A, on the table. Any further discussion? All those in favor of FC 15 as amended, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We're now going to go back up to L28. Can I have a motion to introduce L28, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Alderman Thorpe, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Leonard? Can you describe what this amendment does, please?
Let me see. So it looks like this was just another update that we found that was missing. It's the tours.
Ms. Leonard, while you're taking that.
Thank you. So yes, I believe again, this was, so this was just a missing fine. So we adopted an ordinance, I believe, last year on tour companies and having to have them licensed, but we forgot to include the fine as part of that legislative process.
Okay. Any other changes like that? I see speed monitoring systems. Oh, that's an amendment, sorry, thank you, Alderman. That was it from law changes, just that? Okay. Alderman Thorpe, did you have anything to add?
Are we talking FC 17?
No, we're now on L28.
Top of the list.
Oh, we went back.
We
I'm
went
sorry.
backwards.
I missed that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. If not, any further discussion on L28? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of L28, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Leonard. And Ms. Leonard, I think that was it from administration stuff on fines. I think we have two Finance Committee, then some Savage amendments. FC 17, would someone like to make a motion to introduce FC 17?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Alderman Huntley? Sorry, Thorpe?
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So currently, buses are not allowed to wait on city streets, and the fine is $100. What we have found is that it is not a large enough deterrent to prevent them. And so there are small roads throughout the city that when one or two buses park, it creates gridlock. There was discussion about making this fee $500. The intent being for the bus driver to have to go back, either to pay it himself or to go back to the boss and go and, hey, I got nailed. So we did settle at $300 as a not overly onerous fine, but a deterrent. And I might add that the Visitors Bureau, the Visitor Center, they all do a great job in letting bus drivers know that it is forbidden. And so this would help that deterrent effort.
Any further discussion? Alderman Smith-Brown, then Alderman Schnellmeyer.
Sure. Thank you. Do we have any identification as to the size of the buses? I know that even in my ward, there was a smaller bus that was parked for months on end, and people did send requests for that to be removed. And I actually went right over and I saw that a ticket was placed on the bus. I think it was a high amount. It was definitely more than $100. So when we say buses, what if it's a larger school-size bus? Was it a tour bus? I mean, those, I think, cause a great hindrance, if not more than the smaller buses. So how do we distinguish between those sizes?
Good question. Anyone from the administration or law office able to help with that? Mr. Moore? Director Moore?
Good afternoon again, Marcus Moore, Director of Transportation. Yeah, this change here is definitely for tour bus, school buses, parking on city streets. That is against the rules. One of the things to keep in mind, Alderman Smith-Brown, sometimes they probably got a citation for something other than being a bus, because sometimes you'll see that no commercial vehicles parked on city streets, but just because you and I have a small business electronics and we have a panel van, that's not a commercial vehicle. So when you're looking at a smaller cutaway buses that you see around the city, or a van that looks like it is a transport for, let's say, disabled or another school bus. This particular introduction of this fine is definitely for larger school bus, tour buses coming into the city. And we definitely want to make it, as Alderman Thorpe said, a deterrent, because it could turn into a cost of doing business. There are places that they can park, and we do make that offer in the information that the city's provided. And it will be the Naval Academy, which they would have to pay as a $10 fee, I'm sure. But if you go all the way out to the park and ride on Harry Truman, that's a free parking. Yes, it's outside the city, but if they're going to wait for several hours, and what we're trying to do, not to add to the gridlock that we have in some of our areas.
Are those definitions defined somewhere in the code, to answer Alderman Smith-Brown's point?
We may need to make sure that it clearly says, I think it does say tour bus, but I'm not sure if it does. If it does not, okay, we'll definitely need to say, tour bus, and we can define that, what that is, greater than 40 feet, 50 feet, tour bus, school bus type of invite.
I just pulled up the code while
Looking at it.
in response to Alderman Smith-Brown. It is unlawful and a misdemeanor for the driver of any bus to park such bus on any street.
Exactly. Any
So,
bus.
Any bus.
And so I looked at the ticket that I have. May I, may I, Mayor?
Yes,
Okay.
Alderman Smith-Brown, thank you.
Thank you. So I have here, the ticket was $150 for parked over 48 hours. I took a picture of that ticket just for reference, and that was a citation from Annapolis Parking. That's more than the $100 here. So is that also in flux as well? But I do believe we should highlight the different sizes of those buses, because 500 for a regular size school bus, I think makes a lot of sense. But if we're talking about a smaller bus, maybe that 300, 100 range should remain.
If I may. So the $150 48-hour tag is non-resident. So you can have a very small smart car if you're not a resident parked on city streets. You'll get 48-hour tagged to move it within that time or be towed.
Smith-Brown, are you finished?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
fine.
Alderman Thorpe, did you have something else?
Yeah, two things I just want to clarify. Clearly, that was cited under a different code. And then second of all, I may have confused you when I said many people wanted it to be 500. The amendment is actually 300.
Right.
Okay.
So I just asked the city attorney to just make a note if this is, if we need to add to the definitions in the code itself. I don't think the fine schedule is the right place to add definitions, but my suggestion is to pass this as is and then ask the city attorney to just look at if we need to add definitions to the code. Okay. All right. Any further discussion of FC 17? Seeing none, all those in favor of FC 17, which raises a fine from 100 to 300, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes, Alderman Thorpe.
So we have a amendment that is missing. It did not get into the Finance Committee report and therefore did not get into the Finance Department's list. And it will cause the next FC 18 to start, it'll start to cause some confusion because the amendment, and I can read it, but well, let me read it. That's probably the best thing to do.
Alderman Thorpe, would it be easier if we just passed on FC 18 right now and gave Finance a moment to correct what's in here, or would you rather continue?
That would be great if it would be a process exception because we have said we don't introduce any new amendments. Alderman Huntley and I discussed it, that it didn't make it into here. And so it was clearly discussed at the Finance Committee, discussed through the process, but it didn't make it into our report. So if we could put it in there, that would be the cleanest if you and the council would agree to do that.
It doesn't sound like a new amendment to me. It was just a technical error in not picking up something that was from the Finance Committee, if that's how I'm understanding it accurately. Alderman Huntley?
It's a technical error. I think what happened is that I actually think it was submitted, but then it got rolled up into the FC 18 without actually getting broken out. So bottom line is I think Alderman Thorpe did what he was supposed to do on this one, and we should consider it before we consider FC 18.
Okay. Are we prepared to introduce that amendment now, or do we want to table it to come back to it? Sure.
You can just add the verbiage to the description. I'm doing it now.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, if you desire, I can go ahead and talk through the amendment as she puts it up.
Sure.
So the amendment is currently the fine for parking on a red line in the city of Annapolis is $300. And several of us have received comments about how onerous a $300 fine is on somebody getting a ticket when they're visiting Annapolis or living in Annapolis. The other side of that coin is that we want it to be so onerous that people don't do it. So the amendment changes it. It splits it into two categories, and one category is parking on a red line where there's a bus stop or a fire hydrant, and we would maintain that at $300. And all other red lines would go to $200. Still a significant fine, but not so onerous as somebody said to me, I'm never coming back to Annapolis. So that's the wording of the amendment. Capri, if we're ready to.
I think it's been updated. Is this the way it was intended to be coming out of Finance Committee?
Well, it wasn't a Finance Committee recommendation. It was, remember, we discussed it and we split it into two. But so however Alderman Thorpe wants it to be, it's really his amendment.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, what Capri has done most appropriately is there's also separately a discrepancy in the code when you park in a place that's marked with a sign, no parking, the fine is $100. And when you park on a red line, it's $300. So this amendment would now do two things. It would make the fine consistent, no matter sign or red curb, and it would make it, as I discussed earlier, $200 unless it fit one of those two categories.
Okay. I think I follow. So first, from a process, I just want to make sure the council is comfortable that this is fixing a technical mistake into a previously loaded amendment, not a new amendment, and not seeing objection to that proceeding. And then now I'd just like to confirm what we have in front of us. 1220-130B, this is a no parking sign. The fee had been $100. I think I heard you say this amendment would make it $200, but I don't see that in column G. So I just working on it. Okay, so that we will see that momentarily. And then for 2.20.020.B, this is the red curb reducing, if you're parked in front of a red curb or fire hydrant, reducing from 300 to 200, while leaving in place the parking in front of a bus stop zone adjacent to a fire station at 300. Did I get all that?
Yep.
All right. Any discussion on that while we're waiting to see Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still do think we need to take the no parking at red curbs equally as seriously as the fire hydrants in the bus zones. Putting in the red curb does put the safety around intersections at risk when a car is parked too close to it in the red curb. It blocks vision. It makes people trying to get in and out of an intersection a lot more difficult. And when we lower the fine, we are signaling that this is a violation that we do not hold in the same regard. In my ward, people parking too close to the intersection around red curbs is an issue, and we end up getting a lot of close calls with T-boning. That gets people hurt and injured, and I think by lowering that amount, we are saying, hey, don't do this, wink.
Okay. And just if I just want to make sure I heard you right, you're not opposed to changing the $100 no parking in front of a violation, which is in front of a sign, changing that to 200, or even sounds like you'd go to 300 on that.
Okay. I think 300's good. We want to send a message that we do not want these violations done. Like parking in a red curb is a safety violation.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Savage?
Mr. Mayor, could you clarify, so we're talking about 1220.20B, right?
We're talking about both sections. So there's multiple issues in this amendment. The first is in 1220.130, it's raising that $100 fine to $200. And then in 1220.020.B, it's leaving in place the parking in front of a bus stop at 300, no change there. But then the next part, parking adjacent to a red line curbed, with that exception, would be lowering it from 300 to 200. Any further discussion? I think it's all Huntley, then O'Neill.
I completely agree with what Alderman Schnellmeyer said. I think I mean, I've gotten a $300 ticket for parking on a right curb before, and I'm never going to do it again. And that's exactly how it should be. And this is something that people can die from, especially our pedestrians, especially our cyclists, especially anybody who can't see around a curb. I think this is not something we should be taking any more lightly than parking in front of a hydrant. I mean, it's truly a health safety issue. So absolutely for making sure that the two are the same, but lowering from $300 to $200 is a really unsafe idea, in my opinion.
Woman O'Neill?
I was just going to add that there's a lot of discussion among the public that if you have if your front bumper or back bumper is a certain amount over that red line, you're actually okay. And I do think that should be clarified if we're going to continue to use that, and especially in a place like Eastport, and some of the places, I will say on Clay Street, West Washington Street, this comes into play, where it's street parking, and depending on how cars were parked, I can fit my car in there, but my front bumper is going to be 4 inches over that red line or my back bumper. And I know that that's a call by parking enforcement most often, but that does come into play. Like, I'll get as close as I can, but in order for me to utilize that space and not have to walk, 4 blocks away to get to my house, just throwing that little gray area out there. The gray area of the red.
Right. Mr. City Attorney, is that something that is appropriately not in the code and is left to enforcement, or that should be addressed?
I mean, I think it's something that is probably most often addressed in the field in enforcement. I think if the council had specific views as to that, it would need to be included in the code so that everyone was clear with exactly what we were talking about.
Did I have someone else waiting? Alderwoman Alsop Johnson, and then Alderman Thorpe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention, this just happened at my church. Someone parked on red, and she got a $300 ticket. And I went to the office, try to get it lowered for her, but they said she would have to attend court in order to have it lowered. So she got very upset. She hadn't been back to church, and she said she wasn't coming back behind this ticket. I told her, that's the reason you're not in church. I mean, whatever. But anyhow, she just paid it, and now we're going to change it? I mean, like you said, Alderman Schnellmeyer said, that's a serious thing. That was wrong, and I thought she was wrong, But anyhow, I'll let her know that we have discussed it. Did the right thing, went on and paid it. But it just happened, so. And I tell them, look out for that red, don't park in this area,
I think Alderman Thorpe and Alderman Smith-Brown.
So two issues. One, to Alderwoman O'Neill, I want to applaud the Director of Transportation's policy on enforcing red curbs. He briefed the Ward 8 Town Hall that the enforcement policy of Metropolis is that if any part of a tire is on the red line, they get ticketed. And if any part of the tire, so to the point the bumper is not on, they don't get ticketed. Now, there's other elements about blocking driveways or whatever, but from a red line perspective, and I like two things about that policy. One is that policy seems fair, and two, he's very public about it, so there is no trick. So our challenge is to get that word out, because we're not trying to trick anybody. The second point I want to bring up is $300 versus $200. There is no doubt that parking on a red line, the red line is there for a reason, and I would totally agree with Alderman Schnellmeyer's point about the significance and the danger of it. But while we talk about how it is not affordable to live in Annapolis and all the fees that the government puts on us, I would argue that if I got a $200 ticket, I would never do it again as well. And when we hear people going to church or people saying they don't live in Annapolis, I think $200 is still a huge deterrent. We're not talking about $50 where I'll take a chance. It's $200. And for a lot of people, that is a significant part of a monthly food bill. So I don't want to say that I look lightly at parking on a red line. It's just $300 is very onerous for visitors or residents, and $200 is still onerous. It just doesn't break their back. That's the point. So that's why we're looking at $200. We want it to be painful. We want it to be a deterrent. And we think that $200 would support that.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, does that clarity on the wheel instance need to be in the code?
That's what the city attorney was saying, that we could introduce that. Right now, it's left to enforcement, but if the council wanted to add that clarity, you can.
Okay, yes, we will. And so.
Would you like to make that motion right now?
No, it shouldn't be.
It's going to, yeah, I know it's separate and apart. I mean, we heard it today.
But let me just get clarification of whether he meant clarification in the fine schedule or clarification in the code.
I believe it's best left to the code to clarify that.
Code.
So we'll add that to the list of things to follow up based on the outcome. Well, I guess regardless of the outcome, either way, we want clarity in the code, whether it's $200 or $300.
And I was also going to say, red markings, some are fading away. They're not quite clear. We've heard from residents how, I didn't know that was a red marking, snowstorms or, communities that haven't been invested into enough with the repainting of some of these lines. So I think that's one of the concerns some residents may have shared with us. I know I've heard many. And this whole idea of someone not going to church based off of this it's quite questionable, concerning faith. Where's the faith, my people? But I do believe in making it reasonable enough. But there's probably should not be much difference. When you talk about $300 if it's a fire hydrant, this and then, and $200 if it's no fire hydrant. Maybe they could be the same. I think that's what the Alderman Schenemeyer was maybe getting at with that. But let's see how it plays out.
Any other discussion? Okay, so we have the motion. Just because of the multiple changes, I think it's worth repeating what we're about to vote on.
Split it into two.
That is an option. I don't know if that becomes a problem. Regina's looking at me of, that's not what's on the table. So FC 18 would do two things right now. The 1220-130B posted no parking signs. So that means you have a sign telling you not to park there, which is the equivalent of a red curb. That's currently at $100. This would increase that to $200, right? $200. And in 1220-020B, if you are parked next to a red curb that's not a bus stop zone, it reduces the fine from $300 to $200. If there's no other further motions to amend, that's what we're about to vote on. Alderman Smith-Brown, are you looking to be acknowledged?
Yeah.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
If I may, thank you. I think a huge part of this conversation too is the educational aspect, and I think that's what we're all needing to make sure that we emphasize, and that means maybe looking more into this whole idea of warnings. I was talking with Alderwoman Alsop Johnson about this, and at first there used to be a warning system for people too, and I've spoken with the parking enforcement, and they said that they took it away for many reasons. One of those reasons was the bias that some who are enforcing the parking may have when they're going out and enforcing it. That really wasn't a good response, I thought, but maybe this is a conversation we do need to take a little further and saying, okay, how can we protect our residents who, maybe the elderly lady who didn't know, or the woman who didn't know what was going on, maybe she should have, but can we protect that person still with a warning first as well? But that's just a longer conversation, but we can move forward.
Alderman Huntley.
I'm just so much more concerned about protecting the people who might actually die from getting hit by a car that didn't see them than about the difference between $200 or $300. Like, I think there's something here that is much more important to protect. So, no, I'm not terribly worried. I also want to say to the Alderman's other point that we're putting hundreds of thousands of dollars behind painting these red curbs. So I think I didn't see it becomes less and less of an excuse every day after we pass this budget.
If I may, Mayor, I think to that, I do agree, though I will never delineate between where our care and compassion and concern should go when we're talking about residents. I'm not going to pit one person who's in danger against the person that may just be ignorant. I think that we should care about every resident and consider the concerns across the board.
Personally, I think that to start with, I think we're all agreement that the two violations should be the same, whether it's a no parking from this point over or in front of a red curb. We all want them to be aligned. And so part of how I'm thinking about this is how, no matter the outcome of this vote, how do we make sure that that gets aligned? I think reasonable people can think 300 is the right number, or 200 is the right number, or some other number, whether it's 250. So anyway, I think that's all. We're all, it's a small amount in terms of what we're discussing, a difference between 200, 300, and I think reasonable people can be behind the 200 or 300. But I do want to make sure we get those 2 points aligned, because this amendment gets those two aligned, and I think 200 is reasonable, I think 300 is reasonable, but this gets them aligned. I'm going to vote in favor of it. But if someone had made the motion to make them both 300, I would have voted for that as well. So.
All right, may I make an amendment, please?
You may.
I'd like to amend FC 18 for both of them to be $300.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yes.
Alderman Smith-Brown, Alderman Thorpe.
Sure. So for the sponsors, this is something I was going to mention earlier. For the sponsors of FC 18, since it does say Finance Committee, and Alderman Huntley did clarify that this wasn't from the Finance Committee, does that have to change to Alderman Thorpe instead of Finance Committee? Or does it remain Finance Committee for the original amendment or motion for FC 18 for that resolution piece?
The city clerk is saying that we actually didn't properly move FC 18 into discussion, so may I have a motion to move FC 18 into discussion?
I'll move to move that into a discussion.
Thank you, Alderman Smith-Brown. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now we've had the discussion and the amendment that is on the table now. Any further discussion? I think we're up to Alderman Thorpe.
Yes, I would just like it to be known that I reserve the right in any affordability discussion in the future to point out that people want to fine people $300 for parking on a red curb versus $200.
Okay. Is that going to be updated though, Mayor?
Alderman Huntley.
I reserve the right to cite what rents are in Annapolis, which is, about 30 times the difference we're talking about every month.
All right, let's try to get back on the topic. Alderman Smith-Brown, do you have something on the point?
Yeah, I believe.
Ms. Turner?
Yeah.
I want to clarify that this discussion was done during Finance Committee meeting, and it was not. It was a Finance Committee discussion. So if you want me to add you as a co-sponsor or change it, I can. But it was put in the finance. It was supposed to be put into the Finance Committee report. That's why it's listed as Finance Committee.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Did you finish, Alderman Smith-Brown?
Oh, yeah, as long as the other members felt comfortable with that at the Finance Committee, sure.
Thank you. Alderman Thorpe, did you have something? I thought you were raising.
I'm fine if you want to put Thorpe as a sponsor. Whatever's fine. I mean,
I don't care either.
I think it's fine as Finance Committee. This came out of Finance Committee. All right. Not seeing any further discussion, we have Alderman Huntley's amendment to make the first section 300 and the second section 300, so that all 3 points will be $300. Accurately restate your motion. All those in favor of Alderman Huntley's motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. The motion carries. Any further discussion on the underlying FC 18? Okay. All those in favor, I'm sorry, Finance Director?
Point of clarification. There was a discussion to segregate or separate the two in separate ones now. If they're all on the same fee, does that separation need to continue to occur, or do you still want to have the separate?
I think personally it is helpful to have it, to have the identification that no parking violations are 300 if this passes, and parking in front of a hydrant is 300, and parking in front of a red curb, even without a hydrant, is 300. I guess that's the point. That's the last one, as you're saying, is the same. So you're right.
And the bus zone.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I guess that second paragraph could all be merged as one sentence, if that's what you're asking. Yep. Okay. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, may I ask an alderperson question? So wasn't the intent to also cut costs in a way for our residents? And now we're talking about just, I'm not saying we don't go forward with it. I'm just, intention is important here. And I believe the alderman's intent was to help cut costs for our residents. And we're kind of going against that intent. Not to say that it's a problem, but I'm just making that clear on the record that that's the case.
No further discussion. All those in favor of FC 18 as amended, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. FC 18 as amended passes. All right, it is now 1 o'clock, and I believe we have food available. And it's already been another hour since we got up and stretched anyway. So we will take another 30-minute break. Again, please be on time. I expect to start exactly at 1:30. We're up to S49, Savage Amendment to increase repeat speed camera violations by 25%. Would someone like to make that motion to move?
So moved. Wait, no. Before we do, please, point of information, I suppose.
Yes.
I was informed by law office that the state law sets a ceiling, which is where our fees are currently set, so we can't do this. So I'd ask for no second on that motion.
Okay.
I got excited.
Note the S49 fails to get a second, so we'll move on. Yes, one down fast. We're up to S50, and why don't we just look to the sponsor for making these motions, that way we can determine whether we're actually moving forward or not. We're up to S50. Alderman Savage, you want to move that forward?
Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Yeah, so I would like to move S50 still.
Okay. Yes, is there a second? Second. Thank you. Open to discussion. Alderman Savage, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this is just, we've gotten a number of complaints about people who have parked in front of their own driveways and received fines. And I think we need to update our code, but it has come to our attention, I believe, that the fine may be set a bit too high for this, at least in my opinion. And so I'm proposing to decrease the first violation to $50 and then the repeat to $100, if I have that correctly. Yes.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree we can take a deep dive into blocking your own driveway, but I think the issue that we're going to bump into with this is we're just going to end up lowering, I think what is more common is people blocking others' driveways rather than blocking their own. And I think this will take the penalty away from that infraction. I would like to know, though, from our Director of Transportation, how effective is our monitoring repeat violations on these types of parking violations? Or for Chief Miguez, whoever has better information.
Yes, Acting Chief of Police Amy Miguez and
Marcus Moore, Director of Transportation.
And the reason we're both up here is because citations could be issued either through our parking enforcement or through an officer. And for repeat violations, we can't tell if one or the other has cited the person prior.
We got to get you guys talking more. We can figure that out another time, though. So I think the main point, I love the idea of trying to get better finding for repeats. Let's definitely get them talking more on that type of citation work. But I think lowering it down to 50 is just going to end up with lowering the violation for blocking other people's driveways.
Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer. Alderman Smith-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Littman. So yes, I fully support the clarification on obstructing driveways for the property owner, legal occupant, as it will be written. And I do want to make it clear that the legislation is still being worked on, but is almost at its final end to be brought forth to us very shortly. So maybe we don't touch on this until that is done, so that we can have some background as well as some updates on the guiding principle that we're going to help save some money for our residents who are legal occupants, but for those who are inappropriately parking in front of those driveways should be fined.
Alderman Thornton.
Thank you. I actually don't think this change in the fine affects the legislation, because this would be when somebody's parked in front of a driveway that's not supposed to be. Today, that's everybody. Tomorrow, that might be somebody who the resident says. So I would like to move forward. But having said that, and with all due respect to my esteemed colleague from Ward 7, who may not have problems parking with people parking in front of driveways, a $50 fee would be a calculus. I can park here for $50. And in many streets in Eastport, that might be worth it. It is a significant problem, I'll speak for Eastport, with people parking in front of driveways. It is arguably one of the offenses that is most complained about. And so I don't think we should reduce the fine. I think it's about right where it is, because again, it would be a calculus of $50 is worth it. The third thing I would say is this is the first one we've addressed where the fine is different for a second offense. And I am concerned about that, in that I fully understand the benefit of escalating fines for repeat offenses. What I'm concerned about is the burden that puts on our staff, in that the data collection that would be required as somebody writes a ticket in real time for them to be able to access a record that is accurately maintained and gives a fine for a larger number for a second, third, or fourth offense. I fully support the deterrent view. What I don't want to do is put an overly burdensome task on the city staff. Again, going back to my keep it simple sailor, they're already in a tough spot to do the enforcement, whether it's a police officer or one of the contract folks. And I want to make sure we just have, if we have that data readily available, I'm all in. If we don't, then I'm not. And I would like the city staff to comment on that third part.
Thank you, Alderman Thorpe. You bring up a few very interesting points. Public safety, APD, is 24/7. Our parking contractors are not. They're about 18 to 20 hours a day. So if something happens during that period of time and they're addressing it, they're not going to get, if it was the contractor, until later on that day. And then you have to fix, administratively what's already been done. It is one, even if it is, they're still around, blocking a driveway, if we go to a point where it says their driveway, the parking contractors have to call APD to verify that that vehicle belongs to a certain resident. Some folks that live here, this is a second home, and their vehicle might be registered somewhere else. So we do get a lot of emails through iWorks or just, AnnapolisParking.com, a foreign tag, and they're not really knowing. And then coming back from the police said, yes, this person does live within the city of Annapolis. Not going to say who it is or where they live. But it does create administratively a lot of other issues to be considered.
And I would just say that for the repeat offense, the point of that is that they were found guilty or paid the fine on the first offense. So that it's not just that they were issued a citation for that first offense, we'd have to also know the outcome accurately of what that first offense was.
Thank you.
Alderman Smith-Brown, then Alderman Savage.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I gave the clarification and the tie to the legislation. I think really what was being said, or actually what was being said, is there's no need to change the amount. I think that there is definitely a need. No need to do it in this very moment of without us doing some more of that additional work, which is discussion, conversation, legislation, updates to the code, and then we can go and say, you know what, let's change it to this amount instead. So I think we are in agreement. I just wanted to make sure that that was clarifying.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, if the body decides to defer this to later, I'm fine with that. But I just do want to make a point that, and get some clarification in the sense that my understanding is that fines are only part of the enforcement. And so if it is an instance where, a private driveway and somebody does not want the car there, when does it escalate to actually getting towed out of the way? Is that something the city would handle? Or police department?
I believe, Alderman Savage, any tows would go through the police department. Both of the parking contractors would consult, and then they'll wait around for that tow to happen.
Presumably, but when do you escalate to that towing
In front
option?
of the driveway, if the owner wants the car removed because they need access to their driveway, we would tow it.
So I want to thank you. That's a very important distinction because that's the ultimate goal. Really, it doesn't matter what the fine is. If in that instance, the enforcement, if somebody's blocking it, they don't want it there, they get towed. That's what we want to need to happen ultimately, not just the fine. But my point is, with somebody parking in front of their driveway who owns the driveway, nobody's calling to have that car towed. Like the owner's not calling to have that towed because that's their car. But they're still going to get fined this large amount. So my point is, it doesn't matter if we lower the fine now because we're still going to have that ultimate authority to tow it. But if we wait on the interim, if we wait half a year, people are still going to get fined that 250 or 250. So
That was important to state.
Alderman Thorpe?
So speaking from experience, and I think we've got it set up exactly right, where if a car is parked in front of a driveway, Metropolis calls the police department, because the police department's the only organization authorized to tow. So what happens in Eastport is people park in front of a driveway. The report is made by somebody who wants the car moved. Metropolis very efficiently, tremendous compliments, comes out, looks at it, notifies the police. The police come, and before the tow truck gets there, the person walks up, gets in her car, and drives away. So speaking from experience, most of the time, the only punishment is the ticket, not the tow. And so, matter of fact, I would say greatly over 50%, 70% of times, it's only the ticket. And it's somebody, whatever, being there. If you're there for half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, you're safe before getting towed. And so to only take, that's the calculus, is that I could park in front of somebody's driveway, $50 ticket, who cares? But now they've missed their doctor's appointment. They've been inconvenienced. Now, again, even if the legislation's changed, we still want, the same process is going to happen when the resident calls and says, I can't get out of my driveway. That exact same process is going to happen. That works very well, but it still takes 30, 45 minutes, depending on what other caseload is going on, at a minimum. And so they walk away with this amendment with a $50 ticket rather than a significant pain. I mean, you should not park in front of somebody else's driveway if you don't have permission. And so a $50 fee, like I said earlier, is basically the cost of parking, would become the cost of parking in
Call to
Eastport.
question.
Anyone else?
Call to question if we can, Mayor.
Okay. All those in favor of S50, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. No?
No.
Okay, I only heard one aye and I heard 4 noes, so I'm going to say the motion fails. I didn't hear 8 people vote, though. So I'm going to go with that. Does anyone feel their voice wasn't heard? No. Okay. All right. Roll call, I want to get clarity on this. No.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
No.
Alderman Smith-Brown. No. Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
No.
Alderman
Aye.
Aye.
TV studio can't hear you.
Alderman Thorpe.
No.
I don't think you.
Alderman Huntley.
That's okay. I was also going to vote no, so.
All right, thank you. The motion fails. All right, we now have food available to us, and in the spirit of not letting anyone get cranky, we will take a.
God forbid.
It's already back here.
Yeah. Let's try to be brief, though. So let's try to get back by 1:40. So not quite a half an hour break. Okay. The message. We're going to resume our council meeting.
It's hard to catch it, so like we make the fine like a real.
R1126. You're fine. And we're up to S51. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to move S51.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah, just to give an introduction. I mean, so I guess we do need staff clarification on this, but my intent was to simply raise the, can we get that on the screen? 1212.50? Oh, no, up. Up another page. We go up another page. Keep going. I think it's. There it is. 1250, disobeying a crossing guard. Yeah, so this was just to bump it up because in my mind, that's a pretty severe offense because we're talking about, in some cases, kids and, well, especially, that's typically when we have crossing guards, when we have kids crossing the street. So in my mind, it's worth bumping that up.
Thank you. Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very in favor of this because when we have crosswalks, it is always involving children or heavily pedestrianized areas like downtown Annapolis. Ignoring people, ignoring these crossing guards puts families in danger of being crushed by 2-ton hunks of steel. We really need to send a message that this is not acceptable.
Thank you. Chief Miguez, can you just speak briefly to us on whether, what's your ability to enforce this?
Yes, Acting Chief Amy Miguez with the Police Department. I will say that while the city code addresses this, it is also addressed by the Maryland Vehicle Code, and the Maryland Vehicle Code would also impose points on someone's license. I believe it's more likely that officers would be citing someone with the Maryland Vehicle Code violation and not necessarily the city code violation. And there are other motor vehicle violations that may apply in a situation like this, like reckless endangerment and any other violation that was committed in addition to disobeying the crossing guard. So just to keep that in mind, this is a city code violation. Officers are more frequently using a motor vehicle code to cite people and would probably rely on that in these situations.
Can you clarify what the penalty is under the motor vehicle code?
Motor vehicle code is 1 point on a license and a $290 fine.
Okay. So from a practical matter, if I just want to make sure I heard you right. If we pass this, it's likely not to be used and they're going to cite the motor vehicle code, not the city code.
That's the case right now. If the fine is increased and we educate the officers, they could use this in addition to motor vehicle code violations, not the similar vehicle code violation, but they could attach this and the other, any other violations.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Alderman Smith-Brown.
Thank you, Acting Chief Miguez. I had two pieces. The first was just for people to know, what does disobeying a crossing guard look like?
So when the crossing guard has traffic stopped and someone proceeds through against their motion to stop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's a little more difficult, saying that for buses, when you're parked, a bus is parking or stopping, we should say, and the stop sign comes out, the camera turns on, and people pass by. That's also some type of cost associated with that. I fully support increasing this to any amount that makes the most sense. What I do not think we should allow to be the case, or maybe figure out a way to remedy this, is how we can encourage more of our officers to take this into account as well as the state code, because if we're going to increase the fine here, then we want this to matter. We want to see the outcome in our favor as a city. I don't want it to be one over the other. If it's going to be something, it should be both or the most harshest penalty.
Alderman Huntley, and then come back.
Police, if they're
Orr, and
able
then
to do
Savage.
this, and it gives them an additional option, I'm for it. I think we shouldn't spend a ton of time on it because they mostly aren't going to use it, but I also think we should pass it because they might.
Alderman Thorpe, then Savage.
We don't have the ability to give points, right?
Correct.
So if we were to pass this, then what we're opening up is, and I support Alderman Savage's sentiment about making it a penalty, but don't we want the point to be given? So if we pass this, then there's a chance that somebody gets a $500 citation rather than a $290 plus a point. And I would favor the point rather than another $210. It kind of goes to your second, third, and fourth violation. You know, do you get fined twice for $500, or do you get 2 points and then 3 points? And then, so not because I don't agree with the $500, but if $290 and a point is the current one, I'd rather that than $500.
Savage, then Alderman Smith-Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you have to pardon my ignorance on this. Excuse me. I don't quite know how. I'm not as familiar with how enforcement works for the police department as opposed to my background, which was code enforcement. But so, and I certainly don't need an answer now, but a question would be for Office of Law at some point. How does it work? Like, can officers issue a fine based on state code as opposed to city code?
And
That seemed a little odd to me, but I don't know how the police operate.
Can APD officers do that? Is that the question?
Yeah, they said they're citing a state code. So do the police automatically just have the authority to issue fines based on state code? Because typically we would have to have our own city code referenced.
Right. I mean, so I think this is something that Chief Miguez and I should discuss, but I think that, I would be curious to hear what their typical practice is, and I think we could trace the authority accordingly.
It's Maryland traffic law. So all law enforcement officers in the state of Maryland have the ability to enforce Maryland traffic law within their jurisdiction.
It's no different than if there was someone committed murder and they were on a murder scene. It's a violation of state law.
There's no city code against murder, yes.
Right.
That's right.
Right. So yeah, the city police enforce state law all the time.
Sure. So then would both make sense? Is that what that sounds like? Could you do both? Like, what's the point of this then if they're not going to enforce it?
And that's what the chief was saying, is that they wouldn't, as a matter of practice, do both. They would have the ability to, but if you're a police officer and you're issuing a citation, you're going to issue, you have two forms. It's not the same form. You're going to use the state form most likely. That's what I heard.
And I think I would defer to the Office of Law, but to me, if we cited for both violations, I think it would kind of violate like a double jeopardy type of, yeah. So it would be one or the other. And I mean, you know, if we decide to push the city code violation over the state motor vehicle code, you know, that's a decision to make.
I'm going to vote for this because it's harmless not to Alderman Huntley's point, but I don't think we should be spending any more time discussing it. Anyone else? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next is S52. Alderman Savage, do you wish to move this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move S52.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, this is just, again, thank you, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is just one that, again, I thought should be increased based on the underlying violation related to traffic safety.
Okay. Do we have someone from Public Works that can speak to whether they have the ability to enforce an increased violation if they have the records? Director Vogel, I was just asking if you can speak to the legislation. The amendment is S52. It's Alderman Savage's amendment to increase a first violation from 100 to 250. It's the repeat part that I have a question about. This is for violations of median strips, and it's listed, Public Works is listed as the impacted department. So I just want to know if Public Works or whatever the enforcement entity has the ability to keep the records to do a increased fee for a repeat violation.
We would be able to support that.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Thorpe?
With all due respect to the Director of Public Works, how would we know that somebody has a previous ticket, a previous conviction, based on what Chief Maguez said earlier to this question? Is there a database that you have ready access to as you enforce this, that somebody has previously been convicted of this case?
It would be so infrequent that it wouldn't be a long search. But yes, I think all of our citations do go into a database.
Correct, citations, but not convictions, correct? We don't currently track convictions, is my understanding.
That's quite possible.
Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a clarification on that. Again, given my background with code enforcement, referred as violation, repeat violation. It's not repeat conviction. Conviction, and again, I speak from firsthand experience, sometimes it can take half a year or more to actually have these get to the courts to work out the civil citations if somebody challenges it. And so again, my point is that's just not, we can't wait for, as an enforcement officer, as enforcement capacity, you can't wait for that conviction. It's just violation based. If somebody wants to challenge the repeat violation, they could do that in the courts too. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Can I add something here? Looking at this section of the code, this does not say it's a municipal infraction. This looks like it's a parking ticket, so it may not involve Public Works.
I'm going to go Alderman Smith-Brown and asking, what does this violation look like?
I'm not aware of us ever issuing one.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean parking enforcement does it.
Okay. Has anyone in the room ever issued a citation, or their departments ever issued a citation for this? Aware of a problem that it's out of control and needs reining in with higher fines? Okay. I intend to vote no accordingly. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just because I think we're going to deal with this over and over and over today. I agree wholeheartedly with Alderman Savage's point about people being punished, the escalating fares. But I think we need to address that every time. That what requirement are we adding on to the staff as we do that? So for instance, if we don't do it now and it takes a whole nother person to track that, we should take that into account and make sure that that enforcement is worth that expense. If we already do it, then, and we think that escalating fees are worth it, that makes sense. So just not to be repetitive, but I think we should ask that question every time to ensure we are aware. And I would not agree with the idea of it's the second ticket, so we escalate it up, because if they get found guilty of the first one, because this is an environment, and that might be a different set of guidelines, but if I get found not guilty on the first one, I shouldn't have to pay an escalated fee for the second one. So it should be, whatever the wording is, the right thing to do is to make sure it's the second conviction should be cited, not the second citing.
No further discussion. All those in favor of S52 to increase the violation from 100 to 250 and repeat to 500, say aye. Aye. All those against, no. No. For me, motion carries. S53, would anyone like to make a motion for introducing S53?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Alderman Savage?
Yeah, just this is another kind of judgment call based on the seriousness of the offense.
Okay. Would anyone from the administration, I see this impacts AFD and APD, care to speak to this issue? Any discussion from council? Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is, what's our definition of interfering with emergency equipment? Is this failing to get out of the way for an ambulance or a firefighter or a police officer when they have their sirens going? Is this actively sabotaging equipment? What's our...
The code says it.
I'm sorry, Chief McGuess?
Acting Chief Amy Migueth with the Police Department. It's a parking violation, basically. It's obstructing, interfering with the operation of any emergency vehicle or equipment, which also means access to any fire hydrant, fire sprinkler connection, fire standpipe. It involves being in a fire lane, either on public or private property, parking in that area as well.
Okay. So would this override the amendment that we had just put forward where we just increased parking in front of a fire hydrant to $300?
Chief McGuess, I think the question was directed to you.
It's to anybody who would know if this overrides the amendment we just passed where
I think it's just another thing you could cite the person with. I'm not sure why both would be in the city code, because this also applies to vehicles.
Riley?
Doug Romali, Fire Chief. I believe that this section here is actually for emergency incidents where the other incident could be anytime somebody's parked in front of a fire hydrant. It's just two different sections in the city code, plus we have state law also that covers these type of events, especially with interfering with our operations.
Okay, so this is building is on fire. I was lazy and parked in the fire lane by building. I deserve to get fined.
It doesn't specify it that way, but that's what I believe the intent is.
That's when it's enforced. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Chief Romali, are you seeing instances where your investigators are issuing these citations on a regular basis?
We are not, no.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Alderman Thorpe?
So repeat question. Do you track this?
So this is in the parking violation section again. So if for some reason the private contractors cited for it, we would not have that. But it's more likely that if this was an active scene and the fire department was asking us to come and cite, it would be something that an officer would do. But again, we don't necessarily track whether someone's convicted or paid their fine is more likely in a parking citation rather than going to court and like fighting it. We don't track the outcome necessarily.
So Chief McGuez, and as well as the Director of Planning and Zoning, one of the criticisms in this city is we do not enforce the code, which I think is oftentimes unfair criticism, but it's out there. So if we pass this legislation and somebody knows of a second violation and they do not get cited, we're going to be criticized for it. So if we pass this legislation, it's my take that you have to start tracking this.
So it's a discussion that we've had since these have been introduced. I think we are a little with some of these putting the cart before the horse, but we're going to work on improving the communication and making sure that we can track these, especially if they're passed, obviously.
So do you have any idea yet how many hours it's going to take you to do that?
No.
So when we pass these, I think the city council should be aware that we're adding hours of work to the city staff for which we don't know the answer. And wouldn't we be better off expressing our sentiment that we're looking to do this and maybe changing the legislation so that Chief McGuez and Planning and Zoning and Chief Romali can come to us and say, this would take 2 hours a month to track. Okay, it's worth it. This would take one full-time equivalent person to hire, because we're going to pass all these and they're not enforceable. So it cart before the horse. It's a little frustrating, and I'm going to continue to vote no on every one of these because we're laying a requirement on the staff without knowing what that requirement is. And I just think that is not good government.
Similarly but different, I'm going to be voting no on this because I haven't heard a problem be identified that this is a solution for. So to me, it's a solution looking for a problem that hasn't been identified. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of S53, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, say no. No? I only heard, what's that?
Roll call.
Yeah, roll call, please.
Mayor Whitman?
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Aye.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Nay.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson?
Nay.
Alderman Shannon?
Aye.
No.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe?
No.
No.
Okay, the motion fails. Up to S54. Alderman Savage, would you like to make the motion on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move S54.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Alderman Savage?
Yeah, again, this is same rationale as before. My intent is just to, let's see, do we have that on the screen? Yes. So my original intent, this doesn't quite reflect it. I wanted to keep the initial violation at 50 with the repeat up to 250. I believe this is Public Works and Forest, so I think they do have a system in place to be able to keep track of repeat violations.
Council members? Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, an issue that we on the Forest Drive corridor frequently have is that folks do not shovel their damn sidewalks. And that puts kids walking to Annapolis Middle School at risk because they have to walk in the street on Forest Drive, one of the most dangerous roads in the state of Maryland. And if you are on Forest Drive after a snowstorm where people don't shovel it, you will see middle schoolers walking on a highway where cars are going 30, 40, 50 miles an hour because they can't walk on the sidewalk covered in snow and ice. We have to start slapping people who do not follow our rules and think that they're better than shoveling their sidewalks.
Thank you, Alderman. Anyone else? Alderman Huntley?
Wow, I couldn't agree more with Alderman Schneidermeyer's sentiment, but I feel like this kind of works the opposite way. Like, this strikes me as you're almost like you're potentially finding somebody who is clearing the sidewalk, right? If they put it in the street. So I'm going to vote no on this mainly because I think, like with some of these other ones, we need a more comprehensive rewrite of the actual code section, not just changing the fine. I've been working on that with the Director of Public Works for a while, and I'd rather address this as part of that. So I'm going to vote no.
Alderman Huntley, you are right. I was on S55. My apologies.
I appreciate the sentiment.
So on S54, just want to make sure I'm reading this right. It's depositing snow on cleared street. So is this a violation for someone who's clearing their sidewalk or driveway into the street?
Yes.
What it seems like.
Okay. And Alderman Schneidermeyer, are you seeing that as a problem in Ward 5?
I had my mind on S55 because I saw sidewalks there and I saw snow on S54. So I just made a grand speech over absolutely nothing. And I have so much egg on my face.
It was a good speech.
It was a great speech over absolutely nothing, and there's a lot of egg on my face right now, and I'm a little embarrassed.
We'll remember it when we get to the next piece. I'm not sure who was first, Alderman Thorpe and Alderman Savage.
So I would like to ask the Director of Public Works the same question. Do you track this? And if not, how much people power, how many hours per month, roughly, would it take for you to do that?
Just so I'm following along, we're talking about depositing snow on cleared streets. Is that right?
Yes.
I think we are, yes.
I've never heard of this being a problem. Ever, like not one time.
Roger, but I think that, are you looking to pull this out? Oh, I'll stop my line of questions even though you know what it is, but if my colleague to my left is going to pull it, then I'll
Alderman
stop.
Savage.
Well, the sponsor can't vote down their own amendment.
You have to move to withdraw.
I'll move to withdraw.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of Alderman Savage's motion to withdraw this motion, say aye. Aye. None opposed? Motion fails. That motion passes, excuse me. Now I have to go back to the underlying. So it's withdrawn. I don't have to do anything further? All right. S55, would someone like to make a motion to move that?
Moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Ditto to Brooks's former comments.
So 1404-050. Sidewalk maintenance by abutting owner, right? That's what we're on. Alderman Thorpe.
Director Vogel, do you currently track this information? And if not, what would it take for you to track it?
Sorry, which one are we on now?
This is 14.0, this is a modification to 14.04.050.b, which is sidewalk maintenance by abutting owner.
And what it would do would be to make a repeat offense more expensive than the initial offense. So while I totally agree with Alderman Schneidermeyer, we would like to know if you track this information, and if not, what people power, what requirement are we putting on you to track this information?
I'm thinking, since it's in a system, I think it would, and really I'm speaking here for IT, I don't think it would be hard for anything that's a municipal infraction, which these are, to have the history when you go in to enter a municipal infraction at an address, to have it show you the history for that address. But I don't know that the system currently does that. So I can't speak to it, but I don't think this would be a hard thing to implement.
And it would be of convictions, not of you citing them.
Sure, then it would just require the law office to go into that system and kind of close the loop at the end of that process.
But just a point of order on this particular amendment. In looking at the code right now is currently drafted 1404-050. There is no subsection B, which does raise a question about whether we have made the changes to the code yet to support imposing the fine.
Okay, Alderman Savage, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, it sounds like we have more legwork to do on the code, so I will make a motion to withdraw that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of the motion to withdraw, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
If we can imagine I did that speech during that one, that'd be really good.
All right, we're now on S56, tree permits. Would anyone like to make this motion?
So moved.
Okay, so thank you. Any discussion? Alderman Savage?
Yeah, and this is just for all the environmental code provisions. Again, just reiterate that having the escalation for the repeat is important. Environmental enforcement's done a little differently than some of the parking. It's typically the inspector, the code enforcement inspector keeps more closer track because especially for some of the latter ones on like as we'll get to, like critical area grading, those are immediately following up based on a field correction notice. So you issue a field correction notice one day, and if they're not comply, you issue the fine. If you come back the next day or next week and there's the same things in place, you want to be able to escalate. And that is something that is kept track of on the, again, as someone who used to do it, it's something easy to keep track of, which the department should already be doing.
Any discussion by council? Is there a, I'm sorry, Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what would our definition of repeat offense be here? Because this would jump up from 500 to 3,000, and that's very substantial. Is that like do it twice, do it once, or then do it again a year later?
Let's see if our administration representatives can answer how this, if you first identify the problem that exists and if you're encountering this problem, issuing these citations, and what the nature of any repeat violations looks like.
This particular code references deals with trees in the public right-of-way. So that's something that Public Works administers. I don't think we, as a city, submit or issue many citations for this violation. But planting a tree in the public right-of-way, or removing it, or severely pruning it could run afoul of this code provision.
I envision that could be easy if an owner doesn't know their property boundaries, that they could accidentally plant a tree in an area that's actually public right away. Am I right in that, or is it? Are we talking like? I'm having a hard time envisioning how someone could violate this code provision.
Usually, it's clear. The street has a sidewalk and a curb, and then if it has a planting strip, that planting strip is most frequently within the public right-of-way. It's between the curb and sidewalk. That is a public place, it's a public property, and city law prevents someone from planting a tree there or removing a tree.
So during Greenscape, where one of the organizations were on Forest Drive, now I realize Forest Drive isn't city, but they were planting tulip bulbs in the strip. That would be a violation of the code if that was a city road.
I don't know about tulip bulbs, but if it were tulip poplar, then yes, it would be a violation.
All right, thank you.
Point of horticultural order.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
I actually have a direct example. There is an alleyway in West Annapolis, and the resident adjacent to the alleyway did plant trees in order to prohibit people from utilizing that alleyway. We did end up not finding that one. We just made that resident remove the tree, but there was quite a fight about it. And being able to tell that resident that we could have charged her $3,000 had she not removed that particular, it was a big hydrangea bush that were planted. Could have very well been a determination if we got, her stalling, that resident stalling.
So you're in favor of the increase?
Yes. As long as it's not tulips in the center meeting.
It's a tree, not a bush or bulb.
Need some.
Alderman Thornton and Alderman Savage.
So what is the current fine?
500.
500. Okay, so not to be repetitive, but to be repetitive, does the city currently track convictions for this violation? And if not, and this was passed, it would require tracking it, and how much work would it take in number of hours, of people hours, to do that?
These don't happen frequently at all. When violations happen and citations are recorded in EnerGov, we have the resource and we can begin tracking them, but we would need support from IT to set up that search function.
Okay. And so since you mentioned another department, I'd like to look at the city attorney, or excuse me, the city manager, and ask the same question. Is this requirement put on the city staff worth the number of times this violation happens a second time? Would you support this use of staff people power?
Thank you, Alderman. I think where we are is that, and I'm following your line of question, is to make sure that we have a robust performance management tracking system. We do not have that in the current form. I think that it is something that we can do, but at this current moment, we don't have those things in place. I do think that the staff is in agreement with trying to do that. The actual effectiveness of that, we'll need some time to build that out.
I have a question for the law office. In R1126, in the initial fine, it's showing a change from 500 to 3,000, and for the repeat offense from 500 to 3,000. So I'm not seeing a difference in the initial fine versus the repeat. I think the initial fine isn't in the proposed, so I think the initial fine, it might be a mistake that it was not being proposed to be changed from 500. Is that, do I have it right now?
Correct.
All right, so can we,
It's only the repeat.
right, so that middle column should not say 3,000, it should go revert to 500. All right, so which gets us back to Alderman Thorpe's point that it is an increase from 500 to 3,000, that on something where we haven't heard demonstrated an issue, a problem that we're trying to solve.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Mayor. And I think I'm going to end up taking hours and hours of our time if I keep asking this question every time. I think what the city council needs to decide is we have a very can-do staff, which has been traditionally, oddly, a problem, in that the answer is, yes, we can do it. Yes, we can do anything. If we start tracking all of these, we start to create a real task, a real job. And I think that's what we as a city council, as we look at this, and again, I'm a total fan of how do we prevent repeat offenses. But I think we continue to hear, we don't cite people once for this, and we're requiring the staff to create these tracking systems for which they're very positive about doing. And I just think we have a responsibility to manage their workload, because it's really easy for us to put more work on them. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask this question every time we get to it. At some point, it's repetitive, redundant, and not useful. I don't know if we want a little discussion real quickly about, are we tracking down the right process? Because there's numerous amendments here which don't appear to have a problem that they're solving, but yet do appear to have an added workload on our staff, which we've all experienced is part of the problem.
I agree, and that's why I'll be voting against this. Not that it's, yes, for exactly that. I don't need to belabor my point. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Wait. I was on the list.
Were you? I apologize. Go ahead.
So just, I wanted to just, again, reiterate, as somebody who used to do inspections for the city and worked very closely with the previous urban forester, I know directly, firsthand experience, how that operates. And as far as the trees, there are only, these are public trees, right? So we're talking street trees that somebody may be removing. This fine is attached to that. And if this could be a 30-inch tree, it could be a 5-inch. And repeatedly have heard concerns over the years that the fines are not enough. A contractor could go out there, remove a public street tree, and pay $500. That's not a lot of money when you're talking about a 30-inch tree. And so we need to have the deterrence there. And there, again, are only a handful of contractors who do this work in a city. The inspector knows which one is doing the work and if it's a repeat violation or not. They keep track. It's only one person, one inspector. Keep track of all these violations. They're going to know if it's a homeowner doing a repeat violation. There is not an administrative workload to this. I can't emphasize that enough. If we had staff here, we could ask them. But so I don't think we should overthink this. This is certainly something I've heard even from a lot of people in Eastport over the years. The fines are not enough for the tree removals. So I'm trying to respond to that.
Alderman Savage, the removed trees from property concern me as much as they concern you. It's the planting trees and maintaining trees that I could see being mistakenly doing something in an error and being oversighted. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, thank you. I was going to just put on the record, I think it'd be great to get an answer from Anne Arundel County for the trees that were cut off of Forest Drive. I don't know if anyone's seen those trees that were cut off of Forest Drive, but this is right from Chickapin Round Road and Bywater Road, and I've seen this for the past month, and I'm wondering why would they cut these trees? And so what that is tied to, which I think draws to the conversation about snow removal or maintenance for sidewalks, is we have to have the same accountability on our government as we do for our residents who may not be doing it with ill intent. And the other part that I was going to mention is I know in Ward 3, some residents have shared with me that some of the trees are not even taken care of by the city or by the government, and they're dying, and residents have to be dealt with that. So maybe also a communication, education pieces as to how people can contact the city. I know there's a form and all that, but just making sure that residents know that if there is a tree that you question whether it needs to be trimmed or you feel like it's dead and you want to, get it removed, contact the city and we can do that. But I did want to get the answer to the first question that I put out there, is why those trees were removed, and maybe that's something that someone from our department can answer.
Can I make a point of order that we're talking about the fee schedule here, right? We're not talking about trees in the county. So I think we should stick to talking about the fine schedule.
That's great, though the question is, it can be for now, it could be for later. I said for the record, this question should be asked because it was to the grander part of this conversation. We don't have to spend 10 minutes answering it right now, but I do believe, as I mentioned, that that question should be answered. It's within our city, and there are many roads within our city, like West Street, that are not maintained by the city, but we still are impacted by what happens on those streets and roads. So I'm just asking if we can get an answer from the county at some point in time as to why those trees were cut in half in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alderman Thorpe?
Yeah, I think to Alderman Savage's point, are we solving the right problem? The point that Alderman Savage made is that the fees are not high enough. Would it be more efficient and more straightforward to raise the fine, the fee, for every offense, recognizing the significance and importance of it, and then not have a tail of workload that the city staff has to do, of going back to check, is this a first offense, second offense, or whatever? So are we solving the right problem by escalating the fee, or would a more efficient way for the staff's perspective to raise the fee for every offense?
Alderman Thorpe, is that a motion to amend the amendment to set the initial fine and the repeat fine at $1,500?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Alderman Savage, does that address your concern?
Thank you for asking. It's certainly a step in the right direction, but I still have the same concern about being able to have escalation of enforcement.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Alderman Thorpe's motion to make the initial and the repeat fine the same at $1,500, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe the motion carries. If there's any objection to that, let me know. So now we have the underlying S56 increase for tree permit violations. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of S56 as amended, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. Motion passes. Thank you. As we continue to move forward, I'm going to try to be more disciplined. In most, the rules allow for each person to speak twice, and I've been generous in trying to come back to everyone because I want to allow conversation, but it just pointed out that it's 2:25 and we're still on the fine schedule. So try to control yourself to 2 remarks per amendment if possible, and we'll still try to be lenient because we want discussion. Would anyone like to move S57?
I'd like to move S57, S58, S60, S61, and S62 as a block.
Okay, and you left out S59, correct? Thank you.
S59 and S63.
Oh, okay. So just want to make sure I got it again. So it was S57, 58, 60.
61 and 62.
Very good, thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Get it done.
Doing. It's the remaining amendments except for 59 and 63. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there a discussion?
Sorry.
Is there discussion on the motion?
No, just one clarification. Tree conservation area are street trees, anything near the street. The last one I should have specified were anything in public space. This is limited, that one particularly limited. Otherwise, pretty self-explanatory, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any other discussion? Alderman Thorpe?
Mr. Mayor, doing them in a group makes this a little more difficult, but I would propose an amendment to raise the fee similarly like we did the last one to numbers, and I would actually ask Alderman Savage for his inputs if he'd be willing to give them, and make them single across the line increase in the fines, and not require the city staff to track convictions.
Alderman Savage?
Yes, was that a motion or just discussion point?
It's a discussion point because I'd like to work with you to get to the numbers. I could create numbers, but I would love to work with you and create the right number based on your experience, and then propose it. I will propose an amendment one way or the other. I'd like to work with you to get the numbers right and then release the city staff from having to track the convictions.
May I, Mr.?
Yes, please.
So I'm adamantly opposed to that. Again, this is code I'm intimately familiar with, that I've done a force of myself on, and to not be able to have the authority to escalate fines on people who are doing repeat issues is really going to hamper our environmental protection. It is going to degrade our environmental enforcement. So I cannot support that, and I ask my colleagues not to. That's a complete revision of our overall enforcement philosophy in the city, and that is a much larger conversation than I think we should have today.
Any further discussion? Alderman I didn't see any other hand. No?
Yeah, go.
I've already spoken, so I'm ready to defer to you to go
Okay,
first. if you
can
want.
I go then?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think that there is a real benefit to having this distinction. And I take Alderman Thorpe's point that we should take into account how much work we're adding to city staff. But to me, this is pretty clearly something where it is worthwhile to be able to tell the difference between a first violation and a second. These are all things where if we tried to make them even, it's going to be too high for first or too low for second. There is a real benefit to having it be bifurcated. So I wouldn't support this amendment either.
Anyone from the administration wish to speak about any of these fines, either initial offense, repeat, the frequency that you encounter them, the burden of tracking and appropriately following repeat? Just giving you an opportunity, you don't have to speak. Okay, seeing none. Last comment, Alderman Thorpe?
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, again, I'd like to go through them. I mean, I think we owe it to the staff. As leaders, we owe it to them to put them on the spot and make them accountable for saying how much work we're causing them. It's a hard question, but we continue to add a couple hours here and a couple hours there. I agree philosophically with everything Alderman Savage and Alderman Huntley are saying, but we've got to make sure we know what workload we're putting on the staff. So I would ask the Director of Public Works, do you track convictions, and how much work would it take for you, IT, and the staff? And then I may go right back to the city manager again. How much time would it take to track this? Because if this passes, we are going to hold you accountable to tracking that information.
Just going to repeat the same answer. It goes into a database. That database could be modified. I can't speak to how long it would take to implement that process change.
Madam City Manager, do you support the workload that it would take to do this?
Alderman Thorpe, we know that this is an important issue for the city. We also know that it's important to be able to track these successfully. So if it passes, what we would like to ask is that we're able to work with you and members of the council to actually develop a tracking mechanism and to give us appropriate time to do so with a little bit of grace in order to accomplish that.
So what I'm hearing, Mr. Mayor, we are signing up for the city manager to come to us and say, we need X dollars for the IT solution and we need X dollars for the staffing. And we don't know what that is. And if this is so important that we would sign up to do that, unknowing what it is, then we should move forward and support it. If not, we shouldn't. And Mr. Mayor, I will not put the staff through the same question for the remainder of them. But I think that for the city council, we need to acknowledge that that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Final comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to walk perhaps through an example of how this is needed. When you're doing grading, or even in some cases the tree protection under Chapter 17, you're going out to the same project. It's a work site. So they have perhaps grading, sediment control on the work site. They could have a tree violation on the work site. It's the same contractor. It's not a different actor. And again, it's so there's no, I don't know how else to say this other than to be completely direct. There is no, I'm not exaggerating. It's not hyperbole. It's not misinformation because I did it. There is no administrative burden for these environmental fines. If you're talking about the same site, it's the same inspector. They have inspection records that are already entered into the system if they need it, but the inspectors on the same site, they know what they just told the violator. They know if they've done the work. They know if it's a repeat. There is no administrative burden, period. Again, don't know how to emphasize that. The other danger with this is we would have to go back through the entirety of the city code for these environmental violations to make sure, because I don't know off the top of my head, a lot of these are based on state code. If they specify that you have to have repeat violation that's higher, I don't know that without looking at all of them. But again, I don't understand why we're even, that's a much larger policy conversation we should not be inserting in the middle of this budget process. Let's focus on just the fines, as I think Alderman Huntley was alluding to, just focus on the fines. If you want to change the process, the complete philosophy, let's do that later at the proper time.
Director.
Specifically to grading permits, I'm no problem. I completely agree with Alderman Savage. We absolutely know when a contractor commits a repeat violation, because these things are not things that go on in perpetuity, and we're out there every week.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. All those in favor of S57, S58, S60, S61, and S62, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. The motion carries. Would anyone like to introduce S59?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Anyone care to discuss? Discussion? Director, Deputy City Manager, would you like to just tell us what we're about to vote on?
Right. I just want to make sure everyone knows what you're about to vote on. So this provision, this emergency compliance provision, currently the fine is at $1,000. The proposal is to increase it to $5,000. An emergency compliance situation would be like if there's a hurricane coming and the harbor master asks someone to get off their mooring and move to a safer place, or to come into the harbor or tie their lines differently, and they are ignored. So that causes a hazard not only to themselves but to others and others' property. So that's what this is meant to address. The harbor master usually says that they rarely, if ever, give out these violations because the people that they tell to move want to protect their property and themselves, and they move. The people who don't comply are usually those who are living on what we would consider a derelict and abandoned boat and usually have some mental challenges. And if we gave them this fine, we would never receive it if we went to court with it or otherwise. We wouldn't be able to recover it. So the harbor master, is not opposed to raising the amount, but if we raised it all the way to $5,000, we're not going to recover it.
Thank you. As I'm looking at the amendment itself again, and this is page 9, I don't know if that's being shown yet or not. Again, the initial fine in this, as it's being presented to us, is also increasing from 1,000 to 5,000, but I don't think that's what the amendment does. So I wonder if that's a mistake.
I believe so, yes. I think this is a $1,000 fine right now.
Draw the whole thing. Okay, Alderman Savage, would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion to withdraw.
Okay, is there,
S59.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you, Alderman Savage. Thank you, Deputy City Manager. We have S63, Forest Conservation. Would anyone like to make a motion to introduce this?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Okay, any discussion? Okay. Deputy City Manager, do you want to come back? Sorry for this one. I think it's the last one on the fine schedule. Let us know what we're about to vote on, please. This is S63. It's Forest Conservation Act, Section 21.71.80, increasing from 500 to 1,000 and 500 to 3,000.
Actually, for the urban forester who works for the Department of Planning and Zoning.
Okay, sorry, forgive me.
That's all right. I'll hang out in case you need
Thank you.
anything else.
I saw forest conservation, I assumed, badly.
I just saw my fellow director here, and I shifted to a crisis management mode, so I wasn't listening to your...
No worries. This is forest conservation. Do we have it pulled up? Yes, we do. Section 21.71.180, Forest Conservation Act enforcement, increasing the fine schedule from 500 to 1,000 for the initial fine and 500 to 3,000 for a repeat fine. So can you give us a scope of the problem that this is trying to address, and how often you have these repeats? What does a violation look like, I guess? Just give us some
A
context.
violation would look like removing trees from an area that's protected by a forest conservation plan and easement. The bulk of our tree enforcement is focused entirely on the conservation areas, or those areas subject to Code Section 14, which you dealt with already. So this is not a problem that we, particularly in the office, encounter quite a bit. It would raise fees, though, to deal with an important matter. Certainly, we don't want to see the erosion of forest conservation areas that have been diligently protected through the planning process. So we support raising fees in this particular case.
Is this the type of thing where a homeowner could accidentally violate this, or is this more like the contractor situation that Alderman Savage was describing a few moments ago?
Or like a developer or homeowners association might have the responsibilities for maintaining a forest conservation easement. They can conceivably cut down trees or not maintain the forest edge. This is not something that typically falls to an individual homeowner to encounter.
Thank you. Alderman Thorpe?
Rich Kubiak, have you cited anybody for repeat offenses in the last couple of years?
I don't know. I just don't know.
I see Deputy City Manager Gill shaking her head.
Yes, we have a couple of times. It's better than it used to be, but we've had to do that. It's mostly, as Director Kubiak has said, this is associated with development projects for the most part, where they're either not careful or ignoring the Forest Conservation Act requirements. So this is as a deterrence factor, especially because this applies to developments. $1,000 really isn't anything to them. That's a cost of doing business, and therefore the fines would put a little bit more attention and make them more careful about what they do.
Okay, very good. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. I believe we're done with R1126, but before we move on, just looking for any disagreement that I've skipped anything. Okay. All right, so we're done. So let me go back to my script. Is there a motion to amend R1126 on second reader? Thank you, Alderman Smith-Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We will postpone further action on R1126 until the regular meeting scheduled for Monday, June 8th, 2026. Before we go to ask the city attorney for the next item on the agenda, we're going to take another just 5-minute break. We're going to resume at 2:50. Before we do, I just want to set expectations for what happens next. We're getting to R1226. I don't think there are any amendments to that, so that should go very quickly. And then we'll get to 0826, which will begin what we all thought was the real substance of the day. For the order of 0826, when we get to it, I intend to first go to the exempt tab, and then going to the operating recurring. First, the pay-fors tab, and then recurring. And of course, as we discussed, that might be some back and forth between those two. And then I plan to go to one-times, first the pay-fors, and then the one-time spending, possibly needing some back and forth, and then the community grant amendment. And I think that will wrap up 0826, and then we'll finish at some point and move on to the last piece of legislation, which will get us to the capital pay-fors and then the capital expenses. All right, so let's see you in 6 minutes. Second, I'm sorry, thank you, Alderman Thorpe. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'm not aware of any proposed amendments to this. Does anyone have an amendment? Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not, so it is an amendment for this ultimately, but it's listed under exempt, so I think it's okay, according to staff, that we just wait and have that conversation with exempt.
Okay.
It has to do with the career ladder for the urban.
Which, I'm looking at the exempt list now. Which amendment is it? Number 27?
That's 27.
I think we could just take it now, so once get it under the right resolution.
Okay. So can I move that then?
You may.
I will move S27.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank Alderman Savage for the motion. We had a second. So we're now on the exempt tab, looking at S27. Any discussion? Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I believe, may I ask, after my comments, Planning and Zoning Director to come up and speak to this?
Okay.
But to open it up, I'll just say this. So a couple years ago, we adopted a updated tree canopy goal. It used to be 50% by 2035. It turned out we weren't able to meet that target. Even if we went ahead and funded all the trees we needed, they just simply would not grow large enough, quick enough. So we had to push the goal back to 2050, 50% by 2050. But to do that, the committee discussed, if we did that, we wanted to at least have a plan about how to achieve that and make sure it was funded. So we rolled the funding for the urban tree program into the Watershed Restoration Fund, have dedicated funding. But we also, Planning and Zoning also developed a kind of a plan for all the resources, including staff, that they're going to need. So this is a part of that, building up that urban tree program. It is cost neutral. It is just establishing that career ladder list. So that's kind of my preamble to it, but I think the director might be able to add some more.
I just want to make sure I understand, as we'll get to Director Buckland in a second. Deputy City Manager, sorry. Your motion is to create the position, not to fund it. Is that correct?
Well, the funding's already included in the Watershed Restoration Fund. It's already in the group of assumptions, just like we do with the watershed, the assumptions as far as the number of projects that we need to do in a certain year. That's already baked into the fund. And so,
let me ask it differently. Your motion is to create the position but not appropriate the money for it.
The money's already appropriated into the Watershed Restoration Fund.
Right.
This would just create the structure, the actual positions that would then be filled potentially this year. I'd have to see what the director says. But the plan was, originally I thought it was going to happen last year, but it got pushed back. And so, if that makes sense.
Right. Let's go to administration. Deputy City Manager.
So in this particular case, so as far as R12 is concerned, the classification structure does not currently have a career ladder within it, which is why Alderman Savage is bringing this up as a potential amendment. I think because there's already an existing position that if we do a career ladder, that position will have to get rolled into that general study. If the council wants to sort of save the classification discussion to a different day, there is an existing urban forester class that could be used, and the career ladder is something council could come back to. You would not require necessarily presupposing what that career ladder is going to look like in terms of grades and everything else now in order to create a second pin. You could have that discussion around creating a second position as far as the budget is concerned without necessarily dealing with the classification issue today. So you do have that option, and I think giving HR time to really wrestle with the career ladder composition and go through that discussion with the department, I think would have some value.
And to follow that thread is the outcome that we vote this amendment down and take the issue up with our new HR director?
No, so this particular amendment, I think is more around the budget side of that, not necessarily the classification side of that.
Having trouble reconciling what you're saying and what Alderman Savage said, that this is budget neutral, and that we have a line here showing that this has a cost of $158,300.
Yeah, so they're two different things, right? So the classification plan is, here's the list of types of jobs that exist within the city. And whether I have one of them or none of them or 10 of them or whatever, don't care. It's just, here's the list of types of jobs that are available within the city. So the discussion item here is, do I want to have a career ladder that's part of that list of jobs potentially within the city, whether they're 0 or 1 or 10 or whatever? The question of, I in particular do in fact want to have one more of those, that is a budget discussion, not a classification discussion. So the way that this amendment is phrased, where it has dollar values, that's a budget, that's an ordinance amendment. The classification would be, instead of urban forester, you'd have urban forester 1, urban forester 2, right, with attached grades. But we don't have that information just yet.
So what is the action you'd recommend we do with this then?
My personal recommendation is that you don't actually do an amendment to the classification plan right now. I think that when you have this budget discussion, that will be the result of that will tell us you need to go create the classification plan and come back to council with an amendment to the classification plan so that it can be implemented.
So it's not an amendment for R1226, but you're saying if we take it up as part of the operating budget as the initial plan. Okay. Alderman Savage?
I'm a little confused. I think I see the potential point as far as if this is cost neutral, I suppose we don't have to do it as a part of the budget, but I want to make sure that we have the mechanism set up so the position could be filled as intended. But I suppose what it would look like if we did it separately is, what would it be? Just a separate resolution or ordinance updating the classification during the year once
it would be
the details are worked out?
It would be a resolution just akin to this one, but you would have the grades. The council could still now add a second position, regardless of where it's funded, to say, yay, verily, instead of 1, we want to have 2. That's actually a budget discussion, and there is an existing job class you could attach to it.
I think you're saying we could have the budget conversation in a moment when we get to the operating budget. Don't change the position classification resolution right now until we've done that and we have the new HR director in place to consider impacts.
That would be my request, yes.
Okay. I think Ms. Turner was trying to speak up.
Yes, I just wanted to add a clarification of the difference because it's a confusing thing that we come across a lot. Anytime that you are adding a classification, that does not mean that you're adding a position or funding. There are two separate pieces. There's a piece of the classification that is in the resolution, and then adding the actual additional, like a 1, 2, adding 2 positions, 3 positions of that title, and the budget goes with the ordinance. So those are the two, it's one amendment that touches 2 pieces of legislation.
Alderman Schneidermeyer, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to say I really strongly recommend avoiding us messing with the classification portion. This is something that's really well researched and documented by professional staff. When we start putting our hands in it, it can have severe unintended consequences.
Given all that, Alderman Savage, do you want to withdraw your motion as it relates to R1226, and we'll come back to it when we get to the operating budget?
Yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah, I'll make a motion to withdraw.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, say aye. 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 Thank you. Any other amendments to R 1226 to be discussed? Seeing none, is there, I guess we don't need to amend R 1226. So we will postpone further action on R 1226 until the regular meeting scheduled for Monday, June 8th, 2026. That's 3 pieces of legislation down, 2 to go. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
Next item on the agenda is ordinance. Next item on the agenda is ordinance 0826, annual budget and appropriation and property tax levy.
Oh, yeah. Is there a motion to adopt 0826 on second reader?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Wait, I'm sorry, Alderman Schneidermeyer, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Want to bring up 2 points, and I think this is reiterating issues I've addressed to the full council before, but I want to get it on the record here for the budget. First, there's a new Maryland state law called the Family Act that requires employers to contribute to a paid leave fund. Currently, there are questions about whether this law will apply to the city and other municipalities, and if so, what the calculation is going to be. As we don't have answers at this time, we do not have an amendment to appropriate the necessary funds to comply. Finance gives an estimate of $400,000 as an annual cost. The requirement wouldn't kick in, if at all, until January 1, 2027. So the maximum impact, I should say, on this budget could be up to $200,000. So just want to maintain visibility to that issue as we are looking at being conservative with how we're spending money. The second and related issue is the city and the 4 city unions have not yet concluded negotiations. Therefore, we don't have an amendment to adjust employees' pay or to make other adjustments. The city has offered 1% COLA increases in FY 2027, so it's safe to assume that this offer won't go down. Therefore, again, it would be wise to maintain visibility to accessing funds to support a 1% COLA increase, which equates to roughly $760,000. Bear those 2 points in mind as we begin our deliberations. Any questions about those 2 points? Alderman Savage?
When is the appropriate time to kind of chime in on those?
Yeah, so if we won't have answers to the first point before this budget concludes. So I'm going to hypothetically say October 1st, we have more information on the Family Leave Act. We would have come to you with a budget transfer, or perhaps there's another term for the effect of a budget transfer that would move money around from one fund to another to pay for that. Similarly, we'd be in that situation potentially with the unions. It's really close to timing, so potentially we get it resolved in the next week, and we're able to make an amendment proposal at that time. If it does not happen and we approve the budget without acknowledging that increase, same thing, we would come to the council with the transfer. So it would be transparent and public in either scenario.
I just want to reiterate for the public record that when we passed the large class and comp study last year, it included a built-in COLA and merit increases, with the intention that we wouldn't need to grant those in future years.
My understanding is that the merit was included, not a COLA.
I'll check the record, but my recollection is that it included COLAs too, but I'll have to check.
All right, so again, just we want to be conservative and have access to those funds from a relatively painless sort of way. All right. Now we're into 0826. Is there a motion to amend 0826 on second reader? Moved. Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer. Is there a second? Thank you. All right. Oh, no, I did that. Sorry, my bad. Let's get to the amendments. We're going to go through the exempt schedule. We'll start with L13. Can I have a motion to introduce L13, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. This is from the administration, budget neutral, it appears. Anything for finance team to add? So just add clarity to what we're voting on.
This is just reallocating software expenses that were budgeted in fleet that should have been transferred to ITS. So this is just correcting that.
Thank you. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Can someone introduce L19, please? Make a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Alderwoman O'Neill, is there a second? Thank you. This is also budget neutral. It's just taking the word DAP out from those various expenses. Money could still end up going to DAP, but just giving the administration some flexibility. Any discussion? Alderman Huntley.
Yeah, I do have just a quick thing. So there's really two places we're talking about this. One is the downtown Annapolis partnership in Bloom. Fine with taking that out because I think it's worthwhile to do that as a competitive bid. The other one is where it's operating support within planning and zoning. And the explanation you had previously given us was we would remove the phrase DAP and replace it with Main Street. And I just want to make sure the way this amendment is written, that's still what's going to happen. So it's important to me that, as you said, we're still spending it on more or less the same thing. We're just being we're talking about what the goal is rather than what the organization is. Is that, budget team, the case that it will be relabeled as Main Street program in planning and zoning?
If the sponsor, if that's what they want their amendment to do, then yes.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. I wasn't thinking it would specifically say Main Street, but it's to just use a generic term as opposed to a specific organization term for the same work to be done.
Sure. I just want to be clear. What the specific term is, what the generic term is, matters to me.
Gotcha.
And what you had previously proposed was good with me. So I just want to make sure that language is what ends up going in.
I think I would need Director Jakubiak to speak to this, whether is Main Street the right generic term, or is there a different term that we should be using?
That's a good question, and the Main Street or Main Street Maryland, or designated Main Street is the right term.
Designated Main Street,
Yes.
I think is, okay. Designated Main Street organization. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Anything else needed to make that happen before we vote on it? Okay. All those in favor of L19, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Would someone make a motion for L29, please? Thank you, Alderman Schandelmeyer. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Will someone from administration explain this, please?
This is just a correction on Appendix A of the breakout under the city manager. We accidentally separated Harbor Master instead of rolling it up under the city manager's formatting issue.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. L30, would someone make a motion to introduce L30, please?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think L30 is actually an amendment to the capital budget.
Thank you. We can table that. Yep. And now we're ready for S27. Alderman Savage, would you like to make a motion to introduce that?
I'm sorry, I think this is the one we discussed previously.
It is.
So no, because it's going to wait for the operating.
We're now in the operating budget.
Excuse me. L29 is not for capital, it's for operating. It's a formatting issue.
Sorry, L30 you're talking about.
Yes.
We passed L29, now we're in
yes,
L30.
I'm sorry, L30. It's a formatting issue in the ordinance, not on the capital side.
I'm going to trust.
So then I'll move L30.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley, for introducing. We heard a second. You want to just briefly say what that is?
It's a formatting issue of combining two capital projects together, saying the changes in the funding and the ordinance side, and it's just breaking it out, putting it on a separate line.
Okay, but it is an operating budget line.
Format, correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we're up to S27, which we were discussing, but now we're under the auspices of 0826, not the classification.
So moved.
Thank
On
you. Is there a
27.
second? Yeah, I said that right. Is there a second? Thank you. So we already had the presentation earlier, so I don't think we need to repeat it. I'm still confused on if we're voting in favor of this, are we appropriating a new $158.3 thousand or not? Yeah, I'd like to hear from the finance team to explain first, then we'll come to council.
Okay, so it's adding a position, that's the total of the position, but the funding is already included. So it's not gonna be an additional add-on to the fund because it's being funded by the Watershed Restoration Fund.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder if we could get a description of the position from Director of Plan and Zoning? Just to make sure we're clear on the intent.
The position would be a junior urban forester, work under Brian Adams, who's our current urban forester, to support the city council's tree planting goals, seeking to achieve 50% of forest canopy by 2050.
And can you describe the need for the position?
Yeah, we don't have the capacity in-house to achieve that, which requires someone to organize and coordinate with multiple citizen groups over time to do planting, to find locations within the city for planting, to maintain the existing forest canopy that we have, and also do the various types of enforcement that we've discussed today.
Okay. And can you describe, everything has an opportunity cost. So we've heard the money isn't going to be newly coming out of the operating budget or from tax revenues because there's a source for it. If it wasn't used for this, what else would that money potentially be used for that it's not going to be used for?
Well, it's generated from the stormwater management fee, watershed restoration fee. So it would likely be used for projects that improve water quality directly through retrofitting of stormwater management outfalls and those types of projects.
Okay. And having the money set aside for this additional salary would be helpful for the projects that are getting funded and that's a preference from your team?
The reallocation of this money to this position would allow that person to actually advance the planting of trees, which itself has stormwater management benefits within the city. It's sort of the natural infrastructure that cities are gearing up to implement.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley?
The opportunity cost that I see on this is that we're funding a position out of a enterprise fund, which means that we're going to have to sooner or of a greater magnitude or more frequently increase the fees for that enterprise fund. So I like S28. I think it's the next one. I think that's a useful one-time expenditure that will make our watershed restoration fund more effective. But S27 seems to me that the result of it is going to be having to increase our watershed restoration fee, which has been our most steeply growing fee. So I'm reluctantly, I think I'm opposed to this.
We already, Alderman Thorpe, then we'll wrap up with you, Savage. Alderman Savage.
Alderman Huntley stole my words. I think one of the opportunity costs is not to spend the money that we need to consider. And I do think we need to compare this person to the ever-increasing rates that we're charging. So I also reluctantly would be opposed to this.
Further discussion? Alderman Savage? To make sure there wasn't anyone else. Okay, Alderman Savage?
Yeah, just so, again, this was a policy decision made, I can't remember if it was a year or two ago, by the previous council because, again, we had over year after year, the urban tree program was always cut in the budget because it was low-hanging fruit. And so we had established a very large backlog of needed tree maintenance, which affects our urban tree canopy because we can't deal with trees that are dead, a hazard to the public, or pay for replacing them. And so again, because that's happened for probably decades. And that is what directly caused us to be unable to meet our tree canopy target. And that was the best outcome we could come up with to propose, because in order to prevent that cutting, we had to find a dedicated funding stream. And it's a perfect fit because that is the whole reason for adding trees. It helps to address the urban heat island effect, reduce the effect of our impervious surface, so it allows for our water to be cooled. If we have cooler water, we're going to have less algal blooms, less dead zones in the waterways. So it has a direct impact in that regard on water quality. The other direct impact is the filtration. And when you look at the stormwater management and particularly the Chesapeake Bay program and the water quality model, the highest use they look at, the model for ideal water treatment is a forested system. And so that's why it's so, granted, we don't have a completely forested system here, though we do a forest, but the urban tree canopy is a part of that, and that is our ultimate goal. So that's why it is intimately and completely appropriate to connect with the Watershed Fund. That is already baked into that fund. It's been baked in for past, again, few years. So that's already a part of the proposed fee increase as a part of this budget. So to remove it would be quite a disruption in this, because we would have to figure out how to pay for all the programs that won't be able to get funded, the urban program, tree programs. It would also cause us to have to revisit the tree canopy and our comprehensive plan goals associated. So again, I think that's a separate policy discussion we should have at a later time if you want to have that, but I'm quite confident that it's entirely appropriate to do it this way.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So while I'm normally loath for the council to put these things in positions, it does seem like our planning and zoning director expressed a need for this deputy spot. I will let him verify that so I don't put words in his mouth. Is that correct?
The council wants to see more trees and protect the trees that we have now. Yes, this position is necessary.
So we have a funding source through the Stormwater Management Fund, and while that money is used to maintain and update our stormwater infrastructure, an effective tree canopy and coverage helps us supplement needing to put that in. If we have effective street trees, we don't need to put as much money into stormwater and stormwater infrastructure and keeping things off the street, because as mentioned during the Urban 3 presentation, a tree is basically a stick with two sponges on the end and soaks up all your stormwater. It's some of the most effective stormwater infrastructure you can have. So I think if we can take this position on and increase our urban tree coverage, we can save a little bit on the back end by needing less maintenance on the actual stormwater infrastructure itself.
I share the concerns that Alderman Huntley expressed, and I appreciate the motivation that Alderman Savage has in entering this, and Director Jakubiak's statement that he just made is my convincing of what I needed to hear to know to support this. That's where I'm at.
Can I just ask one last question, and maybe it's really, I'm not sure if it's to Alderman Savage or maybe to Director Vogel, but something Alderman Savage just said to me, sounded to me as though this expense is already baked into the projections that we got from Davenport. Is that correct? I'm sorry, not Davenport, the other one.
Not Davenport, Stantec.
Stantec, yes.
Yeah.
Is this, when they project out our expenses in the WRF, is this $158,000 per year in there or not?
Let's get an answer from Director Jakubiak on that, since he's the one who manages that.
No, actually, I don't manage the program. Burr Vogel does, so he can speak to that.
I'm just going to ask my answer.
Pass it down.
Does finance have the answer?
Well, repeat the question, please.
Yes, the $158,300 that we're considering. That's a yearly expense. when we received our projection from Stantec about the watershed restoration fund and what the fees would need to be to meet the expenses in that, is this $158,300 expense already in there, or is it
Yes.
something? It is?
It is, because the expenses were lower than the revenue.
Got it. Okay, sold. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Savage, did you have anything to add to that? Thank you. Any further discussion? Thank you. All those in favor of S27, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Would anyone like to introduce S28?
So moved.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley, I think I heard a second from Alderwoman O'Neill. Any discussion? Alderman Savage, was that you looking for recognition? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. S28, you said?
S28.
Okay. Yeah, that is mine. So this, again, is something that's already included in the watershed fund. It's something the Planning and Zoning has requested to get. So we spoke about this in committee as well. The intention is to get this document, the study, to really identify the gaps in the street tree canopy, and so that we can target those wards and streets that don't have enough, but also to identify potential parking lots, such as, again, like the Giant Shopping Center, or just to pick on my ward, where we may have an opportunity to install some of the micro forests that it was actually an idea from the mayor sent me. So this would allow us to look at those potentials as we look to reduce our impervious surface, which is also another goal in our comprehensive plan, if I'm not mistaken.
Any comment from the administration on just verifying the need for it or not?
I would say that this is would provide fascinating information to the city and useful information, especially as we think about managing stormwater in an eco-friendly way, gradually removing impervious surfaces, building green spaces that are largely concrete and asphalt now. This would build on the canopy study that was funded a number of years ago and actually allows us to estimate to what degree can we actually achieve that 50% target in very specific ways and allow strategic decision-making moving forward.
Any further discussion? Alderman Smith-Brown?
Thank you, Mayor Lemon. I'll be added as a co-sponsor to this, if that's okay.
I would also like to be added as co-sponsor to show my usual support with Alderman Savage. Alderman Thorpe?
I would like to ask a question to show my continued partnership with Alderman Savage. Can I just get this correct? This would be $75,000 for a study to be built upon another study to be executed by the deputy that we just committed $158,000 for and would plant 0 trees.
I don't think that's the way to phrase it necessarily. This would identify where trees are most likely to be planted and live sustainably for future decades. The previous study was useful in identifying what our canopy is now, which is actually not as easy as you might think, but it provided an incredible database, again, based on GIS. So this is the next iteration, allows for far more detailed decision-making decision-making tool.
Thank you.
Yep.
The study that Alderman Savage was referring to that I sent him was focused on not just adding trees, but adding essentially compact forested areas and the amount of vibrancy that you can achieve both for sucking in water, but also just the plant variation and habitat. So it was fascinating. I think this is what he was trying to get to. So I actually meant my comment partly in jest given our past, but also with a level of seriousness. Any further discussion on this? All right, all those in favor of S28, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Yes.
Before we move on, I think there might be one other one that we should vote on as exempt. So do you mind if I explain?
Just get us connected to where you are.
Sure. So you're not currently, if you're on the exempt tab, it's not currently there. If you were to go to operating recurring pay-fors. There's one, let's see, I'll tell you what line it is. It is line 19, PH 10, and it's the vacancy savings. So this is, I can kind of get into the detail if you want, but the bottom line is this is potentially $446,000 of pay for, but I think, and I believe we could hear from the city manager that they agree, that we should really only count this pay for if we put half of it into contingency. And so what I thought we were going to do was to have a vote on it as exempt that would apply the vacancy savings calculation and immediately put half of it into contingency. And then we would later have a vote in the operating recurring pay-fors for the other half that we could then appropriate for whatever we want.
So we're done with the exempt tab as we had it. We were about to go into this very tab, operating recurring pay-fors. So it doesn't seem matter much to me whether we just take it on now in the context of exempt or operating. It's the same legislation, and we're about to get to that tab anyway. It just takes it out of order within the pay-fors. Anyone, city manager or a deputy city manager, object to taking it up now as opposed to in a few moments when we get to the rest of the pay-fors? Council members okay with going out of order on this?
A point of inquiry, I guess. What was the designation? PH?
So it's we're on the Alderman Huntley is directing us to the tab labeled operating dash recurring pay-fors, row 20, and
row 19.
What's that?
PH 19, row 19.
Row 19. And so the identifying number is P-H-10. Okay, everyone on the same line? So Alderman Huntley, do you want to make the motion for PH10?
Sure, but I think the point is that we need to spend half of it at the same time, right? Like if we vote on this, what we would be doing is voting to make the quote unquote cut, although it doesn't really have any negative effect, and also spend half of it into the contingency fund and leave half of it as a pay for.
Oh, what you're saying, is there another line on a different tab, I think?
I thought there, Mr. Palico.
Yeah.
If you go to row 31 on the spends side of the operating, it's there, $223,000 to contingency.
What?
Thank you.
Row 31 of operating recurring spends. So, okay, so the motion that I'd like to bring forward is to consider both P-H-10 and row 31, and it's just called new at this point, but the row 31 of operating recurring, consider those jointly.
All right, before I ask for a second, just want to make sure everyone follows with what the motion is and where everything is, including our city clerk. Follow the two lines that we're talking about? Okay. I'm not seeing any objections. Is there a second?
Yes, you want $223,000 of money you can spend.
I'm not seeing a second so far. I'll give it one more round. Is there a second? All right, I don't see a second. The motion fails.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I have a work text that I was dealing with. Second, I will second Alderman Huntley's
Okay,
motion.
I'll accept it. Open for discussion. I'd like to start with the finance director to help explain it.
Yeah, as I'm Joel Palico, acting finance director. As we've reviewed in the finance committee, there's been numerous discussions around projected expense coming in lower than the original budget, and that's because the budget itself takes into account 100% operating execution of staff. And so historically, the city has not baked in what we would dub vacancy savings or turnover savings, except for at the Annapolis Police Department, where we have historically included some level of vacancy savings. This amendment would be to incorporate additional vacancy savings across multiple departments. We are still, in discussion around exactly what those amounts are, but we came to what was a conclusion of about a 1% reduction of 4 departments, which would generate up to this $446,000 of vacancy savings. And then similarly, alongside that, the operating expense piece of it is to, in order to manage risk around not getting this right, maintaining a piece of this in contingency for the city becoming fully staffed and us needing to refine those funds. And so it is a hedged approach to implement some savings, but also create some level of reserve.
So a couple of clarifying questions. The part that's on the spend side, the 223,000, that is to move 223,000 to contingency.
Correct.
Okay. And if we did vote in favor of this, does that make moot the first row 5, P-L-5, the Lippman Amendment for 2 months turnover on new positions?
No, it does not. This would be applying to the existing employee base. The turnover on new positions is for any new positions that are going to get passed in this budget. There's an assumption that there would be at least a period of 2 months to hire and identify those people. And so they're two separate savings. And so in the original budget, we did not incorporate that 2-month turnover or 2-month hiring savings for the new position. So they are two distinct pay-fors.
And correct, at the risk of putting out there that I don't have this completely understood, but I think I do, so I'm asking for verification. If the benefits of passing this is it's giving us another $223,000 to spend in recurring operating expenses. The downside is it's taking money that's most likely going to be there for that, but it's taking it away from what goes into generating one-time revenue for next year's budget.
Yeah, anytime, historically, a large driver of the excess funds rolling into one-time funds would have been derived from vacancy savings. And so it is starting to bring that convergence lower to zero.
I just want to highlight that for the council. So to the extent that we had one-time funds go down nearly 50%, I think it was this year, from 3-point-something million to 1.8 million, this would most likely further reduce that. If we had the same scenario, if we had done this last year, would reduce it by another 223,000. So we would have gone down from 1.8 million to just under 1.6 million.
446,000. 223 would be in contingency, it would be available.
Right, so the contingency would still be rollover.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, just half of that would not be. So I understand it more or less accurately. All right, and does the council understand? All right, I haven't looked at the order of you raised hands, so I'm just going to.
May I go first?
Sure.
So I think Mr. Palakal did a good job explaining it. This is something that we've heard for years, that what we budget is not really a reflection of what actually gets spent. And it's in a good way, in a sense. Like, it could be a lot worse. We could be budgeting less than we spend. We're budgeting more than we spend, and that is better than the alternative. But we'd really like to be more precise in our budgeting. So what I endeavored to do this year was to come up with what that difference is. And my best estimate of it was about $3.4 million. So I started with $3.4 million as what this could be. And then we said, for the first year we're going to try this, let's be super conservative about it. Let's really just be even smaller. So we took transportation out because they are mostly grant funded. We took police out because the mayor's proposed budget already increases the vacancy savings for police. So we went from 6 departments down to 4 departments. And most of those departments, they had anything from a 3% underspend up to a 12% underspend. And what we ended up saying was, okay, we'll just do 1%, which really is only 0.5%, because again, we're putting half of it into contingency. So I think this is a super, again, I just keep using the same word, conservative way to get a little more precise in our budgeting. Mayor Lippman makes a good point that it does ultimately potentially reduce the amount of money that is available in capital reserve and reserve for one-time uses. But considering, again, I think the true number is closer to 3.4 million, and we're really only talking about 223,000. I don't think it's going to make a gigantic difference in that. I think there's a lot of other fluctuations that would make a bigger difference than that.
go around the horn here. Alderwoman O'Neill?
Thank you. Mine is not a question, more so some house cleaning. Because currently the amendment says 5 largest departments, but it's really 4. Can we clean that up so that we're actually looking at actual numbers, so that it says 4 largest departments and take out police? We're not calculating that on police. Thank you. And then my question, if I may, is understanding that we haven't traditionally spent this, but in many cases, departments talked about how they are pushing forward with, for instance, police filling positions. Are we banking on unfilled positions to fund this? And granted, it's $250,000, where we really should be banking on our directors filling open positions.
Yeah, if I may, I think the situation with the police department is actually pretty different than what we're considering here. It's with the police department, there is continually a difference between what we authorize and what they're able to spend based on the total number of officers. This is more like if somebody leaves in the middle of the year, they retire, and it takes 4 months to hire their replacement. Or somebody goes on paternity leave, or somebody gets injured, somebody's out for whatever reason, as opposed to that there is a continuous underspend, like with the police department. So I take your point that we wouldn't necessarily want to tell people, hey, we expect you to hire all these positions, and then pretend like we're not, like act as though they're not actually going to. What we're saying is more, we really do want you to hire all these positions, but we recognize that among 100 employees, you're probably going to have at least half of one employee who's not there for, or you're probably going to have at least one employee who's not there for half the year. That's really what we're saying.
That answer your question? Or do you want someone from the administration to answer your question?
That's fine. I just want the first part of the question fixed, so that what I'm reading is the actual that we're voting on.
Ms. Turner, is that, or Mr. Johnson, are you able to address that?
We're validating the correct amount right now.
Thank you. Alderman Smith Brown?
Sure, thank you. Is Alderman Huntley able to just give us some guidance or encouragement as to why to vote in favor of this? Like, what is the goal in mind? Is there maybe an option we're looking to spend that money in contingent fund? What is it exactly for? You know, like, what is your urge for this?
The goal of this is to get more precise in our spending. The goal of this is that when the city council says, department, you have $2 million to spend, that we can genuinely expect that they're going to spend $2 million on salaries and benefits, not $1.9 million on salaries and benefits. And, oh, by the way, at the end of the year, we'd like to spend $100,000 on something else, and can we transfer it? Or we're just going to let it roll over. The goal, the overwhelming goal on this is so that when we appropriate money, we can believe that that is the money that's actually going to get spent. That's really the goal. And then the ancillary benefit is that you end up with $223,000 that could be appropriated for priorities that all of us have.
Are you finished, Alderman Smith Brown?
Sure. So technically, the 446 it's a number because we're taking all this money away, but then we're putting money back in. But the money back in is just technically still going to be available for us to spend, is what you're for contingency, because this is savings and the other is spend, but you're saying it's also going to be available for us to use.
Yeah, half of the savings are going to contingency and half are a pay for, are available to spend.
Thank you.
I think, were you going to say something?
I was just going to note that, like, contingency is, like, that's an actual place in the accounting. So that we would be adding that other amount, right, which is on the other tab. We'd be adding that to that particular budget line, right? But to Alderman Huntley's point, assume if for some reason this assumption proves invalid to some degree, there would be money for departments to remain whole.
Alderman Chandelmeyer, did you have something on this?
Everybody said everything I need to say.
Alderman Savage, I'm just going to go around.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I think I commend your creativity on this. I think it might take a cycle for people to get completely comfortable with it. But my concern is really, I think it's a little risky in the sense that the APD turnover is very predictable. It's a set problem. We know it's really difficult to hire police officers, and if we have a problem of having to pay for a bunch of police officers and deal with the turnover, that's a good problem to have. But this one, I think if I understand what you're proposing correctly, it's a bit more of a gamble because it's based on more uncertainty. It's based on kind of the more routine turnover, which is, a position goes vacant, and we don't know how often that is. So it could be, some of these positions could go vacant a year. Somebody could be in it for a full retirement, 30 plus years. And we don't know what the new person is going to get hired at as far as higher up in the pay scale or lower. And so that's a lot more uncertainty. That's why I think it's a bit more risky. The other aspect of that is as much as I am supportive of using our one-time use within reason, if again, based on what I've heard, that your proposal might upset that a little more than I'm comfortable with, especially when we have these other, shall I say, looming expenses that have popped up recently. Makes me a little nervous about this.
Yeah, a couple things. One, we talked a lot about this, and I'm supportive of the concept of better budgeting, which is good government. I think we've got to make sure we get the risk correct, which splitting it between pay-fors and contingency, I think, goes to the right place there. At the end of this, at the end of this discussion, I think we've got to look at the mayor and the city manager and say, is this acceptable risk? The other thing I think we need to consider, to your point, is that this does reduce the money that's available next year. I think that's a good thing because that means we're budgeting everything. And the last thing I want to make sure we as a council include is when we see this 223,000, we should not automatically go to what we're going to spend it on. We should also include not spending it. So we agree, I think, that the 223, half of it goes to contingency for all the right reasons, if that's what you and the city manager think. But the other thing is as we go forward, and you'll see that I have a couple amendments, 10 of them, each saved $100,000. We could reduce the amount of money in the budget. And so I would just encourage us all to maintain that as one of the options as we look forward. So that, Mr. Mayor, when we finish, I would ask that you provide the city council with a judgment as to whether this is good risk. I would add, there's other places, if we did reach catastrophic success and we spent all 446, there's other places in the budget we could take the money from as well. But I think the bottom line is it really comes down to you and the city manager telling us whether this is good risk.
Let me come to you in a second. My view on this is that there's not risk that the money isn't there. I think you've identified money that creates. So I don't think there's too much risk that we allocate it and all of a sudden we have zero vacancies. So I agree with that assumption. For me, what it comes down to is, do you want to spend the money now or spend it later? From a budgeting perspective, I like consistency. So our habit has been to not spend those vacancy savings every year. So all of a sudden, it's like selling real estate. You could sell real estate whenever you want, and you get that one-time benefit, and then you lose the rent. Not exactly a perfect analogy, but my point is, you've been doing it the same way as the city, is the you here. City's been doing it this whole way. If we disrupt it again, for the valid point of trying to get to better budgeting, it will give us more money to either save or not spend or spend. Knowing how government goes, we'll probably spend it, and that's you're going to then feel it next year when we're trying to do a budget. And so, given that, I think although it's a valid assumption and a valid thought process, and I'm not adamantly opposed to it. I'm fine having the extra money to consider whether to save or spend it. But my preference, I think, would be just to not have this amendment so that we conservatively don't risk spending it. Alderman Huntley.
Yeah, two thoughts. I want to respond to your point and then also to Alderman Savage's. To start on this question of risk, because I think that is really important. So this is based on looking at going back 5 years for initially 6 departments, but I'll only talk about 4. Out of those 20 data points, there are 3 where they were less than 1% underspent. In contrast, there are 11 where they are at more than 5% underspent. And keep in mind, that's not considering the police department. That is just these 4 that we're talking about. To the mayor's points, I think we have been doing this to some extent. We do it in the police department, which is a little bit different, but we also do it in planning and zoning, actually. We have $147,000 of vacancy savings that we started doing in planning and zoning a little while ago. And even with that, we're still seeing this underspend. I take the point of, do you want to spend it now or do you want to spend it later? But I don't think this is setting us up for some kind of structural problem. It's not like the idea of we were talking at one point about how much of the reserve for one-time use money we should spend, right? Should we do something different than how it's been done in years past? And this is not like that. This is, we would be applying the same calculation or potentially even a bigger calculation next year. So I think in an ideal world, we would be able to work backwards and say there is some amount that we want to see every year of reserve for one-time use, reserve for capital, budget stabilization fund. Work backwards from that. That would be our risk tolerance for how much we want to underspend by some amount each year. And I'm 100% confident that this 0.5 percentage point reduction across 4 departments, we would still have a way higher number of those. So I feel like this is setting us on the path to getting us to what could be a better process. I think we all here are saying we can have a better process. To me, this is getting us on the road to that, as opposed to just saying we're going to keep doing it the way we've always done it, even though we all agree that that's not really working out super well.
Further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Sure, thank you. So I'm sensing there may be an urgency for this, and I'm also sensing from you, Mayor, that maybe this could be a direction for the next year's budget to put into effect as well. Is that the case?
That's not what I was saying.
I'm asking, would this be okay for the next year's budget? Because you don't seem to.
I think I agree with Alderman Huntley. You could do this any year, and you could do it to different degrees any year. And I agree that he's taken a conservative approach. That there's definitely vacancy savings every year, and this is a small fraction of what we typically get. So I have confidence that that number will exist. So I support all that, and that's why what makes this a tough vote for me, frankly. My concern isn't any of those assumptions. My only concern is that from last year to this year, our one-time use money was almost cut in half. And next year, if everything else was exactly the same as this previous year, it'll be cut further. And so if this council understands that they're going to have, when we get to this budget discussion next year, we'll have in the exact same assumptions, if you assume the exact same scenario, we'll have less money, and that the council's okay with that and gets it and doesn't forget that this is the cause of it, it's not too much. There's no real harm in assuming that his assumptions are accurate.
So will the money be there either way is the question that I
the money's there either way. It's like I said, it ultimately is you spend it this year or next year.
Okay.
Let me come back to you. Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just some follow-up questions, because you've convinced me on the part that it's clear you've already anticipated and looked at the averages. That really helps address my concern as far as the risk. But on the other as far as the one-time use impact, what would the potential total impact be on that for next year?
226,000.
Respectfully, I think it would not be for next year. We would be talking, because our one-time use has a 1-year lag, right? It has to be audited.
Fair.
Next year, we're actually going to, as of our current projections, we're going to see a much bigger pot of one-time use money next year than this year.
You stand corrected, you're right.
Yeah, and then also, we're really talking about this for the year after next, is when this would start affecting our one-time use money.
Yeah, so the point's the same, just I was 1 year off.
Yeah.
So where are you proposing to have this money go?
I wanted it to go. I wanted it to go towards a tax cut, but it was pretty clear to me that that was not going to be taken. So this is just $223,000 within pay-fors. So it could get appropriated operating, for whatever.
Just to tie that up, you could use operating money towards capital, so we could end up putting it towards pay-go for sidewalks or streets.
Right. Understood.
Don't cut me.
Okay. Well, thank you, very helpful.
All right, I think we ran around. Again, want to give administration, city manager, have any push either way on this?
Sure, we, like you, are comfortable with this. We have more than this every year in vacancy savings. Having a methodology for getting our hands around it makes sense, and this seems like a pretty conservative first step, which I appreciate conservative first steps.
All right, I'm coming around on this, I think. City Manager Lewis?
The only circumstance that I would just want to make sure is that we have a suitable time frame in which the funds will be expended. Even though we know that there are savings and the risk of them not being there is low, I do think it would give us the flexibility of making sure we have all of the departments' hiring ability in place before the money is spent. So if it's kind of late year or later in the process, I just think it needs to be defined.
I'm not sure how we would have the ability to do that if to factor in timing. That's more on your side.
Yeah, I think in some ways that's just fair notice on our side, and then in case things come up at council, that we're just going to want to make sure that we get to the end of the year with the departments whole, right? Which will just argue for hanging on to that contingency long enough that we know the departments are going to end the year whole.
Alderman Thornton?
And that's the key. That 223 is thought to be the contingency for exactly that.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. Both lines are up on the motion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the motion.
So all those in favor of PH 10 from the operating pay-fors and what's just labeled as new, but it's line 31, which is the correlating, putting 223,000 towards contingency, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I heard 2 nays, and the rest I heard as ayes, so I'm going to say the motion carries. If anyone disagrees with how I heard it, speak up. Okay, motion carries. All right, now we're back to just the regular pay-fors. And starting with a similar amendment, PL5. Can someone introduce PL5, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Director, Finance Director, or his team, please explain this.
Typically, we budget 2 months of turnover on all new positions because it takes about 2 months to post and hire those positions. We did not do that within this budget, so this amendment adds that to the budget.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call it to question. All those in favor of PL5, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next we have PL8. Will someone introduce that, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And again, finance team, if you can describe this, please.
This is a correction of the transfer from the general fund, transfer from the transportation fund to the general fund for the centralization transfer. It was booked on one side and not the other. So this is correcting that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Will someone introduce PL 9, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Discussion, again, Ms. Turner, if you can describe what's going on?
This is the same thing as PL 8, except for it's a transfer from the water fund to the general fund. Correction for centralization transfer.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Motion carries. Thank you. Would someone like to introduce PL 10?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. I'll take Alderman Smith-Brown as a second. Ms. Turner, if you can explain, please.
This is reducing when we initially added the deputy chief of staff position, we put in the full estimated cost of the benefits. Now that the position is filled, we're able to add the difference of that funding back to the budget.
Very good. Any discussion?
You're telling me the mayor got that good of a deal on the position? Way to go. Nice job, negotiating.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Would someone like to introduce PL 11, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Thorpe. Is there a second? Thank you. Any, well, Ms. Turner, if you can explain that one, please.
This amendment reallocates central services overtime. It was allocated in one division. We've reallocated it per the director's request and also saved funding as well, as the estimate was less than what we projected.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor of PL 11, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I have someone introduce PL 15?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderwoman O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Turner, please explain this one.
PL 15, we accidentally double funded the conversion for this position. This corrects that double counting.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, and all in favor of PL 15, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next is PS 38. Alderman Savage, do you wish to move this?
Yes, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And is there any discussion? Alderman Savage and Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, and I want, so my intention with this was to obviously eliminate the state lobbyist. I feel like that could be handled by a deputy chief of staff. But I also recollect, was that something, Mr. Mayor, did you propose elsewhere to eliminate this position?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know how it ended up in the budget books, but that it was also our intention to eliminate the funding for the state lobbyist position.
Do you have an amendment on that already?
I don't know what happened. So
Okay.
yeah, so I'm fine just supporting your amendment on this.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we're aligned on this.
Number 2.
Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I was initially really opposed to this, but I've come around on it. I spoke with the deputy chief of staff about this. I think he has the expertise to do it. And I'm really looking forward to us having a collaborative process with a designated person in the administration to make sure that we're not just lobbying the state for money, which is important, but also getting stuff like crosswalk cameras allowed. So I just want to say to anybody who I've previously said that I oppose this, I've come around and now support it.
And I'll just want to further elaborate on my support for it. Not only did our deputy chief of staff take a lower salary than was advertised for, so we could lower the benefits a moment ago, but he also has the experience working with federal government, state government, county government, certainly city government, and I think is up to the task. But I just would ask for your asterisk of we're experimenting. So last year we experimented with a state lobbyist. It was just late going, obviously, with the new administration, and so no insult meant to the former state lobbyist. Now we have this new position and opportunity to see if this works, and we'll see how it works. And if we, we'll come back and evaluate, and there's always an opportunity to improve next year. So I just don't view this as a permanent forever decision, but I think that's what we have in mind for this year. Okay. Any further discussion? Alderman Smith-Brown?
Sure. Yeah, this is definitely important to keep, especially when we talk about relationship building. In-house is, I think, a great way to do it. That way we don't have to rely on outside sources always to do things. And then we can also hold our people accountable. I don't see our deputy chief staff in the room.
He was here a second ago.
Yeah, no, for a moment, it would be good to maybe hear from him, right? Maybe it would be good to hear from him. But, I mean, we know Ian's work, and I think we can trust in what's going to be done here. So thanks for that.
Right. Thank you. Maybe you heard Alderman Huntley say how he left some money on the table and he went to go check that out.
Yeah, he was going to look.
All those in favor of PS 38, please say aye. Aye. And I'd like to be associated as co-sponsor, showing our collaboration. Would someone like to introduce PL 21?
So moved.
Thank you. This is a combined Lippman Finance Committee amendment. And I'm sorry, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alderman Savage. For discussion, anyone from public, well, is there any discussion? Alderman Savage?
Yeah, just a question on the, so the PL 21, that's reduced central services, contract services, right, by 35,000. Open to it, but I just wanted to hear from the director what the is there any implication, consequence to that reduction?
I think this was also associated with a spend, so there's a cost savings here, but I think it goes with
It's 35,000 reduction. What the total contract is? I think 909,000. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we need Director Vogel.
There's also.
Okay, he's coming in. Director Vogel, thank you. This is PL 21. This was the title is Reduce Central Services Contract Services, and the longer description is improves route tracking accuracy to support internal planning efforts, which I think what happened was there's a spend somewhere that's really associated with, and to support that there was this cost savings. That's this line, so that description line is really misleading so we're not really following what this savings of $35,000 is.
Okay. Sorry. So right now, you're only voting on the pay-fors. The next section will be the expenses, and that amendment is included in the expense side.
What's the savings that we're generating here coming from?
So this is the part of the new process. The way that we're doing the amendments this year, doing the amendments this way, when they were initially submitted, if they had a pay-for, they entered the pay-for the amendment. So this is splitting those out into the pay-for and the expense. But when it was submitted, it was one amendment.
I get all that. But if we pass this, we're cutting $35,000 from Central Services Contract Services, and that's the piece I'm a little confused on. What's that cut?
It's just I'm sorry. It's going to cut the generalized funding that we added just for the roll-up sum of work that they're doing.
Yeah,
Yes.
so, correct, there's on this particular side, there was just a chunk of money that was put in the central services budget that was not, we are asking them to use their best judgment on how best to use that money. In conversations with central services, they're going to do the best with the funds that they have, and we're okay with a modest decrease for, and so that's what you see on the decrease side.
Okay. And administration's okay with that cut in there?
we have a lot of investments, and so yeah, I'm confident that they will make the most out of the funds that they have, yes.
Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, I think, as I understand this, it is really about maintenance of city facilities, right? Well, to the question of what doesn't get done if we cut this, I think the answer is city buildings not being maintained as well. Is that a fair characterization, Ms. Buckland?
It means that there is, yes, there's less funds in there. Cutting this money, we still have a net increase in how much we're spending in that arena.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical of it because of that. It's not the most painful thing we could get cut, but I think we should recognize what we've basically gone down the line here and cut a bunch of stuff that we were not worried about at all. And now we're getting into the part where there are real consequences. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
I asked you to speak to whether you're supporting this cut.
Probably yes.
Thank you. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but since you had the most exposure to the discussion, it's helpful.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure this should be labeled as a finance committee one, but that's.
Right. Yeah, likewise. I'm a little, Alderman Thorpe.
Your name's on it.
I'd just like to point out that the most voted sentiment item looks very, on the operating recurring, looks very similar to the cut we're talking about right now.
It does.
So, yeah, I have no doubt that the corresponding, and when whoever proposed this, whether it's, I guess it was Finance Committee, that the spend is widely popular. So no doubt about that, we want to spend the money. But since we're not necessarily looking for the direct connection between a spend and a pay for, this pay for is looking a little bit more vague since it's just contract services, and that's what I'm personally struggling with. I'm not sure what I'm cutting.
Would it make sense not to vote for this at this point? And look, I mean, especially as important as snow removal is to this city, and maybe the Director of Public Works will talk about it, but we need to make sure he's got the technology he needs because that was the biggest weakness that he identified.
Mayor Lippman.
I think I'm going to, yes, Director.
I just wanted to add a point of clarification that this reduction would be against what is a $250,000 line item for priority repair and maintenance. So the thought here isn't that the $35,000 reduction would immediately hinder any ability to execute on maintenance. It would just be a reduction of a large pot of $250,000 to bring that down slightly to possibly be a pay for other expenses. But there's not an expectation that maintenance of the city buildings would not continue.
It would leave
And since it looks like
it would leave $215,000 in that bucket.
Okay. And it's the central services budget, and I see Mr. Flinner here. Mr. Flinner, do you have anything to add to this discussion of whether this is a painful cut or not?
No, I'm not really aware of what specifically this cut is going towards or why Public Works is listed as the impacted department on a central services cut.
Yeah.
I think that's an artifact of how it initially got written. So that's an error that we will correct.
To the bigger question, as the city manager, deputy city manager had stated, we are gaining significantly in fiscal year 27, and I think I've been honest with all of you that we're doing our best guess on our expected expenses next year, and small cuts to that increase are all within our ability to navigate around, work with, and we're happy to spend whatever funding y'all make available to us.
Thank you. Any other discussion? After you waiting to be recognized, I couldn't tell. Yes, Alderman Savage.
So I'm still a little uncertain. I would certainly be in favor of it, Mr. Mayor, if this perhaps got tabled or postponed until, it seems like maybe if we need to find money, we could potentially do it here, but maybe we just hold off a little.
Since I think it was Alderman Huntley's motion to begin with, maybe you want to make a motion to withdraw it?
Sure. Well,
Director Plonkel, did I say right, was saying the administration has good visibility, so it seems like it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, I think the director convinced me to support this, so I'm not necessarily interested in withdrawing it at this point.
All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of PL 21, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, I heard 2 noes and I heard the rest yeas, so the motion carries. Anyone?
We'll call on that.
If it's unclear, I heard 2 noes. That's all I heard. If there's any uncertainty, you have to do a roll call. What's that? Aye.
Okay.
Abstain.
Your mic. City Clerk, your mic's not lighting up.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson. Stoudemire. Out of the room. Conti.
No.
Alderman Thorpe.
No.
Aye.
4-3. Motion passes. We're up to PFC 3, eliminate the risk management specialist. And here I think it might be worth trying to bundle a few amendments at once that affect central services. And I welcome help in pulling out the ones. As I understand it, we are trying to, collectively, the amendments would eliminate 3 positions and add 2. Do I have that right? And what's that?
I don't think so. So there
What
was
is the
a-
correction?
Yeah, may I jump in?
Please.
So there was a consideration of doing that, and that was something that when the director came before us, he said kind of, I'd be willing to give up these 3 if I got these 2. The consensus among the finance committee, correct if you guys understand differently, was just getting rid of the risk management specialist and adding in the real estate manager. So not, which doesn't match exactly, but it's pretty darn close.
So for the risk management, and we'll go to Director Flinner and Finance Director in a moment. As I understood the risk, I'm sorry, thinking of the property, where there's a contract position, contract money for the real estate, and the proposal is to add a position. Director Flinner, let me come to you in a minute, Alderman Thorpe. You're familiar with these amendments. I'm sure I'd love to hear what you'd like us to do.
Well, I asked for 7 positions. I would love all of those, but being a realist,
Yes, and the realist.
we were very happy with the 3 we got, but in my analysis of the most critical needs within central services, and I think something that you all have recognized in different interactions with us, is the lack of a dedicated real estate leader creates many, many downstream impacts that implicates involve several departments, create a lot of extra work, and a lot of duplicative work because we're all kind of stepping on each other's toes. So I listed the real estate administrator as our top priority on that list for that reason, because we have not one individual in this whole city whose sole job function is dedicated to our real estate holdings. We have over 30 leases. Right now, we have several leases in review, and that's a very cumbersome and time-consuming process. Beyond that, the city manager or deputy city manager, I think, made a very valid point that expanding our engineering capacity is going to be very critical, especially since we're also adding new CIP projects in 27. We have a lot of new facilities, complete renovations coming our way, including Shaw Street, Santon Center, Spa Road, City Hall, and potentially the fire stations. And so we worried about capacity in engineering to navigate those, and a second engineer would help us double our facility engineering efforts. The facility technician is an entry-level position that would support our facility team. As we've all been discussing for a while now, we're continuing to invest in facilities, in their budget, and in their staffing, and that person would help grow our team and give us the capability to have 3 independent work crews that can go around the city and repair, maintain buildings complete work orders all day, every day. We currently only have 2 teams, so that would also significantly increase our capacity to add work. The risk management administrator or specialist, I think I would support pulling that if needed, because we were going to assign that individual with overseeing all of our risk training and helping lead our effort to get building evacuation plans created in all of our facilities and re-begin the process of having annual fire drills in all of our facilities. My current risk manager thinks that we will have the capacity to start doing that with other resources we've added on the team, like an admin assistant this year. I know there was talk about a deputy director as well, and if that position was added, supporting risk management, helping to mitigate the city's risks is definitely an area we could assign them to. So I think my ultimate explanation for you all is whatever positions we don't get, if we have a continued need next year, I might be right back here asking for the same positions and explaining why. But anything you can give us now, we will put to work. We will use them to the best of our ability, and we're happy to grow our ability to respond to work orders, mitigate the city's risks, or better manage the budgets and the different projects that we've been assigned.
So in the scope of trade-offs, the positions I heard you looking for is you want the real estate position, instead of being a contract position, you want it to be a civil service position.
Correct.
You're willing to drop the risk manager position, but you want the deputy director.
The deputy director could support our whole department much better than an entry-level risk management specialist could.
Okay. And there's a proposal to drop the second engineer position. Where did that fall under your priorities? Yeah, eliminate DCS Civil Engineer 2.
Our facility engineering projects are all 5 years out. A lot of the projects I described to you, the complete building renovations, we're getting started. We're just in the planning and analysis step right now. So I am amenable to pausing on the second engineer, maybe for 1 year, while we get planning underway, while we get design initiated in fiscal year 27. And then when we have the expanded workloads crossing our plate, design into construction, maybe I'm here talking about adding that second engineer next year.
Okay, so stay nearby. Let's, I was trying to think if we can get all these at once, but I think that might be too much of a struggle. So let me ask for a motion to introduce PFC 3.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderwoman O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, this is to eliminate the risk management specialists, which was one of the positions we just heard cutting in favor of other positions. Any further discussion? Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, I just had a question for Director Flinner. This is along the same lines that the mayor was just bringing up. Do you have a preference? Which do you think is more critical this year between the new facility maintenance technician and the engineer, the civil engineer 2?
Definitely the engineer 2. Our engineers work independently. We would assign them half of our CIP assignments day one. That facility technician would be coming in at entry level. So we would grow them in that role and move them up our career ladder, but they're not going to make a significant impact to our operations day one.
Got it. Sorry for asking about something we weren't voting on, but figured I'd save you from coming back up.
Alderman Thorpe?
So I have a similar clarification question. I understand, or either I'll try to summarize but my understanding is he said he wants to keep real estate, he wants to keep facility maintenance technician, he wants to keep engineer 2, and he wants to keep deputy director. Is that what he?
That's what I wrote as well.
Okay.
Wants to add deputy director. Deputy director's not in there.
They're all ads, right?
Well.
Yeah, some are not cuts.
Yeah, relative to the mayor's proposed budget.
Right, but relative to current, they're all 4 ads.
Yes.
No, second engineer is a cut that he's asking that we don't make the cut.
Sorry?
Second engineer is a cut that's being proposed.
Right.
That he's asking us not to cut. That's line
Right.
17.
Right, okay.
Okay, so again, we're on just P-FC-3, which is eliminate the risk management specialist. We heard the context. Any further discussion on that line? Okay. All those in favor of P-FC-3 to eliminate the risk management specialist, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Motion carries. Okay. Next, we're on P-FC-7. Anyone wish to introduce that?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second? I think I heard a yes. Yep, thank you, Janice. Alderman Alsop Johnson, excuse me. For discussion, do you want to present this or why don't we go to you first?
Sure, I'm happy
Alderman
to. So I want to be very clear. This is not a cut to the peak time medic unit. What this is doing is including the cost, including the revenue that we would expect to get from it. So this would be, this is probably our only pay for that is via a revenue add. What I think I speak for the Finance Committee in saying we felt like the budget as proposed was accounting for the cost, but not for the revenue side of things. And so in the interest of really trying to be reflective, trying to get that kind of precise budgeting we were talking about earlier, if we're going to assume close to a full year, as we heard earlier, we're taking out 2 months, close to a full year of the peak time unit being in service, we should also account for the revenue of that. And you'll see actually the recommendation was a full accounting of both cost and revenue. There were, I think, initially some additional costs not in the mayor's proposed budget that we were thinking should maybe get added in as well. But after talking to the chief, it seemed like those were more minimal. So bottom line on this is it's $200,000 that we are recognizing we expect to get by having an additional medic unit. So this would be additional revenue.
Point of order.
Take yeah, you go the other way around. Got it. So let me do 2 things. One, let's get on the table Alderman Savage motion to cut the peak medic unit, and assuming if that is fails, then we could take this back up. And before we take that up, I want to take a break to get us to 4:30, and that will also be an estimate of when Alderman Chandelmeyer will be able to rejoin us. So that's
4:30?
Yeah, so 4:30, you've got 6 or 7 minutes.
All right.
We'll get back on the record. I thought you already gave me the signal. Sorry. I thought you already had, so I apologize. So we don't have Alderman Savage yet, so, sorry, and Alderman Schneidermeyer, sorry. We do have Alderman Savage. So rather than take up the peak medic unit issues, let's skip that and continue and then come back to it. So, is that okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Do I need to do anything since that motion is on the table? Okay, we'll come back. All right, look for a motion to introduce PH8.
So moved.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley, is there a second? Thank you. This is, well, what's your motion? What you wanted to?
Sure, yeah, it's so there are two pots of money supporting essentially decorations downtown. One has historically been $20,000. One has historically been $5,000. $5,000 was for holidays, $20,000 was for flowers. In last year's budget, we increased the $20,000 to, last year's budget, meaning FY26, we increased the $20,000 to $25,000 to account for inflation. So last year was 5 and 25. In this year's proposed budget from the mayor, he proposes $15,000 and $20,000, so a $10,000 increase and a $5,000 cut. What I'm suggesting here is a $5,000 cut to the holiday decorations, and my hope is that we can use that to put it towards bringing the flowers back to where they were last year. So the effect of this is to reduce the holiday decorations from $15,000 to $10,000, which would still be $5,000 more than in FY26.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any comment from the finance team or city manager team? No? Okay. All those in favor of PH8, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. And then we'll, yes, Alderwoman.
A quick question on that. Because an earlier amendment removed DAP as a line item on anything, should we change that to Main Street?
I'll defer to finance, but my understanding is that it's now just moving 5,000 from blank holidays to blank Annapolis and Bloom, and it's still moving the money from one bucket to another bucket, just that it doesn't have DAP with it anymore.
Okay. But wouldn't it make sense to then change this so that there was no confusion to the public?
Yes, that would make more sense, just for the transparency aspect of it, without changing any of the fundamental words behind it.
Correct.
Right.
Thank you.
Quick question. Do we want to rename it? We're removing DAP. Do we want designated Main Street or just Main Street?
Designated Main Street, he had another word there. It was a designated Main Street organization. Is that what it was? Designated Main Street organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. PS 18. Do you want, is there a motion to introduce PS 18, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Alderwoman Huntley, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. You wish to speak to this, well, who would like to speak to this?
So this is PS 18.
Dr. Johnson, do you want to speak to this?
Oh, yes, I would like to move this. Sorry, was that already done?
It was moved. We're on discussion.
Catching up.
Yep, all good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks for the City of Annapolis. This is a misnomer. The amendment is actually to convert 3 part-time maintenance workers to 2 full-time maintenance workers. And this is merging 2 amendments together. And the last meeting that we had, the agreement was not to reduce salaries, seasonal salaries at Pitt Moyer, but to pay for it by another means.
Say that last part again.
To pay for it by another means.
Go back a little bit more than that. You lost me on that second part. So I understood that it's to convert 3 part-time positions into 2 full-time positions. I didn't get the second part of that, though.
Correct. Not using the salaries, the seasonal salaries from Pitt Moyer, though. There were two on the table last time. The Finance Committee had one, which was to reduce Pip Moyer's seasonal salaries, and Alderman Savage had another one that said to fund without reducing Pip Moyer's seasonal salaries. And so my understanding was that the council voted for Alderman Savage's amendment and not the Finance Committee's amendment.
I'm not so clear on that either way. Finance, I'll come to you in a second, Alderman Huntley, and then Alderman Savage, then we'll go to Finance.
So the recommendation from the Finance Committee was to reduce, it's, I guess, seasonal salaries, but reduce the front desk staffing at Pip Moyer and use that to fund the $34,000 gap from converting those two part-time maintenance workers to, or maybe three part-time maintenance workers to full-time maintenance workers, right? So I believe what this, well, maybe Ms. Turner can explain it best, actually.
Finance Committee had put forth an amendment to reduce Pip Moyer seasonal salaries, and that covered part of the two full-time positions. There was still $34,000 that need to be covered by another funding source. So this only covers $77,300. And then there's $34,000 that would need to be covered by another funding source, which is included in this pay for, the roll-up of all of these pay fors. So right now you're voting for the pay fors, and on the expense side, you'll see an amendment for the $34,000 additional that's needed for those two full-time positions.
So just on the pay for side, the 77,000 cuts, what is getting cut with that?
Three part-time positions.
3 part-time positions, and are they specific to the front desk?
It's specific to Pip Moyer.
Okay.
My understanding was that we're giving up 3 seasonal part-time maintenance worker positions that are funded, the funding for that, to convert the 2 full-time. And the delta was $34,000.
That was my understanding as well.
But I'm still looking at the 77,000, so I just want to be clear that we have it right.
The $77,300 is the equivalent of 3 part-time positions.
Okay.
If you want to amend it for it to not come from Pip Moyer and for it to come from Parks, we can do that.
No, I don't think there's any issue about it coming from Pip Moyer. So it's cutting 77,000 from Pip Moyer, and then we're going to be spending that plus 34,000 on Pip Moyer as well.
No, it'll be in Parks. It's for 2 parks maintenance full-time positions.
I see. Okay. I think Director Buckland is looking to clarify.
So I think something got lost in translation. It was never, ever our intention to cut a seasonal staff at Pip Moyer from the front desk. We were giving up the part-time maintenance workers because, again, we had to let them off the tough time of the year, November. Hopefully this is ringing a bell to many of you. So we said we lose that training and the investment we have in the staff once they leave. So we're giving up the part-time seasonal salaries to create 2 full-time park maintenance workers.
The net of that is what?
All of it on the Parks side, yeah.
Correct.
So to clarify, Finance Committee put forth Pip Moyer, a cut to Pip Moyer seasonal salaries. Parks and Rec said that they would do 3 part-time positions from the parks instead of Pip Moyer.
Got it. So I think we do need clarification that it's not coming from Pip Moyer, that it's coming from Parks more generally.
If Finance Committee wants to change their amendment, but the amendment that they put in was for Pip Moyer, not for Parks.
Okay.
We do point of order on.
Let me just go to Alderman Huntley, who I think is looking to help clarify.
I just want to be super duper clear. I think I speak for both my colleagues to say what the Finance Committee wanted was to cut these 3 part-time maintenance positions, to also cut $34,000 from Pip Moyer front desk and use that to fully fund 2 full-time parks maintenance positions. That's exactly what we wanted to do.
Okay.
I'm quite sure of it.
Okay. So that's what this amendment is for.
That's what it should be for. I'm not 100% sure if it's $77,300, it's not matching the spend.
Right. Alderman Savage.
Point of order on this, because I feel like it would make more sense if we took up one of the others first. Because if the others fail, this is really a moot point, right?
Do you want to take up the spend? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, either now or table this until we do take up that spend. It's kind of your call, but this doesn't make sense independent of either of those.
You got to take one first. So
Yeah,
either we're taking,
so
and I think we made the decision to take up the cuts first. So I think we're right in being where we are, that we're taking this up as a cut. The mental note is if we pass this, then we're about to, when we get to the spend part in a second, we're going to have that money allocated towards this.
Well, but this is not the finance committee. This is the Savage one, which is corresponding with the reduction of the part-time to hire the full-time as was requested, and not to touch Pip Moyer. So I think it'd be proper to take up either mine or the finance committee's first, but I think the finance committee's one should be treated separately as far as its associated cut too. I think we need to decide first if we're going to be supporting the removal of the seasonal to hire the full-time as was requested, and then from there, figure out how we would pay for it.
I think that's essentially what we're trying to do. The amendment is combining two things, though, in that it's combining the Pip Moyer front desk staff separate from what Director Johnson was putting forward of cutting the 3 part-time maintenance workers to fund 2 full-time maintenance workers, right?
Yes, but my understanding was the last council meeting that we had, the council voted, and they voted to move, oh, that wasn't a vote then?
That was just a
Okay,
work session.
It was just a discussion, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
we did not vote. Yeah.
So the discussion was to do the Savage amendment versus the Finance Committee's amendment.
That's right. It's two different amendments that somebody trying to be efficient combined. It's two different amendments, kind of same topic, but.
Yeah, the point of order, Mr. Mayor, in that, if that's the case, that was not my intention, so I don't support that as far as moving in my name.
Right. So perhaps we can amend this to get it back to one or the other, either the Savage or the Finance Committee, to separate them back out, I think is what we need to do.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is essentially add an additional $34,000 cut to the Pip Moyer front desk. And then this, what's currently PS 18, can be the Savage one, and it's just cutting the maintenance workers. We then have a spend for the full-time maintenance workers, and to pay for that, we need this new cut to the Pip Moyer front desk. That's my sense, but I understand that's a little bit confusing.
It is. I think the two separated are where they're aligned. You're both saying to cut the 3 part-time park workers. Where yours is separate is that you also want to cut some of the front desk. So Capri, can we have one of these versions that just says cut 3 part-time maintenance workers, period, and the other one be to cut front desk? And then we can move forward.
Would you like that as an amendment, or would you like us to resurface FC9, which was the original submission for the 34? Okay, so FC9, we'll reinstitute FC9, which will be the $34,000 cut for front desk.
Yep.
And then we will have S18, which is the part-time worker reduction for 74. And then those together would then total to the spend on the other page.
Can I get clarity on something?
Yes.
So I was wondering, I think it'd be helpful to get clarity, because I'm trying to remember for my own sake, from what the original request was from Rec and Parks, because I think they had originally requested that we remove the 3 part-time in order to fund, was it 2 or 3 full-time?
2 full-time.
And the rationale, they gave testimony to that point, which I think would be good to bring up when it's appropriate. So do you want to hear now as far as because I thought that.
I think right now we're just trying to get clarification on what the 2 amendments are.
Okay.
Let's make it more complicated than that. So I think we're getting right there. I see all the fixes happening, so just giving Capri just another second to, yeah, so we have P-718, which is the Finance Committee, and the description there, yeah, is the seasonal front desk. And I think we're ready. Are we good now?
You just need to, it says convert to, but it needs to be convert 3.
Right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think she might still be amending it, but I don't think the 34,000 is right.
What's the cost of what's the savings from cutting the 3 part-time maintenance workers?
77,300.
Okay, so that's appropriately with the Finance Committee. And the potential savings from cutting some front desk is the 34,000, right? Okay, so column F is might be slightly off, but E and G are correct. And she's getting to F, so that'll be,
Okay.
catch up.
Just one thing, I'm sorry to make it more complicated, but this should be switched. The cutting Pitt Moyer should be the finance part, and the reducing Park salary should be the Savage part. So it's just a matter of
Yes.
swap, yeah.
Yep.
For column B and D, swapping line 16 and 17. You guys are killing it with this real-time editing.
Yes.
I apologize, this part's confusing.
Yeah, so switching the names.
There we go.
Yep. Are we good now to proceed? So let's rewind, start again, and I'll ask for a motion to introduce P-FC9.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And so the potential savings are front desk at Pitt Moyer as a potential savings of 34,000.
Can you get clarity on that one too? Yes. So this is on the front desk, not the cutting the part-time?
Yes, that'll be when we get to the next amendment, PS18 will be the part-time maintenance workers.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
So I can't recall the exact testimony, but could you explain the impact of cutting the front desk?
Sure. Currently, I think there's a misnomer that we have too many people at the front desk. We traditionally will have a maximum of 3 people at the front desk. 2 are behind the desk. Those people are answering phones, redoing people's membership, signing up people for programs, classes, personal trainers, answering any questions during the switchboard because we have a general number. The one person on the left oftentimes is we call our superhero, which are people with special needs who work the front desk. They're either getting paid, they're volunteering, or they're volunteering depending on whether or not they could make money and, whether it impacts their SSI and the money that they receive. In addition to that, they also usually will have a caregiver with them. That person we're not paying, that's part of their specific needs that they have. So that's when you see kind of a maximum of 3 people. There are other times too where we have our full-time, I'm sorry, not our full-time, but our part-time staff person and not a superhero there. And that's during our busy times. That's kind of our speed lane where you go and you just kind of scan your membership, or you're coming into and you have a question about where a program or where an event is. And if you beep, then of course you have to go to the desk because it's going to take you a longer amount of time. So, and the vast majority, I'd say 95% of our part-time front desk staff are Annapolitans. And they've been working with us for I'll say probably a year to 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, just as a user of, maybe not enough, but in the mornings at the gym, I do see the value in having it because I've had my pass get rejected and I've had to take time to get that renewed and checked. And so, yeah, I think there's value in having some just for the purely customer service aspect, having that overlap.
Thank you. And there also our security. I forgot to mention that. There are soft security. During the summer, we have over 200 youth there in the program. So parents will either come through the front doors and kind of get their child out. If we have less people at front desk and all those other sorts of things, then errors and challenges can come in. Right now, I feel pretty confident in saying you all have not received any complaints about Pitt Moyer, the front desk, or waiting in line, long wait times or anything along those lines. I'll take a page from what the mayor said earlier. I'm concerned that we may be creating a problem where there is no problem.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Alderman Smith-Brown?
Sure. The question I have before I make my comment is, what was the interest or reasoning behind cutting front desk?
Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, I think, speaking for myself, I won't try and speak for all three of us here, but my sense was, I hear from a lot of folks saying, boy, I wish we could do more to maintain our parks. And I hear from a lot of people who go to Pip Moyer and love Pip Moyer and say, why are there always so many people behind the desk? And that was a lot of the rationale.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Great, thank you. So my comment would be then, while I do appreciate our need to want to support more park maintenance, et cetera, I am against this fully. And I think that our staff behind at Pip Moyer, as well as just all around, we are fully staffed, well-staffed, and it also contradicts the new amendment that I have put forth to even extend our hours. And I think we want to support our Annapolitans, and these members, they do the work. I go there quite often enough, and I can speak to the value of what they do, and especially to the superheroes that are behind the staff. It's a nice, warm welcome, just as I think some of the larger grocery stores would have someone greeting you at the door, while also, you have the checkout people. You want multiple types of people working, and I think Pip Moyer does a great job, and I commend what they're doing, and I do not support this, and I would urge that we do not, as much as I do want to help save some monies, this is not the place to do, not recreation for our people.
Thank you.
Alderman Huntley?
Real quick data point, we have 38, if you're counting seasonal staff, 38 folks working at Pip Moyer Rec Center. We have just 16 maintaining every other park in the city. I think that, to me, shows we can rebalance this a little bit.
And can I,
We should.
can I share that we have 38 part-time staff on the roster, but we don't have 38 part-time staff working there at one time. So we have usually two facility monitors and usually 3 front desk people. So that's 5 part-time staff. They are setting up, as you will recall, we just had the Older Americans Month event. We had over 600 people in the facility, including Bumper. There were 6 staff dedicated to PIP. They are setting up tables, breaking down chairs, swapping over the upstairs meeting rooms, doing all those sorts of things. So I feel confident in saying that we're not overstaffed at PIP. I think we've met the sweet spot. When I first got here, there was a little bit of trial and error, but I think our team, our managers, Melissa Brown, who's the front desk manager, and Bumper Moyer, who's the facility manager, have done an excellent job in kind of maneuvering staff so that we are adequately staffed for the events that we have.
Alderman Thorpe?
Thank you, Director Johnson. I think what you see here is an effort to try to fulfill your request for the 3 part-time to 2 full-time, right? And we were searching for the 34,000. It's clear that you do not think that's a good idea. So my question to you is if you were asked, okay, is there somewhere else that you could find this $34,000 in order to achieve the switch from 3 to 2, where would it be?
Respectfully, I think we will pull the request back. And we would do that because I'm not going to get the phone calls. You all are going to get the phone calls. There's security reasons why we don't have one person closing at night the front desk so they're not leaving by themselves, and all sorts of things. If they have to go to the restroom, people call out, all sorts of things happen. So you all are going to get the phone calls like you would get when, something goes wrong at PIP. So we will pull back on that, and we would just, it wouldn't be in the best interest of the city because you're losing the training. We've, tried to modify it, but the snowstorms are such that we're getting snowstorms. We're using our overtime budget. In the past, we would utilize our overtime budget to kind of keep the 3, we pull back and we just did 2 part-time staff, and we just kept them on kind of year round, and we would cobble pieces of money together.
But just to clarify my question, it was less about the front desk people than it is for your passion for converting the 3 to 2 and how that would be better. So my question is, if you didn't want to give up the front desk people, is there something else in Recs and Parks that you would give up the $34,000 in order to get the conversion of 3 to 2? See what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. If we had to do that, then I would say, let's charge to use the fields, because we gave up about $45,000 in revenue from allowing people to permit the fields for free, and that would offset that cost. But, you know, council has funded us really well, and I think we do a lot with the money that we have. When I first got here, we had, I think it was about $180,000 bat that we had to do. And ever since, we've, you know, kind of looked at our budget in a different way. And so we may turn in a couple thousand. I'm looking at Ms. Capri. Is it a couple thousand that we turn in? Darren? That we turn in at the end of each year. So what I'm saying is I feel as though we utilize our budget very well. So there's nowhere else to kind of pull from. We've mastered doing more with less. We have more programs than we've ever had before, so I wouldn't want to pull from programs because that's direct services to the community that we serve.
No, Mr. Mayor, it seems that we have a choice. If we're going to go this 3 to 2, that we either go against the director and cut the front desk, or we start charging for our ball fields, which makes my skin crawl a little bit.
Yeah, there's more choices. I mean, we just had a whole bunch of pay-fors, so so we have a bunch.
Pay for it in general somewhere else.
Yes.
Fair,
And not spend the money somewhere else.
fair.
Point of clarification,
I think that would be my preference.
Which sounds good now, but when we get to when we want to spend money, it could be a painful discussion.
That's right.
Similar to how we were talking about the vacancy savings discussion. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, I had a question. So now that we've split the amendment with the reduction of the Pip Moyer salaries and the park seasonal salaries, it's for parks maintenance? So is Alderman Savage's amendment doing what's being asked?
I think Alderman Savage's amendment is, when we get to it, is still eliminating 3 part-time workers and then when we get to the spend side, we would introduce 2 full-time workers, but there's still a $34,000 cost difference to that, where the 2 full-timers are still $34,000 more expensive than cutting the 3 part-time workers.
Okay, so this one we're on now would make up for that amount that we're looking to spend. Beautiful.
That's where we're at. Okay. Any further discussion on this point? Again, we're still just on FC night, the front desk question. Last comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just quick to reiterate your own point, Mr. Mayor. We have a lot of alternatives now, especially after, depending on what we approve, we should have more money, especially considering we passed Alderman Huntley's amendment to put $200,000 back into operating. So we don't need to cut this position yet. We could always come back later if we find out that we have to make a cut up or to make up the money somewhere.
All those in favor of P-FC-9, say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
No. I think the noes have it, but let's just do a roll call to verify, please.
Sir. Mayor Littman?
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Nay.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson?
No.
Alderman Shannon Meyer? Alderwoman Conti?
No.
Alderman Thorpe?
No.
Alderman Huntley?
I'll be the lonely little yes.
It's okay to be a little.
Thank you. And now we'll take PS 18, if someone would like to introduce it. PS 18.
Yes, 18. Oh, yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of PS 18, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. So we have a split result there. We'll see what happens next. All right, PS 43, is that something you're still looking to introduce, Alderman Savage?
Yes. 8.
I'm not sure what I said, but I meant to say PS 43. It's line 18. I think that's what got me confused. Line 18 is P-S-43.
Well, I think this is one, but I guess for sake of discussion, move PS 43.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Alderman Savage?
So if you could remind me, this was this one that Director Flinner said he would prefer to keep?
Yes, I have it on his, he wants to keep list. Keep or add, but this is the keep side of that discussion.
Okay, I will withdraw the motion.
It's already been moved and seconded, so I need a motion to
Make a
withdraw.
motion to withdraw.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. PS 57, Alderman Savage, is that something you're still interested in pursuing?
Oh, this is a weird one.
Yes, 47.
57.
57, sorry. PS 57, line 19, P-S-57.
Well, let's see, anticipated fine.
Someone's going to have to explain to me why this is here and not in fines. If you're making this motion.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion.
What's that? Are you making the motion?
Yes.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for discussion. Start with finance, please, to explain why it's here.
It's the revenue side of increasing the fine. So that 12,000 is the anticipated revenue that we'll receive from increasing the fine to the amounts listed.
And this is one of the fines that we approved?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That seems pretty simple then.
What was the total amount?
12,000 is what's listed.
Okay.
And that's an estimate, I assume? Okay. All those, is there any discussion on S57? Go ahead, Alderman Smith Brown, excuse me.
So this would mean we want to make sure that our planning and zoning department has all the resources and support necessary to enforce this so that we can get that money?
It's not that. It's saying that we have listed fines for certain violations, and we expect that to generate people who are going to get citations, and that this is the revenue that we're expecting to see.
Okay,
It has
so
no-
no
it
matter
has
what,
nothing to
we
do
will
with
get
cost.
Okay, so we will get this money, is what I'm saying, because I know we've talked a little bit about the enforcement, whether the departments can enforce and whether they cannot. So either way, we do believe this is a guarantee.
There's no guarantee. It's an estimate of the amount of fines that will be issued and collected. So it's an estimate of increased revenue. Did I catch that?
That is correct. It is an estimate of increased revenue, and so if there's a concern that it is not collectible, that would be a concern.
Right. We could shoot, it could end up higher, it could end lower, but.
But we're going to get something.
It is one of the many, many, many assumptions we are making in the budget.
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe.
So just to do some quick math, what this means is that 8 times the city expects that it will be a repeat offender.
Not necessarily.
Or no,
It could just be
actually
first
4
violations. It could be 6 first violations. It could be.
Right.
The math
So
gets
500 to
complicated.
2,000, because that whole thing got passed. So it could be 8
Could be
first-time offenders
6.
or 4 or 2. Yeah,
The math doesn't work when you start including 5,000.
there's all kinds of iterations, right?
Two variables.
Right. All right, any further discussion? Finance team?
Yes, the fine that was, I'm sorry, the amendment that was passed was an amended amendment. It went from 3,000 to 1,500, so I would recommend cutting that 12,000 to 6,000.
So it increased the initial fine, though, from 500 to 1,500. So that part was an increase, and it reduced the repeat from 5,000 to 1,500.
My apologies.
Okay.
But the amendment Alderman Savage originally submitted
Right.
was to 2,000.
So
we should decrease this.
Yes. Well, no, because the fine that we took up did not have that first violation increase, I don't think, unless it was a different one.
Point of order?
Yeah, let's just hold on a second. Let's go back to the fine. Let's see what we actually did and make sure this motion matches what we did on fines.
I think they can deal with that after second reader.
That's fair. That's a good point. That's a good point. So whatever it's adjusted to, you could fine tune the numbers. It might become relevant to the extent that we think we have $12,000. We're putting $12,000 into the pot that we might not have. So it's not totally isolated. Can we just do a quick check of is the 2,000 and 5,000 accurate to what we did, or?
It's accurate. That was my fault. I was looking at the wrong amendment.
Okay. Great. All right, so we're leaving 12,000 as the estimate. Motion's been made and seconded. I think we finished discussion. All those in favor of P-S-57 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We have Alderman Schandelmeyer back, so let's pick up. We had tabled the earlier discussion, which was line 14, but I think before we take that up, we should go down to line 35, P-S-39, to see if we're eliminating the peak medic unit, and if that fails, then we can consider the revenue. So, good? Everyone's on the same page? All right, Alderman Savage, you still want to introduce P-S-39 despite it being so close to the end of the list?
Yes, I would like to move that.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Alderman Savage.
Yes, thank you. So bear with me because this is a complicated one. And so first of all, I just want to be clear about something. The fire department, our fire department's excellent. They hold ISO class 1 rating, the highest there is. Their response times are outstanding. When the first unit arrives in about 3.5 minutes against a national standard of 4. An advanced life support in under 5 minutes against a standard of 8. These are professionals delivering exceptional service every day, and nothing I say is a criticism of them or their work. I also commend the department for its strategic plan. It's a good document, and it commits the department to the right discipline in developing a data-driven staffing model before making staffing decisions. Now, that commitment is the heart of this amendment. Because here's my central point. It's if we build a strategic plan and commit to a staffing analysis, we have to actually use it the way it was intended to guide decisions exactly like this one. And we're being asked to fund 6 permanent positions, permanent recurring costs before the staffing analysis in the department's own plan calls for has been done. The department confirmed in writing that this analysis is not complete. The teams are still being assembled. So what we have instead is a preliminary review from last August that the department itself described as separate from the strategic plan. We do have a model of doing this right in this very budget. Our IT department also wants additional staff, but rather than asking us to fund those positions now, they're doing the staffing study first to establish the need before they bring us the request. That's the responsible sequence, and it's exactly what the fire department's own plan commits it to. I'm just asking that we hold the fire department to the standard its own plan already sets. So why does this matter so much here? It's because the department's already meeting and exceeding the recognized national standard for whether a community's emergency response is adequate. That standard is NFPA 1710, and it's a response time-based metric. AFD passes it comfortably on every measure today. So I have to ask the question this body should always ask before committing permanent money: where's the documented service gap this unit fills? We talked about that a bit earlier as far as what problem are we looking to solve. If our response times are excellent, and they are, what problem are we solving? The justification rests on a utilization figure measured against a 30% threshold. But that threshold is not a national standard. The chief confirmed in writing that there's no national standard for utilization rate. And it matters where the number came from. It was calibrated for a 24-hour company, which needs protected time across the full day for training, fitness, rest. So a lower utilization ceiling makes sense for them. That's a different operational model than a dedicated peak hour EMS unit, which is deployed specifically to run during the busy window and is expected to run hot during it. So importing a 24-hour company's threshold into our context does not fit the thing we're actually proposing. And in standard EMS, the range that threshold sits in is considered the efficient operating range, not a danger line. So we're being asked to make a permanent commitment based on a borrowed metric, measured against a threshold that is not a recognized standard and was built on a different kind of unit, while the actual recognized standard response time shows the system performing well. For those reasons, I believe this unit as proposed right now is closer to a want than a documented need. And I'll be candid, I've tried to apply this same test across the budget, but I know I haven't come to being perfect on that, but that is kind of the standard I try to move forward with. And so I'm wrapping this up. So meanwhile, we have departments with documented unmet needs. Our Office of Community Services, which does eviction prevention and rental assistance, and itself is a public safety adjacent, is not meeting its caseload benchmark, has told us demand is increasing, and has no new staffing being considered to meet it. Limited recurring dollars force choices. And this is a sufficient chunk of money, almost $600,000 in permanent recurring cost. When we commit money at that scale against competing needs, that should be demonstrated first. So none of this has to be lost. The county partnership, which I do commend our colleagues and the mayor and Alderman Schandelmeyer for working on that, I think is important. But I'm not sure, the interest, in my understanding, is that the intent is just to last 1 year. And so that would leave us holding the cost. So I'm just wondering why we should lock this in before the analysis is completed. So I want to be, the last item would be just, I want to be direct about the cost as well, because I kind of went through all the, trying to establish that this isn't a clear need right now. But as far as cost, I'd rather set it straight now before we start the dialogue. And so, we've been told that the unit's roughly 90% paid for. I don't believe that holds for 3 reasons. One, the county contribution, as I said, is only 1-year grant. And assuming the county passes it, well, these are permanent positions. So after year 1, that's going to come back to us. Second, the figure undercounts overtime. This unit raises our minimum daily staffing, and the chief has confirmed it will not reduce overtime. Yet the overtime those 6 positions generate is not the number. Third, it overcounts revenue. The EMS billing is booked at gross with no deduction for Medicare and Medicaid write-downs, and our own finance department thought that revenue uncertain enough to leave it out of the budget entirely. This is at least $588,000 of permanent recurring personnel costs, and likely more once overtime's calculated. So against the competing needs in this budget, permanent commitment at that scale itself is reason for scrutiny. But for now, I wanted to, with the mayor's position, could I ask the chief a few questions to get on the record?
Let's hear from the alderpersons first. Okay. We'll bring up the chief in a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on a second. I didn't mean to recognize you quite yet. Pause in 1 second. I'll come to you in 1 second. When I announced that the county executive had included in his budget the grant to the city for the first year of half the funding of the staffing of this, so half of the 588. I neglected to mention, and I want to mention very clearly now, it was Alderman Schandelmeyer that put the idea in my head to go to the county to share in the funding. All of our ambulances go to the county, just like the county ambulances come into the city in mutual aid. And so Alderman Schandelmeyer, noticing that the Riva Road portion of the county had a lot of increase in development, and our city ambulances were going there at an increased pace than they had previously, pointed out that was a potentially, should we explore some sort of impact fee, working with the county. And so I took that suggestion from Alderman Schandelmeyer and went to the county executive along with the fire chief, and I forget who else was with us, but at least met with the county executives team and their fire chief, and made that pitch, and this is how it evolved. The county was very supportive of recognizing that their actions have an impact on the city, excuse me, and supporting our mutual aid. And so I was very grateful to get that support from the county executive, but it started with Alderman Schandelmeyer putting the idea in my head. I also want to point out that the state delegation was very supportive of this idea, and so they're funding 2 ambulances, and part of that discussion was that one of these ambulances would be for rotation of their existing ambulances, and one would be for this peak medic unit. This is also a need that supports all parts of Annapolis, no matter what ward you're in, no matter what your racial, ethnic, income, any other way we divide people. This is something that brings us together, that everybody likes to have the insurance policy of having ambulances be available, and this meets that need. And I also, without further going on, I also want to highlight that I also value our fire chief and our firefighters that make up the union. And they've identified that this is their number one need. And so to be able to address their number one need with that level of support from the state and the county to bring our costs down by so much, plus the revenue piece, which we'll get to next, brings our cost of the big picture stuff down to approximately $100,000 to add this peak medic unit. I'll also point out that this doesn't solve all the needs for the fire department. I don't expect them to stop asking for things. We still have the issue of the NFPA standard of having 4 individuals on each of the pieces of apparatus. The additional individuals that we would have with the peak medic unit would at least get us closer to getting the staffing that we need in the department. So again, thank you, Alderman Schandelmeyer, for putting the idea in my head, and turn it over to you for next comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the shout out and the time. I also want to give a quick shout out to Councilwoman Lisa Rodvian. I had sat down with her in October of last year to initially pitch this idea and show the need for the pressures that were why we need it, due to the pressures that the Riva Road corridor was putting onto our EMS services. And we are seeing some additional senior housing come in there, which will again continue to put more pressure on our EMS services, along with the new development on Providence Point, which the more senior housing that we have, the more stress that we are going to have on our medical services. And while our fire department and our medical EMS team does have top-notch response times, I see this through the phrase, a stitch in time saves 9. This is something that we are doing to be preventative, to prevent a future incident from occurring, and something that we are also not taking into account for when talking these numbers. We are dealing with longer wait times at emergency rooms, especially in Anne Arundel Medical Center, where the federal cuts to Medicare and Medicaid are going to cause more folks from the Eastern Shore's medical healthcare systems to come and seek emergency treatment at Luminous Health and Anne Arundel Medical Center. So our hospital units, our EMS units, are going to have to go into Baltimore Washington Medical Center to get people care, and that takes them out of service for a longer period. We are seeing the need to add this increase in flexibility. So while numbers may not reflect a breaking point yet, they are reflecting stresses. And I think it would be the wisest investment on our part to jump in now, put this investment in so that we can keep our medical service as flexible as possible and not have to deal with an eventual tragedy. Thank you.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
I fully support this.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley?
I really agree with a lot of what Alderman Savage said. Not all of it, but a lot of it. I think the numbers are perfectly clear that we do not need this year. If you look at the data that we ask all of our departments to judge themselves on, we see this, that we are exceeding our response times. And we were exceeding our response times last year. We were exceeding our response times this year. We're going to exceed them in FY27. And if this was purely, let's spend, I lost the number, $600,000, I don't think I would support it. But that said, I have walked into a store before, not needing new shoes, but knowing that the shoes I'm wearing are going to run out eventually. And if they got a sale for 90% off on shoes, and I know I'm going to need a new pair of shoes eventually, sometimes it makes sense to buy the shoes today. And so I think Mayor Littman and Alderman Chandlemeyer have worked with the county, worked with the state to basically get us 90% off of this. And recognizing that the trend line is going up and we're going to need it eventually. If we can buy the shoes today at 90% off, I think we should buy the shoes.
Anyone else wish to speak before we, Chief Romali, if you don't mind coming up. In the interest of time, though, I'm going to try to limit the questioning of Chief Romali to 3 to 5 minutes. Each person by Robert's rules gets 10 minutes, and you had already spoken for about 6 or 7 minutes, so I think it's fair to cap it at 3 to 5 minutes.
Hi, Doug Romali, Fire Chief. I appreciate the Alderman's checks and balances. I understand that very much so. I think that maybe I haven't done as good of a job as I thought to try to explain this to everybody. Yes, we are an ISO Class 1 fire department. Yes, our response times are great, but we're confusing response times with transporting people to the hospitals. Our ALS units being on scene within 4 minutes is a paramedic that's on a fire engine. It's not a transport unit. And what I've also not apparently shown enough, now we've talked about this in public safety, we've talked about this for the last 3 years. This has been a priority of mine for the last 3 years. What I guess I haven't shown you is the UHU that you're talking about, the 30%. We're asking for a peak time medic unit because it's the peak time that we're out of medic units. When we broke for lunch today, I looked at the CAD data. All 4 of our medic units were on calls. The medic unit and the ambulance at the West Annapolis station, it's outside jurisdiction that responds in with us, were on calls. The Riva medic unit was on a call. The Woodland Beach medic unit was on a call. There were no medic units in the available area, which means we're drawing from medic units from Severna Park and from North County. And what that's doing is just drawing from that area. We know that there are 3 primary areas in Anne Arundel County that EMS responses are in. Annapolis is one of those hot spots. Annapolis, then Glen Burnie area, and then there's one out there towards Crofton area. They're hot spots, and they're hot spots all the time. That's why I haven't asked for a 24-hour unit. I'm not going to tell you down the road you're not going to need a 24-hour unit, but it's those hot spots during the day, during the busy times of the week, where we are low on medic units this is going to accomplish. It's also, hopefully, it's going to reduce some of the stresses on our current medic units so that they can do other parts of their job. But as this data continues to roll with hospital wait times, the healthcare system in the United States is still struggling. It's going to continue to be a challenge. We've tried alternatives. We've tried alternative destinations, taking them to like a patient first area. We are one of the jurisdictions in the state of Maryland that did that did not work properly. We tried telemedicine. We were one of the jurisdictions in the state of Maryland that was using telemedicine. Well, telemedicine, we're finding that when people call 911, they don't want to do telemedicine. That company is now no longer providing us that contract, so we can't do telemedicine anymore. I can tell you, as fire chief, somebody that's been doing this for their entire adult life, and somebody that cares very much about public safety in the city of Annapolis, that this is a need that's going to continue to grow. It's not a need that we haven't asked for, and it has been a priority of mine for 3 years. You are right, it did not make it in last year's budget. What made it in last year's budget is you can apply for the SAFER grant. If we get the SAFER grant, we'll do something to do that. We did not get the SAFER grant. My vision has not changed. As you know, the unions has their take on it, the firefighters, because of the stress on our medic units. But that's where we are with this. But we are mixing things up here when we're talking about our excellent response times compared to getting a medic transport unit on scene and transporting people to the hospital, because that's not one of the metrics.
Thank you, Chief. Alderman Savage, you said you had a couple questions?
And I will limit them. So I guess the one at the top of mind has to do with the EMS billing, because I think it's estimated to, well, first of all, how much is it estimated to bring in? I think $200-some thousand.
The estimate that we're using currently, not knowing where it's going to go, is we are very comfortable in believing that we're going to bring in at least $200,000, yes. We bring in annually about $4 million to the city from all EMS billing.
Right, okay, but for this particular unit, 200,000. But how does that work in the sense that, like, isn't demand set? Like, this is not going to increase demand for the unit, right? The demand is already there. So how are we bringing in additional revenue?
Listen, this unit, like I said earlier today, when we did not have units available in the city of Annapolis, bringing in other units, they're going to handle those calls, so that they're going to be on that call volume.
Just want to clarify that. I think what you're saying, so when our 4 units are out, county units are coming into the city, and they're the ones getting the ambulance fees.
Correct.
So this peak medic unit would capture those ambulance fees that the county is currently getting. That's why it's additive.
Okay. And do you have an estimate on the overtime? Because I believe you said before it raises the entire floor for overtime. So do we need to be increasing the amount of overtime your department's getting to account for this?
So currently, there will be 2 people assigned to the unit during the day. They're on a rotating schedule. For those 2 positions, we hire 3 positions. So we hire 1 person to cover when they're off. So basically, with the ratio there, you hope that it would not create any additional overtime. The problem is if 2 of them are off at the same time, that's when the overtime would occur. But it depends on the normal daily staffing. If we are not at our minimum staffing level, we'll just put somebody else on that unit at that time.
Thank you, Chief. Alderman Smith Brown.
Just to get clarity on that, but so you're saying it's not, you don't have to increase?
Currently, we do not. We believe it'll be covered within our current staffing levels because we're hiring 6 people for a rotating shift. So there'll be 3 assigned, but only 2 of them need to be working at one time.
Okay, so you're confirming, are you satisfied, I should say, or confirming the estimate from the administration as far as it's only going to leave us with a $100,000 expense this year?
It's not increasing overtime is what I heard. He's not expecting, planning for the peak medic unit to increase overtime expense. That's what I heard.
Yeah, no, I just mean the total, the numbers, the administration's saying it's only going to cost us $100,000. Is that
so currently
accurate as far as you know?
Wait, we're mixing numbers here. The $100,000 is, we're talking about salary, the 588. Half of that salary would be covered by the 1-year grant. And perfectly clear it's not renewable. And then if you subtract the remaining 244, no, losing track of my mind, 294, I think it was. Then you subtract the ambulance fees, conservative 200, likely to be closer to 250,000, but we were using 200 to be conservative. You're left with about 106 that I was rounding to $100,000. So they're likely to be incidental costs. So I wasn't trying to suggest otherwise. I was saying looking at the big picture.
But if the county does not renew next year, how much would we end up having to cover?
The additional, the 250 part of their salaries.
So it'll go up to 450 then next year if the county doesn't.
The salaries are 588 this year. Ambulance fees, if so, we didn't have the county portion. If you take the 588, you can still subtract the ambulance fees, ranging from 200 to 288. So however that math works out.
We'd be at 300 and some thousand.
So 300 some thousand next year okay.
Right. Alderman Smith Brown.
Yeah, just for clarification, I was mentioning earlier when I said I fully support this, I was referring to fully support our public safety officials and the fire department, and I'm adamantly against or opposed to this amendment.
Thank you. I understood what you meant, but it's good that you clarified in case anyone else didn't understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of P-S-39, which would cut the peak medic unit, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. No? No. The noes have it. Thank you, Chief O'Malley. Now let's get to the revenue piece, which is line 14, P-FC-7. And the point, well, let's get a motion on the table first. Alderman Huntley, do you want to make your motion again?
Move P-FC-7, which would account for $200,000 of revenue from the peak time medic unit.
Thank you. And I might not have needed to do that because I guess we had it on the table earlier, but better safe than sorry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Now opening up to discussion. I think we had plenty of discussion where the money comes from. The question is how conservative or not do you want to add? And so I think that's somewhat of a finance. I think we deserve to hear from finance of whether you think it's reasonable to include those expected revenues, or is that too, is there too much risk in that?
Our initial reasoning for not including the revenues was that we just were not sure how long it would take to stand up the peak time medic unit. And so in an effort to be conservative, it made sense to not create a potential gap to fill. With that being said, if it takes a significant amount of time to stand up the peak time medic unit, you would have offsetting vacancy savings. And so therefore, there could be some level of comfort there to being inclusive of it. And so if the fire chief is comfortable with that number, recognizing that they're much closer to that level of analysis to what their ambulances bring in, then we are comfortable as well.
Thank you. I do want to point out, I agree with your premise that if we're slow to stand it up, our costs are prorated down, as would the revenue. But because the county grant is fixed, it actually, the savings would exceed the costs. So we'd actually, we're protected in that sense. I think we should not try to exasperate, and we should act in good faith and to hire as expeditiously as possible if, now that we're past that point. But I just want to be clear about, there's actually some increased benefit to the city by delaying hiring, which we would not do.
I'm going to tell County Executive Pittman.
What's that?
I said, I'm going to tell County Executive Pittman you said that.
Just being transparent about the conservative nature of including the 200,000. Alderwoman O'Neill?
Thank you. I do just want to point out that the funding from the county is not guaranteed. It is a line item in their budget, and they are going to do in 8 days this very process. So I do worry about accounting for $200,000 when we're not positive that we're going to get the funding from the city. That's
fair point.
That's my gambler's position coming out, saying, is it worth the gamble? And would we be able to make up for it? Granted, it's $250 some odd dollars. So I just wanted to point that out.
Alderman Smith-Brown, you were next.
So the question I would ask our team, then you included, have we gotten the votes necessary, or have we discussed with council members their support of that so that we can ensure we get that $200,000 plus dollars?
Without disclosing particular conversations, I'm confident the county will support this, but there's no guarantee.
Or guarantee, what I would think.
Alderman Huntley?
I think we should be clear. This budget does not account for the grant. There's no amendment for it. It's not in the proposed budget. It's not anywhere in there. This $200,000 that we're debating is solely about the EMS billing revenues. So we should put the grant over there.
So if we put the revenue in, and for some reason we didn't get the expected revenue, but we got the grant, that would be the offset. Yeah.
Right. And in fact, we would need a supplemental appropriation for that. We will need a supplemental appropriation for that.
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Sapp.
Thank you. Yes, the body supported this. I respect that. I'm not going to continue to oppose this. I will support this amendment. But I also wanted to say to Mr. Mayor, I think you're more obviously up to speed, well, and Alderman Schandelmeyer, on where the county council may be, if it'd be helpful from this body to, because obviously if we're going to pay for it, I'd rather have the county help. So anything we can do to help you, if you think a resolution or other letter might be helpful.
Thank you.
Keep us posted.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? All right, those in support of FC-7, which is recognizing in the budget the expected savings of at least $200,000, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right. I think we're up or down to, whichever way you want to look at it, row 21. This is a motion from the Finance Committee, and this is for a new technician.
May I jump in, Mr. Mayor?
Make a motion?
Yeah, sure. I'll move the amendment on line 21.
Before we continue, either city clerk or finance team, can we give it a number so we can track it better, please?
Yeah, we will work on that. We'll work on that while you guys are discussing.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So I need a second to the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Those for discussion?
So I just want to make super clear that these ones in gray, these ones that say new, are not recommended by the Finance Committee. These are not things that we think you should cut. This is not me and Alderwoman O'Neill and Alderman Thorpe saying, this is a total waste of money, get rid of it. This is when we sat down and looked at the discrepancy between the pay-fors and the spends. I worked with the city manager and the finance team to look at what additional enhancements were included in the budget that could potentially be removed. So personally, I think I'm opposed to this, but I want to be really clear. These ones that you're seeing in gray, these ones that were labeled as new, they are not recommendations by the Finance Committee to cut these enhancements. They are a matter of trying to balance between pay-fors and spends. And I think if we were to do this over again, we would have a different designation for them than Finance Committee. But that's where we're at right now.
So given that you're not sure if you want to support it, are you still making the motion? I guess you already did. So it's already on the table. Anyone for discussion on this? Anyone that wishes to pursue this? Otherwise, we can cut the conversation off pretty quickly. All right. I haven't heard anyone voice in support, so I think this will be, we know where this is going. Anyone in support of P-FC-48, please say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion fails. I've already withdrawn P-L-16. We're getting down to, from some scoring, that we're getting into less popular amendments. So I will pause to see if there's other amendments that anyone wishes to raise. And we can continue going in order like we've been doing and just go to the end of the list that way.
Can we at least go one more?
Okay.
I think the next one is not terribly unpopular.
P-FC5, would you like to make a motion to introduce it?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Thorpe, for introducing. I heard a second. Discussion.
So, I believe this is a good amendment to have. Speaking and listening to the Director of IT, the Director of Central Services, we heard a lot about the consolidation of efforts into those two departments. And why do we consolidate? We consolidate to achieve one of three goals: cost savings, optimization, or more effective output. And so what this does is it puts a minimal challenge on basically the director, in this case, the Director of IT, to identify savings. It's more of a mindset than it is a dollar number, because we know that if the Director of IT, the city manager, and the mayor come and say, we're unable to achieve this small amount of savings, we will fund it for all the right reasons. But this is to create the mindset on the city staff that consolidation should create those three things, and this one addresses the first one, a small savings of 1% as we go forward.
Alderman Huntley?
Only thing I have to add is I believe this is for both central services and ITS consolidation. So that's a big thing we saw in this budget was putting all the expenses from all these different departments for their IT subscriptions and for things like their BGE bills, either into central services or into IT. And this is just saying, as Alderman Thorpe said, the goal of that should be that we want to see cost savings. So reduce each of those things by 1%. I think it's a good idea.
And Mr. Mayor, I would like to hear from the two directors as to what their response is.
Do we have Matt Flinner and Mr. Paquin? Paquin, we haven't heard from you today.
Good afternoon. So I have a couple of questions. Alderman Thorpe also has an amendment a little further down the list here, very specifically addressing a 1% reduction due to the software consolidation on miscellaneous. It's 1% of our miscellaneous contractual services budget. My question would be, does this supersede that, first and foremost? And I didn't quite realize at first that this number was put together for both of our departments, both us and Central Services. And I had some questions about where the $42,000 number came from, because it doesn't really reflect 1% of any particular part of the IT budget. But more specifically, if we just operate under the assumption that these were put together, I would ask that for year one, as we head into FY27, I'd ask for a little bit of grace in allowing us to analyze what we have in front of us. A lot of this has just come to us, obviously, through the consolidation effort. Allow us to perform the analysis that we've promised. And hopefully the savings will be discovered in an organic way without a $17,000 reduction to miscellaneous contractual services, which we don't ever have any issue spending. If there was an insistence on pursuing the 1% reduction, our software line item is actually separate from miscellaneous contractual services, so I would request that it would be directed at that account. But I would sincerely request that we get just a 1-year head start on the reduction in costs. I'm very confident that that will be discovered, but I'm just asking for a little bit of time on that.
So, Mr. Mayor, this explains Alderman Huntley's correction of my statement is they are redundant. The two are redundant. They are not additive. So clearly what we've done here is the Finance Committee brought Central Services numbers into this. My intention was IT. So that's the first part of that. So we should not do both. Second of all, as you know, I fully support your initiatives, and I think the City Council has a choice to create a culture of trying to save money and giving you the empowerment to come back to us and say, as we talked about on June 1st, we couldn't reach the $17,000. We reached $6,000 of savings, or it cost us $6,000 more, or whatever. And I would rather do that so that we create this culture than skip a year. So I think we can split the bathwater a little bit and go forward with the 1% cut, fully acknowledging to you that you've not done this before, but trying to create the culture of where can we save. It may cause you to come back and say, we have this $25,000 expense that we're not going to be able to do because we don't have the money. So City Council, you have a choice. Do you want that $17,000 cut, or do you want this capability for planning and zoning that we think is so important?
That being said, if the proposed amendment could be altered to change that from miscellaneous contractual services to the software line item while the remainder of the council considers it, I would appreciate that.
I would support that, and I would even make it more general, as general as you want it to be. That makes sense.
Thank you.
So I propose that at the right time, I'll propose that amendment to the amendment.
To this amendment?
Yeah, so to change the wording of where it's coming from, but we're not, we have to decide which amendment we're going to go with.
Yeah, so the other one, you have line 31, P-T-8, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So one is just for IT, one is for central services and IT.
Asking to, we're on PC-5. What do you want to do with PC-5?
So I would say we stick with this, listen to the Director of Central Services, and if the Director of Central Services, we come to a conclusion that we want to stick with this, we would make sure it is worded properly and then withdraw the later amendment.
Director Flinner?
Matt Flinner, Director of Central Services. As we repeatedly said, we are grateful for an increase to our operating budget next year, and we'll use that extra funding the best of our ability. We also plan to come to you all with much better data next year on where every allocated budget dollar is going, which department are we serving, which facility are we inputting the most money into, and what failing facility systems do we see most often, and do we need to take different approaches around. The only thing I would caution this group on is we're a brand new department, and it was described to me that we haven't been doing central services job functions really well over the past 10 years, and that's why I'm here. And it's going to take us a little bit of effort to get that train back on the track. And it obviously a significant funding increase next year is part of our efforts to do that. So with a lot of failing facility systems, we're investing to replace those failing systems, get brand new ones in here, and then have a small amount of preventative maintenance applied every year over the next 20-year life of that system, and have a robust plan. And when we reach the end of life, we'll then replace that. So I would just say the early years of central services, there might be more of a funding increase to cover funding gaps from the past. But yes, once we get everything back online, smoothly running, we should have very small incremental preventative maintenance requests, and that's it. And then we'll transparently be able to tell all of you when we're planning for more significant funding inputs to replace our AC systems failing after 20 years, or our roofs after 20 years, or our water heaters or boilers, which we're doing right now. So that's all. But I firmly feel we will be in a position to start saving the money, if not next year, the year after.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would say the same thing, right, is to give the Director of Central Services the level of confidence that he can come back to us. But the very concern that I have, and we talked about this at the Finance Committee meeting, when you hire more painters, you find more things to paint. And so what this 1% cut, it sends a message that growth comes at a cost. And so we have a very enthusiastic, well-qualified Director of Central Services that I believe we want to communicate that we don't have an unlimited checking account. Not that you would be irresponsible, that's not the allegation, but sending a message that we'd like responsible growth that would bring him back in order to explain that growth.
Woman O'Neill?
Thank you very much. For the record, I want to say that when we did speak about this in the Finance Committee, I was against this particular amendment. And the reason why I was against this particular amendment is because I've always been taught to not count your chickens before they hatch. This is the first year that we have centralized a lot of these, the software, and it's a growth year, and I agree with you, Alderman Thorpe, that yes, we need to make sure that they are doing things as efficiently and effectively as possible. But I think that counting on funding, even if it's $42,000, is something that we should be using this year to determine, are there actual savings? And wouldn't it be fantastic if in the first or second quarter, we are able to go back and say we are realizing these savings, and therefore we can do an appropriation elsewhere because of it. But I think that to count on it going into it, having never had the space, is irresponsible.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, ditto to those remarks. Also, I just don't, I'm hearing concern from the department directors, and I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze right now. Yeah, that's it.
No further discussion. Take a vote on P-FC-5, which would cut close to $43,000 from central services from an expectation of software efficiencies. All those in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. No. I think we should take a roll call, please. No.
Aye.
Alderman Smith Brown.
Yay.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Aye.
Alderwoman Conti.
Nay.
Savage.
No.
Alderman Thorpe.
Yes.
Alderman Hunt.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. So a couple check-in points. So it's 5:55. We're at the portion of the pay-fors that had less support in the administrative polling of what order to put these amendments in. I would offer the two options of one, again, if anyone feels strongly about introducing their amendments now, we can proceed and see how they turn out. I don't want to prejudge, see if they turn out. Or we could put a pin in this conversation and switch to operating recurring and to see how much demand there is for spending money. And if we get to a point where we're looking for more savings, then come back to this and see when we get to that middle point of wanting to cut and wanting to spend, leads us back to this. So is there any, with that said, and so after I get the answer to that question, I'm about to ask if anyone wants to move any of the remaining motions here, any amendments. Then we'll also do a time check, and then I'll also ask Director Plakal to take us to the key summary tab to explain where we are with puts and takes. So that's my thought process. So first on the issue of, does anyone with the remaining amendments on this tab wish to put their amendment forward now? Alderman Savage?
So I'm good with, I think, your second option, which was to kind of go to the other revenue,
Right.
I'm sorry.
Put a pin in this and start to spend money
Yeah,
and
as
see if we
long,
need
as
it.
long as we can potentially come back, because but I'm good with that approach.
Right, I think if we don't take it up, we can come back if necessary. Ideally, we don't come back because we end up stopping wanting to spend money or decide to save money or put it towards pay-go, and we don't come back to it. So we don't have to come back, but if we don't take it up, we can.
Sounds good. Yeah.
All right, I see hands, okay. Alderman Thorpe, then Alderman Smith-Brown.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this would take putting the amendment forward, but I think the amendment on the 1% failed based on central services comments. So if the sentiment of the city council is such, I'd like to move forward with that, the IT part of the sentiment, as the IT director sounded like he was more open to this idea than the director of central services.
That was, I had it a second ago, row 31, P-T-8, potential savings of rounding to $18,000. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so you wish to make that motion now?
Yes, I move to cut 1% of the IT operating budget for software savings. Is that the terminology?
And just, if you just want to start the ID, it's P-T-8, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all we need, I think. So there's a motion for P-T-8, which would, consolidating IT services should create a culture of saving money, increasing efficiency, and some potential cutting of $17,900. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley. For discussion, it sounded like you want to ask Mr. Paquin some questions.
Do I need to amend that to fit your request?
Couple things. My previous request for a little bit of grace in alignment with Alderwoman O'Neill's comments remains, but should the body proceed, I would request that the 1% come from the software line item, not the miscellaneous contractual services.
Okay, so let me be fair. Did I misinterpret your response? And are you comfortable with the 1% cut, because if not, I will withdraw the amendment. You know what I'm trying to achieve. You know the position that I could put you in. So if you're not comfortable, as per Alderwoman O'Neill's point, I'm not trying to jam this down your throat because the way you phrased it compared to the Director of Central Services.
Yeah, so not entirely comfortable with it. I am a fan of Alderwoman O'Neill's idea of if as we are in the midst of this process during FY27 and significant savings are realized during the fiscal year, for us to come to council and make you guys aware of those successes and potentially reallocate.
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion is withdrawn. Okay, so I didn't hear it. Oh, Alderman Smith-Brown, excuse me.
Yes, so before that, a motion was made and now the withdrawal. I was going to mention there were two pay-fors that I do believe we can maybe discuss before we move forward. And if it's okay, it's the line 30 PH3 eliminate security guards, as well as line 39 PS47 HR summer intern program eliminate.
Okay, well, we can take them up. So you want to make a motion for PH3 one at a time?
Sure, I'll move that we move forward on PH3 for discussion.
Second.
Okay, and Alderman Smith-Brown, do you want to start the discussion?
Yeah, so the question is, of course, what the intent is and what the impact will be. That's the question.
Okay, and so you're asking the sponsor of the...
Sure, there's the sponsor and maybe even our police staff or whoever would deal with this.
Well, let's start with Alderman Huntley, because if...
Sure. Yeah, happy to talk on the intent. I think when you walk into stores around town, you don't see security guards. I think we live in a democracy where we want to show that we are accountable to people. I don't like that when you walk into City Hall, the first thing you see is a gun. I think that it's not the best use of taxpayer dollars if the goal is to save lives. That is the bottom line on this. And so the amendment that I initially submitted was eliminating the $180,000 in security guards at City Hall and spending it on traffic safety. And I feel 100% confident that we would save the most lives on net by spending money on preventing car accidents, which kill, last I looked, something like 40,000 people per year in the United States, rather than trying to prevent the things that happen to get on the front page of the news because they are actually very unlikely to occur. So that's my intent.
Smith-Brown, excuse me. Do you have a follow-up?
Sure. So how many security guards? Would this be all of them? And then maybe getting some answers of the impact of this, how this would look for our staff. Do our staff feel safe about this? Do we as council members, of course, feel comfortable about this? We're living in very insecure times, and as much as I support completely the financing of more investment in parking and transportation and lighting and security outside of this city hall. And I do believe that the lives of our residents are just as important because we represent them and we should invest in that. I just don't see why we would also remove security guards from here and then put all of our lives at risk as well. I just don't.
Let's ask Director Flinner about the practical implications about what does a subtraction of $180,000 do for the security guard program? Is that the entire budget or?
That is nearly the entire budget. We cut this year some additional funding that was set aside for one-off events or to work overtime. I know in instances of elections, we brought in extra security, but that 180 represents 2 guards here at City Hall and Gorman Street are all part of our contract. I believe the Rec and Park Department has another guard for the pool on a separate contract, but that is the extent of our security guards here in the city. I think the biggest question for all of you to consider is what risk tolerance do you want to have? And we can adapt to whatever you decide. We could limit access. We could have unarmed security. We could talk to APD about maybe using officers to fill a void there. So there are different ways to go about that. All I would say is I think we follow a very similar posture as the county and the state and all of the other government buildings here in Annapolis. In my previous role, we had actual scanners. Women had to put their purses and run it through a metal detector. So there was an even more robust screening process when folks come in. But at the end of the day, to back up one step operationally, the police department did do a security assessment on City Hall at our request when several employees mentioned to us that they didn't feel safe at the end of last year. So we're awaiting those results. We're going to have those soon. And whatever the police department recommends is obviously the position we're going to take as well. So we might be changing that ourselves, obviously, within the funding that's allocated to us. But at the end of the day, we can help secure this facility and all of our facilities however we need to based on the decisions you all make.
I'll ask the city manager's office to speak on this for a moment, but representing the people who work in here every day, I am very strongly opposed to this amendment. Again, not just speaking on my behalf, but all the people who I represent. This is a difficult society that it's gotten more and more scary, frankly. And, you know, if you're comparing our safety here versus the average store out in Annapolis, I have experience in both. And I felt very welcomed and appreciated in various stores as a shopkeeper and an employee around town. And I very much feel like we're under attack every day in various degrees of hostility, verbally, online, threatening in person. And it's not just, again, not just saying for myself, but for all the people who work in this building. It's a crazy, unfortunate time. This is not the year to do something like this. And you know, I would ask each of you not to even consider supporting it, and invite the city manager's office if they want to share a different perspective as the other half of our floor, at least.
So I'll of course, allow Deputy City Manager Buckland to also respond. But what I will say is, based on my experience working in government infrastructures as well as being a consultant for them, it is important to have some type of security measure and presence within government buildings. In addition to that, if we are going to make a decision not to do that, you should also consult the security assessment to ensure that the proper barriers are put in place in the event of unfortunate circumstances. I think there are some opportunities to do, civilian-like, non-weapon measures, but I would be very uncomfortable, not just as an employee, but just as having experiences dealing with these types of scenarios, of removing all security without having a proper assessment.
Alderman Savage, then Alderwoman. Alderman Savage first, and then Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
I mean, so I don't entirely know where I am. I'm a bit open actually on this amendment, but I don't know why we're having this conversation when we may not even need to entertain this cut. I feel like it should, I don't know how I'd vote in light of that, but yeah, I feel like we should just be waiting to have this conversation.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
I'm against not having security around me because I was a victim of 9/11, and I was in New York diagnosed with PTSD. So these little things sets me off. So I would love to have security, remain here. So I look for exit signs and I look for security. I'm sorry.
Thank you for sharing your experience. I'm sorry you went through that.
Yes.
Alderman Huntley.
So mostly I agree with Alderman Savage that I think this is not the time to be considering this amendment. But I want to say two last things and then I'll shut up. One is that I keep hearing this thing of we live in such and such a time. The bottom line on this is I think we really need to act rationally with city dollars. And that's why I put this forward, is to make us confront hard choices. We live in a time with some of the lowest homicides ever in our country. We live in actually really the safest time that we have ever seen in America. And for us to base our policymaking on how we feel and on what's in the news, I think it's unfair. I think it's not fair to our residents. And so the reason I brought this forward was for us to have a discussion about, for every dollar we spend, how many lives do we save? And I really do feel that this is not the best use of money on that metric. So that's the last thing I'll say on it. Happy to close things out.
I just want to respond to the point of, regardless of what the data might show on number of homicides in the country or in Annapolis, and the work our police officers feel, there's a reality of how our employees feel. And if you do something like this, our employees will not feel safe, and you will increase employee dissatisfaction and an increased likelihood that employees will decide to work elsewhere.
I think that's a rational consideration.
I think the deputy wanted to speak.
I called Alderman Thorpe, and then we can go to the city manager's office.
This might sound sarcastic, and I don't want it to, but I want to live in the world that you live in. I really don't mean that. I don't mean that sarcastically. I mean, I've traveled around the country quite a bit, and I've traveled around the world quite a bit. And our security posture is very soft. It could be a lot stricter, even compared to other like cities in the United States. There are cities who have security in flak jackets and combat gear and weapons, and there is an element of what that person does to make us look a little more difficult for that person who's deciding, should I go into City Hall or should I not? And I think it's a small price to pay to have somebody like our security guards who know us by name, who are very cordial in their greetings. They are not offensive. They are not aggressive looking, but they give that ability, if something came in there, if somebody came in, to make that first call. And I think the value of that, I hope in 4 years I look at you and go, geez, I wish we wouldn't have spent that money. But I don't want to look at you and I mean this very seriously, not as a cliche. I don't want to look at the family and say, I made the decision to save $180,000. I'm sorry. So that's why I think it's a valuable expense.
City manager's office.
If I may add, just from the employee perspective, it's not theoretical from the employee perspective. We actually have had incidents in this building. And it's also, it's not just, right, the death is one extreme, but we have people who work in the front desk and like finance and the counter every day, and there are people who are very irate who show up down there. I don't want them to get assaulted. I don't want them to be abused, right? Like, there are a whole variety of behaviors that a security presence changes. And it's not just necessarily extreme physical violence. It's verbal violence and lower level physical violence that for an employee is still highly distressing, and not something that I don't want our employees to have to deal with that. So I do want to say on behalf of the employees, that's not theoretical from their perspective. We have had incidents here.
One last thing, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't catch an order.
Oh, sorry.
Whichever one's first. Alderwoman O'Neill.
I just want to say that 3 years ago, during a council meeting, we had an individual that came to testify wearing a backpack, and nobody knew what was in that backpack, and he was very irate, and he was very accusatory about what was going on in City Hall. And that was a very scary moment, and myself and Alderwoman Tierney at the time actually got up and left because we did not feel safe. And a lot of the security protocols started coming in after that event, in order to make sure that the staff felt safe. And that wasn't us just making it up. That was a, tingle on your arm feeling of something that very bad could have happened in a very short amount of time, and there was nobody to have screened that person. So I believe that we shouldn't even be talking about removing something that's $180,000, and we should go with that.
Alderman Huntley and then Director Blackwell.
Yeah, I think it's not theoretical that people get hit by cars and die in our city, right? We had someone die in front of City Hall crossing the street. So I'm not suggesting we cut $180,000 for funsies. I'm saying there are better uses for this that are also not theoretical and that will save more lives.
And at risk of just repeating a little bit here, in my short duration as acting finance director, we've already had to institute multiple security type changes within our department because we have had irate people come to the billing window. And so we've had to navigate having communication within our department alone that we won't use a certain door if there's people at the billing window in an effort to not allow a foreign entity to walk through a door and gain access to our billing team. We've had to install, ask ITS and Central Services to install a camera at the budget team window because we've had unknown people coming and knocking on the door. And so the sentiment within the team is that there is a lack of security. And so I want to reiterate that the people would feel very uncomfortable with that. And so I just wanted to share that perspective for the finance team to make sure that that was very clear, the effect it would have on the morale and on the folks here.
City Manager Lewis.
I just wanted to add one final concern. As I was talking to the director, we are due for the security assessment to come back to us, and I would caution us to think about that security assessment may come back with additional costs because we're not properly hardened as a target. And so I think there's a conversation here about use of current infrastructure, but with an assessment on the way, we may be looking at ways to ensure that the building is safer, and that might be in direct conflict of this possible action.
Thank you. All right, ask for a vote on this. Let me just get back the number.
Mayor Littman?
Was that?
Yeah, could there be a request to just withdraw the amendment?
You can, or we could vote it down.
Let's just withdraw it.
Okay, do you want to make a motion to
Yeah,
withdraw?
sure, I move to withdraw this amendment.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Third on it.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion's to withdraw passes. PH3 is withdrawn.
Yes.
Alderman Smith-Brown, when you brought that up, you had another amendment that
Yeah, the other
you
one
wanted
was
to bring
just
up. I think it was
the HR summer intern program.
Yes. Do
line.
you want to move for that?
Sure,
now?
I'll move to bring this up for discussion. I move to bring PS 47 HR summer intern program eliminate to the floor.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, for discussion. Anyone want to talk in support or against? Alderman Savage?
Yeah, I mean, I had originally put this in the queue, but I was not going to introduce it. But I will explain some of the stuff I think in value since we're discussing. Education Commission helped, I think, change my mind. But even before they said that, because I've heard some issues, especially when this program first started, as far as ensuring it's run well. So I do think that we need to make sure some of the metrics get set up, and I think the Education Commission said they would be willing to help with that. So that might be one way forward to address that. I'm also, I guess since we're on the topic, it would be important to hear from City Manager's office as far as if they feel like they do have all the support they need to administer this, and if this number is a good number to go with as far as interns.
I want to stay on topic, and the question of whether they have enough money is not on the table. Administration hasn't asked for more money. So I think we should stick to the question of eliminating or not.
Okay, I wasn't referring to money because I want to make sure it accurately reflects the numbers as far as what the departments are asking for and can handle as far as intern.
I'm not following the distinction. What we have on the table is a motion to eliminate $80,000 for summer intern program. And so I just want to focus our discussion on that.
Okay, yeah, understood. That makes sense.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We just heard the sponsor of this amendment say he changed his mind. He's not even pushing this. We don't need to dialogue it to death. Let's kill it and move on.
For real.
All right. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this? Seeing none, I'll move to a vote. All those in favor of eliminating the intern program and support, and their.
Johnson?
Nay.
Alderman Schneidermeyer?
No.
Alderman Conti? Alderman Savage?
Perhaps.
No.
So perhaps there was some confusion on what a yes or no meant initially, but we've got that clarified now.
That was good.
Thank you.
So
I
that was
part
a
of
fail. All right. I believe Alderman Thorpe wanted to raise a motion before we turn the page.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Line 40 on that is the excess of unallocated pay for amount to contingency. Last year, during this session, there was discussion among the city council. We still have money left to spend. How do we spend it? I would like to maintain the option to not spend it and to put any extra in contingency so that we are not looking to zero with additional payments. We may end up not needing this amendment if we don't have enough pay-fors, but I would like to keep this amendment alive so that as we look at the comparisons, we are continuing to compete, not spending money with the output desires of what's proposed.
You have a number in mind that you're trying to move now, or are you just reserving the right to come back to this after we get to the spends?
The number I had in mind was $100,000, just as a round number. And Mr. Mayor, unless there's a better idea, I would say we stick with that number with the ability to amend the amendment if it ends up being 53,000 or something like that. I had actually proposed 10 amendments, each one being $100,000. In case it's $153,000, we look at not spending every dime that we can, but rather spending every dime that we should and taking the remainder and putting it in a contingency. And quite frankly, next year I would look at, rather than putting in a contingency, cutting it. But for now, I think as the first budget presented to this city council, we put it in contingency. So however we want to do it, one amendment with a number that we can amend, or a couple amendments, but what I'm looking to do is create the opportunity to not feel that we need to spend every dollar that we have available to us.
So since you were asking, sounded like you were looking for a little direction, I will provide it. And so my suggestion is to table the amendment, to come back to it, but let me direct your attention to the first tab of this document called Key and Summary. And Finance Director, please get ready to chime in here. So right in the middle, in column D and E, rows 13, 14, 15, you see amendment summary for operating recurring. That's live right now. So the number you see, 1.2 million, is how much we've already decided to cut.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't know where you are.
All right, so first on the tab, Key and Summary. It's the first tab of this document. Right in the middle, there's a block titled Amendment Summary for Operating Recurring. That is on row 13, columns D and E.
Okay. 980?
Yeah, well, I'm going to get to the 980 in a second. But first I want to show that the cuts we made are the 1.2 million, and you all know me by now, I like to round. And we offset that by the vacancy savings. We put some towards the contingency already. That's the 223. So you see a net of 980,000. So that is what we have available to spend on the amendments or to save, to your point, and put it towards contingency. So I would suggest that we defer or not withdraw or table or defer discussion on your amendment, as let us get to going through how council as a whole wants to start spending the money on the operating recurring and the one-time pay-fors and the one-time spends. And as we get through that, you might hit a point that you think we should stop the spending and put the rest towards contingency. And I would just recommend you let us know when you're at that point and see if the council agrees with you or wants to go earlier or later than you.
Mr. Mayor, I love that idea with one, that anybody can make that, because that kind of a procedural change, because in order to get through tonight, we do one tab at a time. So as long as we're willing to bring that back for any one of the 9 of us who wants to say, I propose an amendment to save all the rest of the money, that'd be great.
Yep. Director Plotko, did I accurately state where we're at?
No, that's an accurate statement of where we are. I did want to flag that we just added a new section at the bottom here called informational related to operating recurring, to just make it known that there are pay-fors that are not decided on still versus pay-fors that are failed or withdrawn. And so when you look at the top section, which is what was the summary of like what was submitted, there was identified 3,522,910 pay-fors in amendments. So far, ones that have passed are 1,203,300. And now we've already failed or withdrawn 1,272,460, meaning that there was only 1,047,150 left. And so just wanted to make sure that folks knew that we've limited the pool of pay-fors down to $2,250,000 overall as we move into the spend side of the house.
Thank you. That's helpful to just see highlighted. All right, Alderman Savage?
I concur with the order of operations you outlined, but my question is, I missed, was that a specific amendment or are you talking about a new one?
So it wasn't a specific amendment on line 40 of the pay-fors. And what the mayor has proposed is, rather than me introduce, so it's a possible amendment as per our procedures. And what the mayor has proposed, and I have agreed, is rather than make the amendment now, to slightly change the process and procedure so that any one of us can bring that amendment to the floor later in the process.
Yeah, I think he said that we could do that with any of these if we need to. Yeah.
Any of the ones that we haven't addressed yet. So either if it hasn't passed, failed, or been withdrawn, if we come to a place where we're looking for more money, we could come back to later. And so on yours, your motion has been made and seconded. So I think now we're just going to table it as opposed to conclude it in any of those 3 dispositive ways.
Yeah.
Okay. So that brings us to the next step will be operating recurring. I was going to try to push us a little bit before taking a dinner break, but I think this is such a natural breaking point. We probably should just take our dinner break now. Alderman Savage?
Where were we picking up from when we get back?
We're going to start spending money on the operating of reoccurring tab. And then once we get to a stopping point there, we'll move to one-times and then community grants and capital.
Shouldn't spend so much time on the fees and fines, huh?
That's where we're at. So perhaps we go quicker as this goes on. Let's try to get back here at 7 o'clock. Gives us 35 minutes. Do anyone think we could be less time than that? I was saying 7 o'clock gives us 33 minutes. Anyone need more time than that? Anyone think we could use less time than that?
Well, I'd say 40, maybe 45. I don't know, because are we going out to get food or eating up pizza?
Yeah, you can go do whatever you want. It's on your own. If there's food left over, you could scavenge.
Figured out. We'll try 30.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, no.
Just get your chat.
Four sales like that. But I love it.
So, hey, we are back on the record. We've just saved a bunch of money. Now we're going to spend some of it. I'm expecting. So we are on tab operating dash recurring. And I guess before we get there, just want to point out there's some updates to the key and summary that, again, we have live updates. If you look at rows 30, 31, some more information. I don't think we need to get into it, but again, just this live tracking of how much we have to spend left that we just created. All right, starting on tab operating dash recurring. First line is L21. I think this is in order of popularity again, based on the administrative process that we encountered. I'll ask someone to move L21.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Do we need any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. L4. This is a correction amendment. I'll ask someone to move L4, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion needed? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. L6. Ask someone to make that motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion needed? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
H8, this is a Huntley amendment. Alderman Huntley, would you like to make the motion?
So moved. H8.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion needed? Alderwoman O'Neill?
Just the same discussion, can we remove DAP and change that in the description?
To designated Main Street organization.
Correct.
In the two instances where DAP is used.
Second.
Correct.
And actually, I think for the Annapolis and Bloom part, it does not need to say designated Main Street organization. It just, whoever wants to put up flowers downtown, cheapest is fine with me.
Okay. Capri, you good with that? Thank you. Ms. Turner, excuse me. Okay. All those in favor of H8, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. All right. We are on L7. This is the Harbor Master seasonal salaries. Would someone like to move L7, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Alderman Savage?
Could I just co-sponsor, please?
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. SB5, would someone like to move this?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
No.
Alderman Savage?
Co-sponsor, please.
I'd like to be a co-sponsor as well. Huntley?
Yeah, I'm going to vote for this, but I just want to go on the record and say this is the kind of thing that I think would be better if there was a resolution outlining what exactly is expected of it.
That's a good point. And frankly, this is ideally, as we start to think of next year's budget, I'd like to start that process in the fall. And as you all have initiatives, let's discuss them in the fall. I heard a lot from the director saying it's an interesting idea. Late in the budget isn't the right time to address this. And so I would want to support initiatives that you guys have been working on or would like to work on, but I'd like to do that early in the process. Alderman Savage?
Yeah, actually, I do have a question on this, not on the content, but just on the funding. Because in my mind, it seems to be right up the alley for the Watershed Restoration Fund, which already has a street sweeping program in it, because trash and the associated nutrients are considered a pollutant. So was there, I think where we left it was staff was going to look to confirm that that's legal, that we can put it in the Watershed Fund? Because right now it's in operating. So is there any update?
I don't have that up. Ms. Turner, do you have that?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question?
Yeah, but may I? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so $100,000, but last time we talked about this, I believe we left it as we wanted to see if this could be covered under the Watershed Restoration Fund, since it is reducing stormwater pollution, which would remove it from the operating.
I believe that it can support it. Give me one moment and I can double check really quick.
While Ms. Turner's double checking that, Alderwoman O'Neill?
In addition to that, it's more than just pre-storm drain, because when I rolled mine into it, it was also like the initial cleaning of weeds from sidewalk cracks. So it's a multifaceted amendment that's, the reason behind it was to make sure that our streets are cleaner. My initial conversation with Director Vogel was if he could put it onto his schedule to do the initial cleaning, especially in areas where it's a lot of rentals, for instance, Clay Street and West Washington Street, then if we could get it to a place of beauty, then hopefully we could get resident help to keep it that way. So it might not work completely for the watershed fund, but certainly part of it.
I think this is the source of funding perhaps could be addressed before next week's vote, and we don't need to get an answer today. I think there's appears to be support for it, so we could vote on it and get that cleared up. Alderman Smith Brown, and then Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Sure, yes. To be clear, this was not mainly for pre-storm drain. It was mainly for the trash and the overgrown foliage. And the conversation about the drains came into play when we talked about flood mitigation and how lots of the issue for that flooding comes from trash not being cleared out from those drains. And so it's just multifaceted and encompassing here. And to the question about resolution, absolutely, if we had more time to put a resolution in and lay this out, but that's the point of an amendment, and we know that this budget cycle was a little bit off than former ones. So I think we're all in agreement with that process.
I don't think anyone's suggesting there's anything wrong with it. I think just a better process would be if we had a more fully fleshed out program as indicated in a resolution that we were supporting.
Fully.
Alderwoman?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to be on the SB 5. Be added to the SB 5, please.
Okay. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor of SB 5, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. L14, ask for a council member to move this.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of L14, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. L16, ask for someone to introduce this.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Smith Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Alderman Huntley?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit skeptical of this one. I think we did have an administrative assistant in the city manager's office, separate from in the mayor's office, and then we said that the position wasn't really needed, so we moved them over to central services. We've also added a bunch of staff in the mayor's office. I mean, maybe there are 5 votes for this, but I'm not sure I'm one of them, because I think that we've added a ton of administrative capacity, both directly within the sort of top of city government, but also in a couple different ways throughout city government over the past couple of years. It seems to me like rather than totally create a position out of whole cloth, there could have been a way to move around, an administrative assistant that we gave to planning and zoning 2 years ago, or the one that we gave to central services last year, or even the one that's currently in the mayor's office, if it would be better positioned in the city manager's office. So those are my thoughts.
Just before I'll ask others to speak, specifically the city manager, the council previously created this position for the city manager, and then acting city manager Buckland said, I personally don't like to use one, especially in my temporary role. I'm going to give up the funding for central services administrative position. So that was that context. I just want to be more clear. Would either of you from the city manager's office like to speak to the need?
So I'll start. Your observation is both apt and also misses a little bit. Yes, there have been enhancements, but what that has done on the administrative support side is actually add workload to the administrative support side. So those other folks are doing a whole bunch of different things. Obviously, the city manager's office is now fully staffed out, which means that we are also moving a lot more and going to be moving a lot more. During this last year, as sort of a caretaker, there were limits to how much I was going to be changing stuff. And Central Services had a very clear and pressing need, and I thought that that was a better use of city resources. But we've now come full circle on that.
City Manager Lewis.
I appreciate the background and the inquiry around how we could do this better. I will say, I'm not even 2 weeks in, but we have quickly started to move towards a different infrastructure. So the administrative assistant would not just be for the city manager, it would be for all city manager, deputy city manager, and also keeping in close contact with all our department directors as we're thinking about the best use of resources and actually streamlining how we engage with people. So part of our scheduling right now is done independently. A lot of the follow-up and the things that we need to do around tracking is done independently, but I do think there is a better way to do that with some administrative support.
Thank you.
Add
Deputy
to that as well.
Ms. Turner?
I work directly with the city manager's offices. I'm their budget analyst, and I work directly with the one administrative assistant that they have. And it is a very heavy workload for her to manage both offices, but it also causes delays in reporting that finance needs as well to do the job appropriately. So they absolutely need a second administrative person.
Thank you. Deputy City Manager Gail.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate, back up what Deputy City Manager Buckland said, but add a little, because I've been doing this for quite a while without our own admin. We realized that Central Services had a greater need because they had absolutely nobody, and we asked the former Chief of Staff if she would mind sharing for a period of time, and she did that. But it really did add a lot of burden to our admin, to the point where she wants to train me in entering my own expenses for my travel, and I haven't been reimbursed for the last 2 trips I've been on because I have no time to get together with her and do that. And I really don't think that's a great use of the city manager's time. It's other tasks like that when I get ready for meetings. She can't help me out preparing documents, or I go somewhere to give a presentation or event. She doesn't have any time to help us out with those kind of administrative tasks. There's quite a bit of that. And some, data keeping I try to get her to do, to produce some Excel spreadsheets to help us out. I mean, she's capable of doing it, but just is too stretched to her. If I give her an assignment, it's a month later and she still hasn't gone around to it. And that's just because of capacity. So we really do need an admin to support us. And now we're adding another position, the legislative assistant position, to our staff. So not only did we add our city manager finally, but now we're adding another position. Thank you.
Alderman Savage.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Yeah, don't fall over when I say this, but I do fully enthusiastically support the mayor's amendment on this. It's been a...
You want to co-sponsor?
Yeah. I will co-sponsor. It's been a long time request of the city manager's office. The office started off as one person. That was it. I think back when you were alderman probably. And it's slowly been expanding with some of the environmental resilience capacity, but also the Office of Community Services and deputy city managers. So I think this is definitely a good idea. And it also helps keep, I think, the branches a little more separate, so they have their own support staff.
2 quick data points I want to offer.
Convince me.
Mercy, is that what you said?
Yeah.
All right. All those in favor of L16, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. L12. Would anyone like to make this motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. This is more of an administrative sourced, and I see Director of Planning and Zoning would like to, let me first ask council, is anyone opposed to this that they'd like questions answered? Okay, if that's not the need, then I don't need to call you up, Director. All those in favor of L12, please say yes.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. S18. Would someone like to move this forward?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
And I just realized I've been not identifying the person making the motion, but City Clerk likes me to identify the person making the motion. All right, we're up for discussion. I guess I'll start with, is anyone opposed to this? Because that might accelerate the conversation. Alderman Schandemeyer?
Thank you. I don't want to say I'm opposed to it, but I have some questions just to get some more info.
Hold on, excuse me. I think you said wait. I'm sorry, I thought I heard the city clerk said wait.
Oh,
excuse me, sorry.
Apologies. So by converting these three part-time maintenance workers to full-time, we're adding an additional $111,000 approximately to the budget?
So we would be adding 111, but if you remember, we saved 77,000. So the net was the 34,000 that we didn't fund.
Sorry, because I'm trying to keep track of what we're allowed to spend on my calculator in a rough and dirty. So I'm trying to figure out, do I add 111 or 34,000 to that? And that basis on how much we vote for other stuff. So
yeah, so we would be drawing from the general pot by 34,000 if you include the savings that we generated.
Thank you.
But Mr. Mayor, right now, the net is 426, and it would go down the full 111 because the 70-something's already been added.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. Correct. All right. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of S18, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Okay. L18. Can I have a motion to introduce this, please?
Moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So this is from the mayor's office, and this is designated as a contract position because we view it as very likely just to be a limited time need. In the amount of effort that I'll just use their last name, Ms. Parker as an ombudsman, and Ms. Richards as supervising all of the boards and commissions, and the PIO community, all three of them have indicated a desire to spend not all their time on putting out fires and the emergencies of the day, but to create systems to make them more efficient and more responsive to you all. So the hope is with temporary administrative needs, the boards and commissions, Ms. Raftovich used to say this all the time, that if she could use a full-time administrator on just the technical aspects of just moving boards and commission stuff along. And so if we can temporarily save some time for those three individuals that I mentioned so that they could put better systems into place, that we view this as temporary. And again, just like other things I've mentioned, it's an experiment. We're going to see if it works. Hopefully, I would expect to be able to report back to you where we have smoother systems with the ombudsman, where she's able to get faster responses and close out cases much faster. The boards and commissions work, the outreach, the constituent services that they're providing, that from a lot of contacts that you all generate quite fairly. So that's what this goes towards. Alderman Huntley, Alderwoman O'Neill.
I just think it could be helpful to consider this at the same time as S15, the mayor's office constituent services position. They're kind of overlapping, distinct, but kind of handling the same thing. So just wanted to put on the table that as we're having this discussion.
I agree that both positions I would not pursue both positions.
Right, we wouldn't want to do both, but maybe part of the conversation here should be, is it better to do the one you're proposing or the one in S15?
Yeah, it's both could be helpful. So I'd be hard pressed to our need that we express. So coming from the mayor's office, our request was for the 50,000 position. It was obviously Alderman Savage's position. If the council chose to do that one instead, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But my request was just for the 50,000 position.
I like yours better because it's cheaper.
We figured it would be that.
Alderwoman O'Neill, then Alderman Savage.
My question was, is there a timeline in mind for the 50,000? Does that cover 6 months? Does it cover 3 months?
We had 6 months in mind. Yeah. Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess the first question, which is, I apologize, I guess it's partially on mine because it has to do with if there's overlap or not. But if you'll indulge me, because I believe, well, correct. So if you can clarify for me, are you proposing in one of your amendments to add, my goal is to get 2 constituent services positions. And I wasn't clear from the amendments if you were proposing to add a second one, or is it still only going to be?
No, it wasn't looking to add a second person, although we'd welcome the support. That person would be well used for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, so I guess what I'll say is I still prefer having a full-time permanent position because I do think there's going to be continual need for that. I know I think I've heard from some folks in your office where they even said, that it's definitely more than one position is able to do, and I don't think that's going to change even with the 50,000 positions. So I would, even though it's going to grow the mayor's office, I think it's a good idea to add the constituent services because it really serves everybody. That said, for this $50,000 one, it changes my calculus a little bit as far as I didn't realize it was temporary, but it's still not as high on my list as far as some of the other things we're seeking to fund, including this constituent services one. So I'll probably vote against it in that regard, but even though I feel a bit better about it. So yeah, that's.
Just so I'm clear that I heard you right, you would rather support S15 than L18?
Let me look. If F15 is mine, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, S15 is yours. It's row 19, Mayor's Office Constituent Services position. And I did got clarification, Alderwoman O'Neill, it was expected for 1 year for the contractor, not 6 months, so correcting myself. Given Alderman Savage's point, I would ask that we table a vote on this, then go to S15 and vote on that. If that passes, then I would withdraw L18. If it fails, then I would ask for support on L18. Alderman Thorpe?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we're falling into that trap that we're trying to avoid. I think your words exactly were, I'll take it if you vote for it. We have a brand-new constituent services person who's not even up to speed yet. We have a front office who's working it hard. And, I mean, under the point that how many people are going to be in the mayor's office, I think it's noteworthy that you did not ask for this. And so as we look at this, there's several things that are important. That if we do go to the 123, we're going to start being at risk of the real estate manager. We're going to be at risk of several other things. And I intend, after this vote, to put on the table to put $100,000 into the contingency fund. And let's go on the record. And is that more important? So I'm just concerned that we really are falling into that let's spend because we have it trap.
I don't think we're there on that position. I have no doubt that the work that we're tasking the ombudsman to do it is enough work for 2 people without a doubt.
Absolutely.
And it would get responses to your constituents, my constituents, our constituents much faster. It would improve the process so that the responses would be more consistent and uniform. So I don't want to undersell the value. It was conservative budgeting that didn't ask for that position to be filled. So I still think we should take that, table this, vote on S15, see where the council is on S15. Again, if it passes, then I would withdraw L18. And then we could take, if you want to make your motion the next one, we could do that. Okay. Alderman Huntley?
I want to throw out one third idea, and you two can feel free to shout me down if you don't like it. I like the idea of not funding either right now, but putting $50,000 in the contingency. And if 3 months, 4 months, 6 months from now, the mayor's office wants to come back to the council for a fund transfer, to move that $50,000 towards this contractor after we feel like more of these people are settled into their role. The PIO now has somebody, an enhanced assistant like we're funding in this. We do some more work on the boards and commissions. You still think you need it, that would be a good time to do it. So again, feel free to shout me down, but I'm trying to sort of thread the needle between what the two of you are saying.
I would respectfully shout you down. I don't think Ms. Parker is overwhelmed from the sense because she's not in the job long enough. She's come to us with so much experience. It's because of that long time experience, work on the state level, county level, where she knows she has a vision for how we could do better. She just needs the time, frankly, to implement the ideas. So I don't think it's not a nature of not knowing the job well enough to make that decision.
No, yeah, I'm thinking less in the ombudsman point and more on the public information side where we are funding more staff in this. In fact, 2 additional sets of people, kind of, 2 enhancements, I should say. On the boards and commissions where we're still totally at the beginning of considering what the new process for that looks like. And then I'm not sure I know what community initiatives is. So the ombudsman is the one where I most agree with you on this, but the other ones, I think, we're making a bunch of changes, so I'm not sure we have the data.
Alderman Smith-Brown.
Yeah, so the reality is when you are looking to provide service and support outside of just the age of technology, we need staff. We need people power. And so I would support you coming with that idea that you mentioned of just going to S15 if we can now.
Yep, okay. So again, tabling L18, I'll ask for a motion to introduce S15.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we want further discussion on that? Alderwoman O'Neill?
I'm going to vote against this because I believe that we have staff members that we have not traditionally utilized in the past, our African-American liaison and our Hispanic liaison, that fit into this role of an additional constituent services role. I personally haven't seen those 2 roles being utilized to the extent that they could and should be. I see them running pop-up events in different wards and whatnot that seem to have the same people showing up to them all the time, where we could ask them to be in a more constituent services role. And I would support the $50,000 to help us get over the hump. I do not support adding another constituent services position.
I think one other thing to point out is the $50,000 is a one-time contract to help create processes and procedures. The 123 is a full-time employee for multi-years, which you may come back to in the future and ask for.
That's how I went into this. Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I am curious if you'd be willing to address Alderwoman O'Neill's concerns, because obviously I think you have most inside knowledge on that. Do you think those positions could help negate the need for this position, or do you see them as 2 separate at this moment?
I think that we had historically a problem. So going back where the work being done by the Hispanic liaison and Hispanic African-American liaison positions, community specialists, are not adequately conveyed to the city council so that you don't have adequate insight, because I see them working and they're working hard every day, they're running events, they are addressing particular needs, and you don't have visibility to the work that they're doing. So we need to come up with a way to give you better visibility to the work that they're doing. All that said, the backup scenario is if neither of these positions get funded, we would need to figure out a way to take from the time that they're spending on those underlying services and give administrative support. Administrative support in that sense might be the wrong word, but to assist with constituent services and boards and commissions and all the other work that we just discussed.
You don't think they're able to do that currently without compromising their existing duties?
Oh, yeah, correct. They're not like, none of them are not working the full hours, and they work a lot of weekend hours too, so it's a lot of comp time. So if you might not see them 35 hours a week, Monday through Friday, but they have evening events, they have weekend events, and so that's where I think that you don't have great visibility on what they're doing. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, and I do want to highlight the work of Adetola for a moment, seeing that he identified something for me, which was a Facebook post that, not to promote any social media or those, those billionaire people profits, but there was a video of a incident in my ward, which was a very dangerous situation, and him also leading the No Harm program, as well as other programs in the city, identified this need. And supposedly there is a scheduled walk tour that we're going to have in Ward 3, going down this pathway that I mentioned months ago was a huge issue. And so I'm just highlighting some of the things that we may not see on the forefront that is happening behind the scenes, but not to discredit what was just shared. There's lots of work that needs to be done. And, we're human beings and, we're tired. We got lots of things going on in our lives. And so maybe they aren't working to the fullest of capacity. So maybe there are some ways that we can kind of stretch them out a little bit further. And that's across the board within our city government. But I just don't want to discount their work either.
Alderman Huntley?
I want to attach myself to Alderwoman O'Neill's comments and also say that while I greatly appreciate the mayor ran on better customer service, and I think this would, on the margin, improve customer service, I'm looking at the numbers that the mayor's office's salaries and benefits is projected to increase by 30%, and the contract services is projected to increase by 50% year over year. And I think that I'd like to see on either of these, I'd like to wait and see what the result of that additional money is going to deliver before we decide that the marginal dollar in these two positions is really going to be worth it. So I think I'm opposed to both.
Any further discussion? I'm going to vote in favor of S15, again, with the knowledge that we would put that person to well use, but I not knowing where the council is, I am not making this my most important amendment as well. So if this fails, I will be pushing L18 harder. Alderman Smith-Brown?
After we had that year of contract, was your hope or thought that maybe there would be a more long-term approach?
I was trying to position myself to learn more and then come to you with an answer. Were we able to implement systems that now relieve the need? That's our hope. So actually my hope is that I'm not coming to you for more money and not a permanent position. But I think it's worth seeing if we are successful in that 6 to 12 months experiment of trying to provide some additional services to them. Yeah, ideally I'm not coming back for more money or to make this person permanent. All those in favor of S15, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no.
No.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Littman?
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Okay.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yay.
Alderman Alsop Johnson?
Aye.
Right.
What was the answer?
Yes, affirmative.
Yeah, thank you.
Alderwoman Conti?
Aye.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe?
No.
Alderman Huntley?
I will round out the Finance Committee by voting no.
I will move to withdraw L18.
Can you add me as a co-sponsor?
I'm sorry.
Can you add me as a co-sponsor for that one?
Yes, so that was S15. Okay. I see L18 is already noted as withdrawn, so I'll take it as being done. Do you need me to do anything else to withdraw? Okay. All right. All right. We are on row 16. Alderman Savage, are you still moving S8?
Yes, sir.
That was yes?
I would move S8, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Alderman Savage?
Yeah, thank you. So a little background on this one. This would be providing bus service to Riva Road, Annapolis High School area. This has been a long-term request made from the community, especially those of us who are on the Forest Drive corridor. It's been recommended by our transportation development plan is to add the full blue route. And that's what the blue route would be, is down, that'd be a fixed route. And so I think the Education Commission said it better than I as far as the benefit it would be. But it's not only for the students, because there is no existing fixed route that can help bring them to the high school. So if they miss their buses, they're really in a tough situation. It also would allow parents, and again, there are a number of lower income communities along Forest Drive that may not have access to vehicles and cars. And so this is an important, especially important thing to do on that corridor. We also have, I think, probably the highest concentration of schools on that corridor than we do elsewhere in the city. And I believe Director Moore has an update on the money, because it's a lot less, I believe, than what's listed. But again, my intent, so a number of us, I should say, have been working on this for a number of years now. And Transportation Committee has also been discussing it quite a bit over the past few months. And so my proposal would be to just run it, basically do it as like a pilot. It would be running during the morning and evening peak times. And I'm not sure if it'd be weekend service or not. I'll have to ask the director, but it'd be a nice interim solution to see if we can then figure out if we want to add the full blue route. So with that, Mr. Mayor, do you want to get more information from the director now, or?
Sure, this is a good time for that. Director Moore, please.
Yep, thank you. As you know, we do have a transit development plan performed every 5 years. And back in 2019 and of course 2025, KFA's transportation planners did talk about, they'd take the pulse of our system, the health of our system, and they made a proposal, the blue route, which is kind of in essence what Alderman Savage is speaking about, which is different than the other routes that we're speaking of. What you see here of that $516,000 is a fully loaded operational cost of running another line, if you will, versus disturbing what goes nearby there, which is the brown route. This would take a little bit more study to see exactly how this would work out as a pilot. And one of the things that Alderman Savage is saying that it could be quite a bit less if we look at peak times, Monday through Friday, not weekends, not holidays. We're looking at the biggest thing we want to look at. It's not a high school bus. It's not a charter. It's not all those things that go into AHS. As Alderman Savage made mention, Riva Road has developed economic development with work in places to live, so going around that area towards the high school into the county. So it is something that really needs to be looked at. And if you guys have a chance to look at Chapter 5 of our TDP, it will talk about what you want to do, what can be done with a proposed route like this. With a TDP, there's ideas and avenues that can be explored and things that would cost money, just like our GO Time, which is our micro transit. That goes back to 2019. We got money to fund it as a pilot for 3 years, and we'll need to look at that next year if that's something we want to continue doing. So something like this that may start out a bit less, as the Alderman said, if we do like we're doing with the Magenta Shuttle and the State Shuttle, Monday through Friday, peak times, 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the evening, then you have to get them back and forth. So let's just say 10 or 11 hours a day, 55 hours or so a week is going to be a little less than $8,000 in a month. So you're looking at just shy of $85,000 to do something like that. And that's a fully loaded number that we looked at of the 14018. But what you really want to take a look at is, where do you go? In the back of our minds as transportation folks, I know where it should go, start, and how we'll make it there, but what makes the most amount of sense from an economic viability standpoint? What are the numbers really showing us with a survey like the TDP did? Who are you serving? What are you solving? And we know what we're solving. We have buses that go in that direction, but once we get to Riva Road, we turn right. We want to go left and right, of course. We want to get to the mall. Those are workplaces there, but going to the left now with Riva Road, there's an opportunity to do a little more. But as you start to develop new routes and all, what does the FTA say? There's a few steps that have to be considered when you're creating, revising, or doing something with the route that exists. So there's some steps we really need to follow to study. So I wanted to give that as kind of a backdrop of what we can do, what we should do, and how we should methodically move forward to this quest.
Follow-up? Okay. Any other alderman? Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Alderman Savage said, this is an amendment that the Annapolis Education Commitment wholeheartedly supports. The folks along Forest Drive have frequently gotten calls from constituents about the need for this type of service. All over Ward 5, I have complaints from parents if they miss the bus and they can't get their kids to or from school due to work commitments on both sides of Forest Drive. So I am very excited to support this. That said, I'm very excited about Alderman Savage saying we can have a lower number if it's a pilot. Are you comfortable giving us a number on that?
Yeah, we really would like to study that, to really look at it before you hear me publicly say whatever X would equal. But if we're looking at the Monday through Friday and splitting the time to create a pilot, we'd like to really sharpen our pencil and give you more of an accurate number to define this.
But it will certainly be lower than $517,000.
It would be, because that would be all the time that we are operating our transit operation, and you may look at that later on and say that's where we want to go. But if we're looking at peak time, peak travel, it would be substantially less. But how much less, we just really want to take a second look to see what that number looks like.
Thirds.
Like I mentioned earlier, just around the $85,000 to $100,000, depending on what we do. How much service we provide.
Okay. Alderman Thorpe?
So I associate myself with all the previous city council members that this is clearly something that has been asked for a lot. At $517,000, it is an easy no, right? But at $85,000 as a pilot, I guess my response would be perfection's the enemy of completion. Let's get going, right? So I guess if you're comfortable with $85,000 to get started a pilot, I would say a couple things. One is this has also been a topic between the mayor and the superintendent of schools. It's probably also a topic for the county council. Our timing might be bad with their budget, but it seems to me like we could get it started and perhaps ask for some assistance as we prove success. So I for one, would be very comfortable with passing $85,000 for a pilot to get started and fulfill a need, as you've discussed, recognizing that you may come back and say, this is working brilliantly. We've got 37 people riding in the morning, but I need another X number of dollars, but we would have success behind us. So it would make sense for us to get started.
One of the things you want to look at with a pilot, first off, not to just build it and they will come. What are we looking to solve? How many people will actually use it? Where are we going? How are we aligning this? In our own minds here, we have an idea of what it should look like. So as the TDP spelled out, that is actually on the city's website, you can peel back, but if I can get your attention over to Chapter 5, it talks about the proposed alternate route that we're saying here. And I believe that was also echoed 6 years ago, 8 years ago in 2019, 7 years ago, and of course in this most recent TDP. So when our transportation planners took a look at this, as well as other things there. They're saying you can adopt all of it, you can use some of it or none of it. That is the roadmap for the future. So taking a look at how we put this together and how it's arranged, it'll be the very important part without wasting any money, just actually preparing ourselves to how will we sustain this. Because with the go time, you want to go for a few years to get the right kind of data. Do you sustain yourself? So how long does a pilot usually go? And not being a planner myself, that would be, we would go to those experts with JMT, KFH, Mead Hunt. There's so many around to really take a look at that. For something in the fall, or that's where the numbers comes down quite a bit, because it'll be the partial part of the year, partial part of the day, and the times that we think would be needed most. You're going to get folks that'll come back, but Saturday's a big day for the swim club. Can we afford? So you've probably gone up 30%. So looking at that, who are we actually servicing and how are we doing this? And did we do it in a vacuum? Just want to make sure that we've really taken a very good look at and not just said AHS.
I agree that this is a huge need, and I also agree that 500,000 was a non-starter for this year's budget. I certainly also agree that if $85,000 got us a pilot to start, I think that's a good path, and frankly, more progress than I thought we would make today on it. And so if the amendment is amended to be $85,000 for budget to try this out, I would be in favor of that, if that's what the motion is. Savage.
Well, on the motion, I would suggest err on the side of caution of as far as 100. He said $100,000 as far as between 85 to 100. It gives us a little bit of safety room on that. It's not that much more money.
It's not much of a difference. So I'm starting to keep an eye. If you go, so everyone might want to just pause for a second and take a look at that key and summary tab, where we're down to a net of just under $200,000. So just realize we have a lot of things coming up.
How about, could I come back after we hear more of the colleagues' comments about as far as another amendment?
Alderman Smith-Brown and then Alderman Huntley.
Sure. Definitely would encourage the lower costs, and upon us doing so, I would be added as a co-sponsor. Upon us doing so.
Whether this is 85 or whether it is 100, we need one more pay for, assuming that we fund the next two on the list. So I feel like there's very strong support for creating the real estate manager position. And then the next one down is very small. So looking ahead, if we were to fund FC4 and S7, we would still have a little bit of money left sort of on the table. I take Alderman Thorpe's point that just because it's there, we don't want to spend it. But the way I'm looking at it now is essentially, even if we were to do just those two, if we were to do those next two, then whether we spend $85,000 or $100,000 on this, we need to go to another pay for. And the next pay for just so happens to be $22,000. So if we were to spend $100,000 on this, it kind of perfectly evens out. So I like the idea that we could do this with $100,000 or at least try it out. And then we have to do one more pay for, and we could maybe even be finished with the operating budget, which would be crazy.
Alderman Smith-Brown.
Yes, thank you. So I believe if it's okay to update that 85,000 to 100,000 then for SBA.
And we haven't made that motion yet, so we're not there yet.
So no, I think the amendment, it was showing 85 instead of.
It's now showing 100.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Right. I'm just saying you can change it without a motion because it hasn't been introduced yet. Right.
It's changed.
At least I haven't heard a motion to it yet. Alderman Thorpe.
Starting to get to Alderman Huntley's point, we're starting to get some hard choices. If we go down to the bottom, a couple of new ones that have been added that I've heard some strong support for is support of Juneteenth and the support of Pitt Moyer Rec Center and support of the Central Services person. And so it would perhaps behoove us to go to 85. And then again, in the system where best effort, he comes back and says, I need another 10 or 15, we try to find it, than to not fund some of these things. Or when I look at the pay-fors, we start to cut into real meat in the city. And so I would recommend, that the director did say 85 to 100. We go with 85. Again, in full trust, he could come back if he needed to, but 85 the goal.
Alderman Savage and Alderman Huntley.
I want to make sure we stick to this. There's a motion on the floor I think we need to focus on per the procedures. But I am going to make a motion to get to the 100. But I just also want to say, keep in mind, I think the director said this was originally called for in 2014, did you say? 19. So it's been on the books for a while, and I think it's really be commendable for us to finally get this done. It's been called for a while. Let's do it. We finally found a good path forward. And personally, I would love it to be more than just a pilot, because again, as somebody whose ward is right on this corridor, it's a need. We have a lot of people who don't have cars on this corridor. And we have a lot of schools. I can't think of a better place to really focus on doing this. We need to, I think, stay focused that this is for the kids, for our children. And that, I think, is one of the most important things for us to focus on right now. And if we, I always talk about the traffic and safety issues on Forest Drive. I think this would help. And just to close up by saying that, so I do want to kind of make a connection here. I know it'd be another item to pay for, but make the point that when we talk about if people are going to use this, like what role, as far as for each director, would a marketing position play in helping to drive up the ridership and to help inform the public that this is a route that can be used? So I guess to keep it germane to this question, what kind of things do you do to help drive ridership up of a route and to inform the public?
That's really an interesting and a good question that you asked, because when we started the Go Time, our partners with this pilot, IT Curves, we really got ahead of the curve by taking the show to the road, being on the buses that this service would be replacing. The underutilized, the orange and the purple, being at stops to do that along the way, and going out into the community to share this type of information of what a microtransit is all about. So that was really an internal aspect with the help of the software engineer, software provider, to do that ourselves. That really did help, because there's a bit of trepidation expectedly in my part, but we're going to do this on a purple route, which picks up in the evening from 7 to 11, Monday through Saturday. Someone's going to get left at the mall, at the hospital, whatever else. If it happened, it was very far and few. I don't think it did, because what we did ourselves, we got the community engaged. Those folks at the hospital, of course, at the mall. We're putting up posters. We have stuff on our website. We created a good video with the help of our PIO. So we've utilized a lot of city services to really get the word out. But, we gave ourselves the 90 days, too, because the contract was awarded in the spring, and we didn't start service until July 15th of 2024. We had a good amount of time to really get it out and get it out right, and we made some tweaks with software, where we went, how we're doing. I think what we have as far as our bandwidth, being careful, not doing too much at once. Just as we made mention with some other positions, what is it, how much time does it take before you feel very comfortable in your new position? And what you have as far as established staff that can actually do that. And I'm very comfortable with our superintendent and his staff along the way that once they learn what we're doing and how they get it out and roll it out from our employees, which are the drivers, the supervisors and all, out to the public. So of course we have, the ATB, Annapolis Transportation Board, Annapolis Transportation Committee, and other things like that, or just speaking for other city commissions and committees, the Education Committee. Doing those kind of things.
Dr. Moore, we need to wrap it up, please.
Yeah, I just said doing those kind of things I think helps.
If I could make a motion to change the amount to, I would like to move to change the amount to 100,000.
So I think to do that, we're voting down S8, and we have S8A right below it, would be the simplest way to do it.
Can we have a clarification before you vote, please?
Oh, yeah.
Of the funding source. Is this going to be a subsidy from the general fund, or is this coming from the parking fund? Because currently, the parking fund subsidizes for transportation fund.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a preference, whatever finance thinks is best in that regard.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing to keep in mind is that currently the parking fund does fill in the gap of the transportation fund, but we've actually been drawing down on the fund balance of the parking fund. So the parking fund, we've used, in the past, we've used CARES money and ARPA money, and we've currently are drawing down on that fund balance. We are getting to the point where that is not going to be true. And so just as a long-term matter, the funding of the gap between the excess that the parking fund generates versus the need in transportation, that is something as a long-term fiscal sustainability that we need to wrestle with. So I do have some concerns about that. Adding this to the parking fund would make that day of reckoning happen a little bit sooner.
Currently, our projected FY27 fund balance is $616,000.
Current balance of what?
The projected FY27 fund balance at the end of FY27 is to be $616,000.
Okay, let me move on. Alderwoman O'Neill.
There was a
Alderman
motion
Huntley.
on the floor.
What's that?
I had a motion on the floor, though. I had a motion on the floor
What is your
to
motion?
change it to 100,000.
Okay.
The amount,
Okay, so there's a motion to change S8 to 100,000, down from 517. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on that? Alderwoman O'Neill?
I just was going to ask for a repeat of what the peak hour service was, the hours of operation.
Looking at the mornings, probably 6:30 to 10:30 in the evenings or afternoons from like 3:30 to 7. Somewhere like that, somewhere similar to what we're doing with the Magenta shuttle.
Huntley?
I was going to talk about the parking transportation fund thing, so I think it's not germane at this moment.
Okay, all those in favor of Alderman Savage's amendment to reduce the spend down to 100,000, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. So now we're on S8A for the pilot project. On the question of where the funding comes from, I don't think we need an answer today, but between now and Monday's vote, if you can come back to us and give us guidance on where that comes from, I think that'd be helpful. Alderman Thorpe?
I think we do need to figure that out because
You
I
do
mean,
need-
Because
Okay.
if you decided fund it from the parking fund, it gives you more revenue for your expenses for the general fund.
Okay. And is the guidance from from finance that we can take it from the parking fund?
If you vote to do so, yes. It's your prerogative.
Right, that's what I was asking. And Director Buckland,
Yeah, there's what Ms. Turner indicated is that we are projecting sufficient fund balance in the parking fund, even with that drawdown, to accommodate that amount. I just want you to go into that with your eyes open. That's my only point.
Yeah, it makes me nervous to put our transportation and parking funds in an even more tenuous position. I understood this amendment to be a transfer from the general fund to the transportation fund. And unless we hear from the city manager and the finance team that that would be a gigantic red flag to our bond rating agencies, which I would think not, because this is a pilot program, it's one time, we're not trying to plug a structural hole. I think that's how it should be considered, as movement from the general fund to the transportation fund.
Director Buckland?
I don't think this would affect bond ratings at all. It's completely separate. So it's just an expenditure piece. And actually, in our debt capacity analysis, we're including the transportation and parking fund as part of our base as well, because of the fact that we saw this structural issue coming up. And so we've been conservative in that process, but that's a separate conversation. We are saying that there is sufficient fund balance. So I guess if you're like asking, we're saying that you can do it out of parking to then reserve the funding for general fund.
Alderman Thorpe and Alderman Smith-Brown.
So I have a general question. What is at risk in the parking fund if we do this? So a general,
Is there anything at risk from the parking fund? If that's where this is funded from?
Yeah, I think maybe help take a step back and just make sure we understand the relationships here. So there's three funds that are at play right here. You have your parking fund, which is generally a cash flow positive fund. Also could be basically defined as an enterprise fund. It generates enough funding to meet its expenses. As part of that, it also now provides funding to the transportation fund, because the transportation fund is not self-sustaining. It is a net loss position. As we have drawn down funding from the parking fund to the transportation fund, we had an excess cash balance, a fund balance sitting there due to the different ARPA funds and other funds that Deputy City Manager Buckland spoke to. Those funds are beginning to exhaust. We only will expect to have $600,000 as additional fund balance. All this ultimately means is that as that fund balance exhausts, we will still have the net positive amount from the parking fund subsidizing transportation, but any delta thereafter, therefore meaning any loss within transportation, will need to be funded by the general fund.
Yes, I heard that we needed a vote for that. So, I mean, I think it makes sense to pull this money from a fund that is dedicated to transportation. And it also opens up the room for us to continue on with prioritizing how much we need to spend for other items.
Anyone object to interpreting the amendment S8A for it to be a drawdown from the parking fund?
I don't object to interpreting it that way, but I object to spending that money.
All right, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of S8A, which is the pilot program for $100,000 to be funded from the parking fund, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Motion passes. All right. And again, I think we should, since we're very close, check in on the key and summary. You can see that we're down to 91,000 available for spending.
Can I ask for clarification on SB 5? Did we decide if that's coming from the Watershed Restoration Fund or General Fund?
General.
Where were you? Oh, SB 5. I think we were looking for guidance. I think what I was hearing when we were talking about that is that most of the significant part of that work would be watershed restoration, but then not all of it is. And so I don't know if the department can somehow divide up the work between the two, but I think that's the council's preference. Alderman Savage?
Yeah, just we've done that before with positions, so we should. Do you see any problem doing that with this kind of thing? Okay.
Okay. Are you able to delineate tonight, or do you need time to come back to?
No, I can delineate tonight. Do you want it to be a 50-50 split?
So
Unless there's a better,
I will do, if it's okay, I think the priority should be 65-35
for West, for
the
watershed
heavy streets.
restoration.
Yeah, so watershed restoration 35, 65 for the larger grassy area, wooded area.
Not belabor that point. Let's just go with
sidewalks,
that and move on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Alderman Huntley?
Look, I think there's a through line on these things, that when we fund stuff out of the general fund, we are funding it via progressive taxation. We are funding it out of money that says that if you have more, you pay a little bit more. When we fund things out of fees, out of these funds, whether it's a parking fund or whether it's a stormwater fund, it's regressive. You're making the poorest people pay for it. We should not be paying, yes, there are reasons to have enterprise funds. I'm not disputing that. But on balance, when we're shifting these things out of the general fund and into these enterprise funds, what we're doing is saying that the guy who makes $10,000, who pays the exact same stormwater fee as the guy who makes $1 million, is paying a way higher percentage of his income towards it. And I object to that. I think, again, there can be justifications.
All right, let's go. We don't have a motion on the table that we're arguing about right now.
I thought we were discussing whether this should be in the watershed fund or the general fund.
We were trying to give simple guidance. You're right, we were. Okay. But I think at some point we need to let finance just
Just let them cook, as the kids say.
What's that?
Let them cook.
Yeah.
But as a point of clarification.
Yeah, I need clarification.
Yeah, as a point of clarification, are we allowed to make that delineation right now? 65,000 to the general fund and 35,000 to
I don't think it should be
watershed?
based on council opinion. I think it should be based on what the work is being done. If the work corresponds to the work that the Watershed Restoration Fund is supposed to be supporting, it should come from that. If it's exceeding that because we're pulling weeds for beautification, then it should not come from that. It should come from general fund. But I don't know that you have, I don't know how you would know how much is going to be in those two buckets, and that's why I was giving you space to figure it out.
My risk would just be that if we budget it at 65-35 right now, and then we come back to the table and say that 35K can't go to the watershed restoration fund, it has to be in the general fund, then we may be at risk of over expending the general fund tonight.
Right.
So I actually, from a position of conservatism, would ask that we keep 100% in the general fund. But I don't know if I have the authority to ask for that.
It sounded like a significant amount, at least 50%, and that's why I was 50%, 50-50 made sense to me to be conservative. Whether 50 really should be 65, I think 50-50 is conservative enough from what we heard the work being done.
50-50 would actually go the other way, though.
Yeah, that would.
It could. They're both reasonable approaches. And so if you have a recommendation, I'm happy to take it and move on.
My recommendation right now is just because we don't have enough information, that we keep 100% in the general fund so that we don't tonight overexpend the general fund pay-fors.
That strikes me as frankly, I know I just said it's up to you, but that strikes me as overly conservative when we just heard how most of the work is going to be done to benefit the watershed.
Yeah, do you have a position? 535. Okay, we will adjust to 65-35.
Okay. I in the spirit of making progress, okay, so 226, is that a new total that we have? I'm back on the key summary page. I see, I'm trying to follow E16 carefully. So 226 is what we have available right now? Okay, that's been updated. Okay, that's increased from where it was a minute ago, so.
It was 191 before, and it went up $35,000.
Yep. Okay. All right. So we're up to FC4, the real estate manager position. Unless anyone wants to take anything else ahead of that, I would look for a motion on FC4.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We already discussed this at length earlier. Anyone want to speak to this, either for or against? Alderman?
Cool idea, but we spent a lot of money, so I'm going to start being that guy now. Sorry.
I think we already freed up the real estate contract position to fund this, most of this. The contract position that we freed up was 100,000. So by moving this as an employee, it has an increased cost of 7,000. That was the trade-off that we had considered. Okay, Alderman Savage.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, just to speak a bit in favor, again, it was one recommended by the director, but also it's really going to help us, per his answers to our questions in the budget questions, really going to help us get some of these projects done. And we have a lot of capital projects to get through. So I think it'd be in our interest to support this.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Alderman Thorpe.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to propose the amendment that we move $100,000 to the contingency at this point.
Okay, is there a second? I'm hearing a second right now, Alderman Thorpe.
Voted.
We have S7, and Alderman Savage, is that still something that you're looking to pursue?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move S7.
For a second.
Second.
Anyone want to speak in favor of it? Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this would just get us back up to where the same amount we had last year. It's a minimal amount, and again, they've clearly established that their need is rising, so I think it's just prudent for us to set the base the same as it was in the past.
Want to speak against it? Okay. City Manager?
I just clarify, the record I have says 2,000, but it was the dollar amount and the description don't quite match. So it said to restore, we had done a reduction from 10,000 to 5,000, and this is framed as a restore, but the amount is 2,000. I just want to make sure I understand what number we're working with.
In the budget, there's 8,000. There's 8,000. I've confirmed that there's 8,000 in the budget.
Okay,
So
thank
the
you.
2,000 would restore it back to 10,000.
Got it, thank you.
What I heard in the budget conversations leading into the budget was that money was not used last year, even the 5,000. And so that's why, as a team, finance team, city manager's team felt like the 5,000 was enough. And in fact, that there's 8,000 is more than enough. So although it's only $2,000, I'm voting against this because the need has not been expressed. Alderwoman O'Neill, excuse me.
Thank you very much. I was under the impression that we ran out of the Emergency Housing Assistance Fund in October. Am I confusing it with another fund? What's the other fund that I'm confusing it with?
The Rental Assistance Fund. So this is $10,000 that's totally separate for people who find themselves in need of very temporary, like hotel stays. And so we typically have a whole process for adjudicating those cases before the city picks up the tab for a hotel stay. So it does vary year to year, but we've, over the last 3 years, never spent more than, I think, $6,000 in the last 3 years.
I had two constituents that came crying to me saying the city didn't have any funding to help them when they were dealing with mold issues. So is that a whole different scenario?
So somewhat, and we can have a policy discussion offline about like how that adjudication process works. But that's how that's turned out over the last year. And it's not quite so much, it's not quite so much a funding question as it is other things, and we can talk offline if you want.
We had 10,000 last year, we only used 5.
I think I'll have to look at the records, but yeah, over the last 3 years, we've not spent that 10,000.
Thank you.
Not seeing any further discussion. All those in favor of S7, please say aye. All those against, say no. No.
No.
Noes carry. Motion fails. And just checking in with the key summary, $120,000 is where we're at. To Alderman Thorpe's point, doesn't mean we have to spend it. We're up to consideration of S11. Is anyone still promoting this? Alderman Savage?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would move S11.
For a second?
Second.
All right, discussion. If we can try to be brief, please.
Yes, sir. So this money, it actually should be cost neutral because this position is currently funded out of the Sustainable Mobility Fund, which has I believe it's over $1 million, 1.5 million, I think. So it has sufficient money to pay for this position. So that's my first point. But the other point, as far as why you looked that up for justification, is that, and I believe this also came from the Director of Transportation, who says his department's more operations focused, and I know this position works a lot more with planning and zoning, so it seems like a more natural fit, as P&Z does a lot more with our cycling infrastructure. And I also, part of this is converting to civil service. We used to have this position as a civil service. It was called for in our 2014, I think it is, Bike Master Plan. It's actually this position that created that plan. I think we need to get back to that to actually work on this, specific work on that infrastructure. So, and again, it's completely in line with the intent of that fund.
I'm going to speak against this amendment. It's not something that ADOT has sought, and I think we should leave decisions about when to convert a position from contract to civil service to the directors managing that department.
It was.
He is here, but I don't think this was not an amendment that he sought. Director Moore, do you want to speak to this just to confirm? This position to become a civil service?
Yeah, thanks for asking. No, that was not something that I brought forward to have that position converted.
Was not or was?
It was not, no.
Thank you.
The two questions. One is moving it, and the other is conversion.
Okay, well, if we're not converting it, I don't know that we need to have the discussion about moving it. Anyone else? Okay. All those in favor of S11, please say aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry. No, I'm not. I don't want to be an aye.
All those against S11, say no. No?
No.
Okay, motion does not carry.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Alderman Thorpe?
I would like to propose an amendment, and maybe let's see if it's more palatable, for a $50,000 transfer to contingency with the remaining money.
I'm personally not there yet. I'm personally not there yet. I just want to see make sure we're not, what if there's other positions that we're trying to fund. I think we're there, but if we are if we vote any of the following to approve, then we're going to be behind. And so I just don't want to get behind. So I support the thought and.
Just keep it in the front of our mind, right?
Yep. I'm with you there. Okay, Alderman Huntley.
Mr. Mayor, would you consider jumping ahead to amendments that are under $100,000? I think we've got quite a few left on here that are big ticket items that I don't think, frankly, that we're going to fund. And so my suggestion is that we jump to the 4 remaining spends that are under $100,000 and do those first.
Can we get to the same place slightly differently? Perhaps take a motion for S19, S16, S26, and S12. Maybe leave S12 off, but take those S19, 16, and 26 as a group and see if there's any support for those. Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
Could S29 be in there? I mean, that's a.
No, so it was the next 3, S19, 16, and 26 I was suggesting we take up collectively to see if there's anyone pushing it.
Well, one of them I would like to, well, yeah, I would. Can I?
Let me do it a little cleaner. So I asked if anyone would like to make a motion. Harry, if I could take your suggestion your second as a motion instead?
Sure, happy to make you a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. The motion is to take up S19, 16, and 26.
At once?
S19, 16, and 26.
Yeah, at once, you're saying?
To take them all at once, yes.
Okay.
Is there anyone that wants to speak in support of these three? Alderman Savage?
Yeah, well, so for start with S26, we really, the code calls for us setting up an election fund. This is just planning for the future. We should really try to plan for some money. The next election is going to cost us even more money with or without RCV. If we even move in that direction, it just, again, seems a conservative, wise move to save over the next few years. So on that one, on the other one to make a pitch for is the Office of Community Services. I've stated before, they have a demonstrated need for more support, and documented in their presentation. I expect needs to go up, and it's a public safety adjacent position, crucial work.
On the election piece, I'll just speak to, I think we first need to take up, which I intend to take up in the next several months, what we're going to do with elections, whether keep it as a city one-off or to change the date. And so I think we need to do that as a double question of if we're thinking about changing it, do we change it for the next election or the one after that? And so we need to just finalize where this council's at on that. And once we get clarity on that, then we need to take up starting to fund the next election if it is still a city election.
Well, I mean, even if it's not a city election, it's still going to cost quite a bit of money.
I don't know that it will, but even if it did, it would be significantly less money. And my understanding is that might not cost the city any money if it was joined with the county state. But again, I think we need to address, let's figure out what we're funding first, and then we'll start funding it next. Anyone want to speak to the other 2 points? Okay. All those in favor of passing S19, S16, and S26, say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, say no. 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 Okay, those three fail. And to Huntley's point, do we want to take up the other? Do you want to take up the big dollar ones first to get a sense of where we're at, and then the small ones?
I feel like we're at an equilibrium where we could basically support these remaining small ones, or maybe put some of that money into contingency and then mass vote down all of the remaining pay-fors and spends. But that's my opinion. You're the one leading the meeting.
All right, I think we could probably do the next two quickly. S20, would anyone like to make a motion for S20?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Anyone want to speak to this? Okay. No, Alderman Schneidermeyer.
How much money do we have left? 120? Alderman Savage has documented that there is a significant wait list in the past. We have 120,000 left, and this is a very small amount.
Alderman Savage?
Yeah, I think I don't see the director here anymore, but this was a request from them, and I was wanting to find out it may be able to support the school after school care program.
I think we should keep it separate from the after-school program. That's got a whole another ball of wax of issues. This is specific about programming. Let's stay on what the amendment is for. I could support it, and especially if it's going towards teen programming, and even more in favor if it's teen program that's not necessarily at the rec center, but taken into communities where I think we need more teen programming out in the community. Else, Alderman Thorpe?
I guess I don't understand the process here. The budget's been submitted, it didn't include this, and I think I just heard that Rex and Parks asked for this, but Rex and Parks isn't here, so it wasn't important enough for her to stick around to fight for this. So it really comes under the category of, why?
That's out of order. Making an assumption like that for a director, just say, it could be many reasons she's not here, but to say it's not important is out of order.
Ms. Gildy, would you like to address this?
Yes, thank you. I did speak with Director Johnson before she had to leave about this. This was not an amendment that she asked for, actually. This was Alderman Savage. I don't believe you spoke with Director Johnson about this before you entered this amendment.
Yeah, it was in her list of enhancements in the budget that were denied.
Well, this was when this one I asked her about, and she told me that this money was somehow tied to the floor and that they couldn't do anything with the money because it was tied to the floor. That was her understanding. You're saying that's not right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said this wasn't, they could use it, she said, for some expanded programming of any kind, but she said she did not ask for this money. But she said they can always use more money for programming.
All right.
Let's see where the votes go. All those in favor of S20, say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
No.
I thought it sounded like a good idea.
I believe the noes have it, but I'm not sure. Is that what you heard as well? All right. Motion fails then. Okay, H7. Alderman Huntley, you still interested in pursuing this?
Yeah, I won't spend too much time on it.
Just make
but
the motion first.
Oh, sorry, yes, I'd like to move H7.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Yeah, I won't spend too much time, but I do think this is something that will save us money over the long term. What I'm asking for is, right now, our employees do have access to Google's internal Google's AI system, but to the extent that they want to experiment, I think it's worthwhile to set up a small pot of funds. This is something that any employee would be able to go to and say, I want to use the AI version of the movie-making software that the TV studio uses. I want to use Claude. I want to have enterprise versions of these so that we can protect personally identifiable information. It's not a whole lot of money, but I think it sends an important message that we're encouraging innovation within our employees and giving them the leeway to try these new things out in a way that is safest for our constituents.
Okay. Anyone else? Alderman Schneidermeyer?
AI takes more work to create a sloppier product.
Does the city manager's office have any comment on this?
We're in the, working on an AI policy. And, this will need to be downstream of that, but that's something that should happen relatively soon. And so in the course of FY27, we'll be able to use it. Yeah, go ahead.
Turned it off. Okay. So while we are creating an AI policy, I will say that part of this is also articulating how AI can be used to create efficiencies and make processes more effective, but also eliminate things that we don't need to use it for. And so whatever we use it for, we will have to create policies, and we're willing to do that.
So overall, would you like to have this money available for once the AI policy is in place?
I would like to.
Thank you. Alderman Smith-Brown?
Yes, I do believe the policy should be in place before I support AI of any sorts within our government to this extent.
Thank you. I think we heard, just to clarify to that point, that the administration wouldn't authorize using the money by employee until they had the AI policy in advance. That's what I heard. Alderman Huntley?
I just think we should be honest here and recognize that most of our employees, or not most, but many of our employees are using this already, and I would much rather they use the paid versions where they are not inputting information that will then go back to train the models. That's what this is about. This is saying, if you're going to use it, use the better version and use it in a way that is protective of information.
Let's call the question. All those in favor, Alderman Savage, do you have anything pressing on this?
Yeah, I got a question for IT, because I mean, I want to help encourage employees to use AI, but since the city's on the enterprise system for Google, I believe Google Pro is included as a part of that, so it may not be needed to pay for more tokens.
So the enterprise version of Google Workspace does, in fact, include numerous AI products, including Gemini, with the added benefit of what you use Gemini for while logged into your city enterprise account is not used to seed the larger model. That being said, Alderman Huntley and I have discussed this in the past. Certain large language models have skill sets, varying skill sets. I also very, very strongly agree with the city manager's position that a acceptable use policy and guidance should be in place before the funds would be dispersed. But I also appreciate Alderman Huntley's position that using the paid version to protect PII is also important. So it's just kind of an order of operations thing. Let's get the policy rolled out and then discuss, use that to guide us on how to use any funding of this nature.
Thank you. All those in favor of H7, say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
Okay. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Roll call?
Sure. Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Nay.
Alderman Smith Brown.
Nay.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Nay.
Alderman Shannon Meyer.
Point of order, is this on H7?
Yes.
No.
Alderwoman Conti.
Yes.
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe.
Aye.
Alderman Huntley.
Aye.
It passed.
I thought it was ironic that it was 4-4 going to the sponsors.
How was I going to vote? Who knows?
Yes,
It's a secret.
exactly. All right, motion carries. Sorry for the drama. S12, is this something that you're still offering, Alderman Savage?
Which number?
S12. GCS Deputy Director.
Well, we don't have any more money for that one.
That's correct.
Even though it was a priority request.
Okay. So withdrawn is what I'm hearing. And same thing with S17, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
And same thing with S21? Yes? Okay. And same thing with S29?
Yes.
I don't know where the council is at, so I'll just keep this real brief. LN1 is for Juneteenth Festival fireworks for next year, 2027, for $15,000. Is there a motion to introduce that?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All discussion?
I was just going to ask, can this be out of one-time money? It seems like the kind of thing we'd pay for out of one-time money.
It could be if it's truly intended to be 1 year. The council had previously funded it until last year when the festival was moved to the county. Now that there's an effort to move the festival back to the city, presumably if we were intending to do it year after year, it's appropriately and operating, not one time.
Thank you. I'm happy to support it then.
Yep. Discussion, Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm assuming we also fund this type of program for all of our other festivals that have fireworks?
That is not a good assumption. So that is, we don't, you're right, it's picking and choosing. And so it's potentially an issue and a fair reason to vote it down.
Yeah.
Alderman Savage?
Well, could you clarify how the other?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know they're not all funded. City Manager, Deputy City Manager.
The special events budget currently budgets for 4th of July and New Year's Eve fireworks.
Sorry, which budget?
The, in the city manager's office's special events budget, we pay for 4th of July fireworks and we pay for you asked what do we in fact pay for? 4th of July and New Year's. In the past, we have also had Juneteenth in there. That got pulled out when when the festival moved to the county, as was said. So with that coming back to the city, the proposal here is to essentially add that back into that same pot the way it had previously been. But those were the three.
Okay.
Now it's just down to the two.
Well, so the point is, it's operating money for all of those. But in the past, I believe some of the firework shows were paid for with private money. So that might be a way we should look at to continue.
Yes. Alderman Schneidermeyer, were you looking to come back to you?
Yeah, so in that case, we do fund other festivals, just those other two, but there is precedent for doing this. Okay, that's all I need to know.
And just, we had funded this specific one in the past until it went to the county last year.
Cool, thank you.
Alderman Huntley?
No, I don't need to say anything. Let's
Okay.
just vote.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay, the motion carries. And Alderman Smith-Brown, do you want to introduce SB-N-1?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mayor. I move to introduce SB-N1, SB-N-1, Pip Moyer extended hours, extended daily hours by 1.5 to be specific Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. as a trial.
Second.
Second, thank you. So go ahead, the motion, we have the second. Any further discussion? I saw Alderman Savage, then Schneidermeyer, then Huntley.
But I think it's a good effort, but I am worried about the staff, if it's even doable from staff. So I guess could we ask the Deputy City Manager, who I think manages the Rec and Parks?
Yes, thank you. Director Johnson informed me that in response to this suggestion for this amendment, she provided a budget of $60,000 would be needed. So that's why we have that number there. But she said that to let everyone know that between the hours of 7 and 8, the last hour that they're open, at most they have an average of about 11 people that come into Pip Moyer. So just wanted to let you know the way it's used.
I said Alderman Schneidermeyer, then Alderman Huntley.
So as one of those people who was in there at 7 o'clock, my bad guys, but I did have one of their general managers come up to me yesterday who was very strongly opposed to this. At their current time of closing at 8 o'clock, it takes staff about an extra hour and a half to clean up, log off, get all the systems off. And so they're getting out at 9:30. If we keep it open an extra hour and a half, they're going to be getting out of there at 11 o'clock. And staff's really going to get burnt out on that front.
Huntley?
Well, Alderman Schneidermeyer makes a good point. I don't mean to negate it, but the positive I was going to say is I think one of my sort of overarching criticisms of the mayor's budget, which is not to say there was lots of good stuff in it too, but the one thing that I sort of harped on was I wanted to see more things in there that we could really show constituents. They could say, wow, the city council is making my life better. And this strikes me as something that's really public facing, something that in the grand scheme of things, not that much money, we could potentially really make people's lives noticeably better. So I take some of the other criticisms of this that have been made, but I actually really like this. I think it's a really good investment.
Before going back to you, Alderman Smith-Brown, I just want to express my support for the amendment. One of the programs that Mayor Scott in Baltimore has been hugely successful with is opening up rec centers later and later, even to 11, 12 o'clock at night. And when you get, he referenced specifically basketball leagues. Obviously, it doesn't have to be basketball. But the point is, when you are offering more activities for the community, I think if it's one of those things, if you provide the opportunity, let's see if we can build it. I think for 1 year trying this, it might take something that takes a little while to build up. First to staff, create, communicate that, and get it. So 1 year might end up not being enough time, but I support this. Director Gill, do you want to say something?
Yes, and also if Director Johnson may not appreciate me saying this, but if we had the rec center open another hour and a half, we could also accommodate some of the requests we get from outside groups and nonprofits to have other activities that are after hours. And so Director Johnson would be hiring for the extended hours, which would also cover these other activities.
I would point out those other activities often provide revenue to the city for that use.
Yes.
Alderman Smith-Brown?
Sure. To address some of the thoughts and questions surrounding this, before this was even brought forth, this was actually months in the working. I spoke with Bumper, not to put him out there like that, but John Bumper Moore, who's the facility supervisor, and he actually encouraged that I go about doing this, especially seeing what I've seen, children playing basketball at 8 o'clock, and when the close comes, I still see them playing basketball past 8 o'clock and being encouraged to bring their basketballs back up. When I'm in the gym still past 7:50, people staying there at 8:10 p.m. still wanting to get a little extra workout in. So I think it's not just about the new people that are coming in, but it's about the people that are currently there who would like to stay longer periods of time.
Glad, personally, I'd like to see an extra 20,000 to make it 2 hours even and take it to 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
You want to make that motion?
I move, thanks for that. I move that we increase the 60,000 to 80,000 to extend the daily hours to 2 hours total.
Second.
Any discussion on that amendment? Go ahead.
I'm still not sure we've gotten a clear answer from staff. Do they even have presumably what this would pay for, what the staff hours? Would it pay for more overtime? Would it pay for more part-time? I'm a little confused exactly how this 80,000 would be spent.
So the $60,000 would cover part-time positions to cover the extra hours. It would just depend on, how many people were willing to work X amount of hours, whether that would be 2 or 4. It would probably be at least 4 to cover. You're assuming you went 7 days a week? Is that what we're looking at?
Originally, it was Monday through Thursday.
I thought it
4
was
days a
Monday through
week. Yeah,
Thursday,
just
because they're not
start
as
off.
open as late on some days on the weekends. So Monday through Thursday, Director Johnson estimated $60,000 for the part-time employees that she would need to cover those shifts.
When would it start? Like, when would she be able to hire?
Once the money is available to her, she could advertise for the positions. She could do it this year.
I recommend that we leave the wording as it initially was in line 31 and not add the Monday through Thursday, and leave some discretion to Director Johnson to potentially add Friday and Saturday night for teens. And again, providing more options rather than just sports leagues. And so just give some flexibility. So that's my suggestion.
I fully support that. And if we may, Mayor, so that we don't have to fail it, could I just withdraw SB-N1 and make the motion that SB-N-1-A be the main motion?
Yes, I think that's where we're at, is we're on that amendment right now. So if there's not further discussion, I think we can vote on row 32, which is the amended version. All those in favor of the amended version of this, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, I heard 2 noes and the rest ayes. So the motion carries. And then, do you need a motion on the underlying motion, a vote on the underlying? All right, we're through that list. Congratulations. All right, moving to one time. Yes.
I would like to propose that we move $20,050 to contingency.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, the motion is to move the remaining sum of 20,000, now it's 59,950. Do you want a second to finalize? Okay. The 20,000 is accurate? Okay. So the motion is for moving $20,050 to contingency. And it's been seconded already, so now we're on discussion. I'm in support. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Now we're on one-time pay-fors, and just to double check on where we're at, we have one-time pay-fors, then one-time spending, then we have community grants, and then we have capital pay-fors and capital spending.
Mr. Mayor, could we take a break?
Yes, I'm sorry, it's been a while. Yeah. Why don't we take till 9 o'clock? 10 minutes till 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. It's getting late. It's getting late.
29, Ms. Bowman, please.
We're going to get back on the record for our city council meeting. We are on one-time pay-fors. And starting with some more savings, we have P-S-48, the Essential Services Real Estate Consultant, which offsets the pay that we just provided a moment ago.
So move.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion needed? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Next, we have P-FC-N-8.
Which sheet are you on?
Is there, so we're on the tab called One-Time Pay-Fors. Pay-Fors?
Yes.
Alderwoman Conti, you okay? Okay. And then we just passed the first line, PS-48. Now we're on the second line, FCN-8. Is there a motion to advance that?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I don't know much about this one. Does anyone want to speak to it?
I can.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley.
This is one of those ones where we were just trying to close the gap between the pay-fors and recurring. But unlike, I think, any of the other ones, it ended up getting ranked pretty darn highly among the budget team and city manager and mayor's office and me. So as I understand what this fund is, branded apparel for the police department, shirts that say APD and stuff on them. Maybe the police staff could speak better to it than me, but that's my understanding.
You're representing the police department, of
Yes.
course, right?
Yes.
Can you identify yourself and then speak to this,
Craig
please?
Medley, Police Administrative Manager. This is for recruiting branded material to give our recruiter, Detective Murphy, more things to, because he goes to all the events at Towson and Bowie and every place else to help recruit and try to fill our positions. That's what that's for.
Can you speak to how painful this would be? How painful the cut would be?
Not overly.
Not overly that you can't speak to, or not overly painful?
Not overly painful.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries. Alderman Savage, are you still bringing up, or would you still like to raise S34?
Yes. So
Okay.
Move PS-34.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Alderman Savage?
So a couple different rationale here. I think mainly it really should be, I think it's the wrong vehicle. I think it should be in CIP. And I also just think of other higher priority, one-time use purposes.
So, Mr. Mayor, when I sat down with Central Services, this was hot on his mind. There is, I'm not sure if anybody from the police department can talk to this, but there are carpets that have not been cleaned in 20 years, walls that haven't been painted in many years, and we're asking our police to work in those conditions. Can you address that?
Yes, sir. The building got redone 22 years ago, I think. 2 of the floors have the same carpet. I know that the walls on the 3rd floor haven't been painted in at least 8 years since I retired and came back. The downstairs shower leaks and is almost destroyed. The tiles all broken off, and there's just some things that a 20-some-year-old building, renovated building, just needs to be replaced and fixed.
Alderman Huntley?
I do just want to jump in on the point about the shower. While that sounds like a very real concern, we have a separate pot of money for redoing the police bathroom. What I found kind of frustrating about this is that it doesn't really seem to be what it's describing. If we need to do a redo of the police building, then it should be a CIP just like anything else. But to see $18,000 for cleaning all our other buildings and $200,000 for cleaning the police department building seemed incongruous to me and not the best use of one-time use funds.
Can you address the point that Alderman Huntley was making? Why is it so expensive to do the cleanings?
I don't know for the wording, and Director Flinner might be able to explain it better. But it was my understanding it was repainting and redoing the carpets that haven't been redone in 20 years.
Anything from the city manager on this?
The only thing I can really speak to is the decision to use one-time funds instead of the CIP. Generally speaking, we use the CIP funds for sort of what counts in some sense as something that can be capitalized. So it either has created a tangible asset with a multi-year life or meaningfully extended the life of an asset. So that's usually kind of bigger scale structural changes and structural renovations. Paint, carpet typically sort of doesn't count. That's why it's sitting on the operating side and not in the CIP, and why then it's sitting in one-time funds and not. So that I can speak to. The nomenclature.
It's more of repair and maintenance as
Yeah.
opposed to.
Yeah,
capital.
exactly.
Would it make sense, because of the uncertainty, to have an amendment to this to cut it to 100,000? I mean, I would hate to leave this conversation and keep the police in 20-year-old carpet and unpainted buildings, whether 200,000 is the right amount of money, but I sure wouldn't want to go to zero, especially when we're trying to recruit more police.
And I'm not sure how Director Flinner came up with the 200,000. That I don't know.
Are you making a motion to amend?
I think I would. I'm looking for some head nods from my colleagues who are concerned about the 200,000, so I would make an amendment to change this to $100,000, to reduce this by 100,000, leaving $100,000 in the fund for maintenance and repair of the police department.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of Alderman Thorpe's amendment to reduce the funding to $100,000, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Sounds like we're ready to move right to the underlying motion then. All those in favor of PS 34A, which is the amended version, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I'm not sure if we need the second vote, but just in case it's helpful to Regina. We did? Okay. PS 36, Alderman Savage, is that something you are still pushing?
Yes, I move PS 36.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
So this kind of also boils down to the strategic plan for the fire department. I think it'd be best to wait for that plan to be completed before this gets filled, even though I think this is on a trial basis, but, I'm trying to save one-time use where we can.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to this? Alderman Huntley, Alderman Schneidermeyer?
I was just going to ask Chief Romali to speak on it, if that's okay, because I was initially skeptical of it, and then I thought he made a pretty compelling pitch about why it's financially sound.
Valley Fire Chief, while I do believe that this is where we need to go in the future, that this training position we should be able to bring a trainer in because of the difficulties we have with our own people in-house. Our priority was met earlier. I do believe that we can continue with the uniform position that's in there, and we can address this in future outtakes.
So you're supporting the elimination, or you're asking to keep it?
I would love to have it, but if you need money or you're looking at other aspects of it as a one-time use, I would say that it's going to be a successful program and we would be converting it or trying to convert it in future years. So We do currently have a uniform person in that position, and we can manage this year's budget that way.
Okay, if I heard you right, you just converted me from voting against this amendment to now I'm supporting the amendment. Okay. Alderman Thorpe?
Can I ask you, Chief? I mean, I'm a little concerned about a can-do attitude here. So you have a successful program, you have somebody else doing it it's not their job, and so I'm with the mayor. I was ready to support continuing because, as Alderman Savage says, maybe it should have been in the operating budget, but it's not. So by not putting it here, you lose this person, you lose this billet.
So this would be an additional position. This position was submitted in the budget with 3 other civilian positions, and it was tied to an overall goal of that 4-person staffing on suppression pieces on ways to move that along. It is currently a uniform position in the department. It's a supervisor's position. The difficulties we're running into in the department is finding people that either have the certifications as instructors or actually want to work that day work position. And a way for us to look at it, we thought that bringing in a trainer from outside would work. I believe it will be. However, like I said, while I would love to have the position, we can manage the way we are currently and make it through the system and look at it at future budgets.
Thank you.
I've known Chief Romali and the fire department before he was chief has always run the most disciplined office of all the departments I've encountered. So I don't know how to interpret whether you're just being your typical conservative self and not wanting to spend the city's money unless you absolutely have to. So I'm going to look to some direction from the city manager's office of, do we let Chief Romali give up this funding, or do we give him what he'd prefer to have, just doesn't want to say it?
I think that what you heard from him is that with the addition of the other additions that are in the budget, he's going to have plenty on his plate this next year. And so what I, my understanding, and I'm looking at you while I'm saying this, my understanding is that this is fine. You've got a lot on your plate for next year. This is not going to put you in any worse position than you're in now. You're not like bleeding out now over this. This would be nice to have, but not necessary, and you got a lot on your plate for next year.
That would be a correct statement, that it will not affect our operations if we do not get this position.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote then. All those in support of P-S-36 to save the additional $103,450, vote aye. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We're up to P-FC-9N-9, reducing wayfinding by $8,000. Anyone still making this motion?
I would really not like to see this pass, so I'm not moving it.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would agree with that.
Okay, so I will consider that withdrawn. P-S-35, Alderman Savage, are you still offering that?
Yes, I move PS 35.
Okay. Is there a second?
Oh. Second for conversation.
Okay, Alderman Savage?
I think I can explain this. I mean, so there would still be $100,000 in the set aside for APT signing bonuses. If you look at past years, I believe, please can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they only spent around $50,000 or so the past few years of signing bonuses.
So this was started last year.
Sorry, reintroduce yourself, please.
Sorry, Craig Medley, Police Administrative Manager.
Thank you. Go
So
ahead.
this was started, it went through last year's council, and it's for up to 10 officers per year, and the signing bonus would be each year for 4 years. So the first year we need 50,000 if we hire 10 new officers. Second year we would need 100, then 150, and top out at 200. So it was kind of a slow ramp up to the full 200 of what we need.
I'd look for a motion to.
Well,
Go ahead.
sorry, but that's not, I don't think that's correct though, because it's one-time use every year, so it comes back, it gets spent, and then replenished every time with one-time use. It's not a ramp up. If it was ramp up, it would be where I want it to be, which is in the city, the police's operating budget. So based on the answers I got from the questions, the department doesn't spend more than 50,000 of it. So again, point one is we have too much in here anyway. 100,000 would be sufficient.
So we go to Director Buckland.
Can I clarify something? So the program was the signing bonus would be offered to help with the recruitment, not necessarily something that we thought we would necessarily do for forever. It was potentially a very time-limited thing. But what was on offer was this bonus that would get paid out over the course of 4 years. So what initially got set aside was the full 200,000 that would be paid out over the 4 years to reserve it. Essentially, you've got kind of this, you've made this initial promise to people who've come on, they get those first payments right away, but the others come later, and that initial 200,000 was to reserve that. This, I think, is now, okay, that seems to have gone well. We still have some positions. Let's do a second cohort of 10 people. So that first group had that initial 200,000 sort of reserved for them. Let's do a second cohort, so there's a second 200,000 reserved, again, paid out over time. Now, the council's agreement with that, and would we prefer to have that in the operating budget, that aside, but that was the logic of the original appropriation.
I understood the exchange with the acting police chief. This money was still very much desired, as we're still trying to get closer to that 124, 125. We're still at 119. Certainly wants to keep it, but there was some willingness to reduce the amount set aside from, so I would ask for a motion from a council member to reduce the reduction from 200 to 100.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And I think if we can just to be clean, all those in favor of the underlying amendment as amended now, so that's P-S-35-A, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, that motion carries. And that brings us to P-FC-N-10, fire obsolete equipment replacement reducing by 12,100. Is that still something?
I'd like to withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Brings us to P-S-46. Is that something that Alderman Savage, you're still looking to pursue? Okay, that's withdrawn. And a bit of cleanup, I want to go back to the operating, just as, so we finished going through all these pay-fors, and we're about to go to the one-time expenses. I want to very quickly go back to operating recurring. While we're on break, the finance director asked all the things that did not get addressed one way or the other, we collectively raise them and withdraw them or vote them down. I think withdrawing collectively is fine, so I'll ask for a motion to withdraw P-S44-40-23-37-42 N-2, N-3, S-29, N-4, N-5, N-6, S-46, and N-7. So I have a motion to withdraw all of those?
So moved.
It's all the ones that are blank.
Operating recurring pay-fors.
So we're back to the operating pay-fors. We reached agreement and equilibrium of what we were going to cut and what we were going to fund. But just to close the loop on all of the drafted pay-fors that no one wanted to pursue, we're just cleaning up the record by having a disposition on them.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Is there a discussion on those?
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Alderman
Mayor.
Savage.
So can you just read through all those again?
Sure, I thought it could go fast because they were the blank ones. So I'm looking at the master list that finance has shared with all of us, tab operating dash recurring, parentheses pay-fors. starting on line 24. So I'll just read the line numbers, if that's, the row numbers, if that's helpful. Which, Regina, would you prefer, the row numbers or the? All right, so the amendment numbers are P-S-44, P-S-40, P-S-23, P-S-37, P-S-42, P-FC-N-2, P-FC-N-3, P-S-29, P-FC-N-4, P-FC-N-5, P-FC-N-6, P-S-46, and P-FC-N-7.
Bingo.
What's the rationale for moving them all at once?
The finance director just looking for dispositive so that there's no uncertainty as to what's the status of any pending motion. So he asked that we just close it out as either withdrawn or voted down. I think withdrawing is a simpler process.
Well, but so basically you're saying, since we've already been through all the operating and recurring.
Yes, exactly.
There's nothing else, I guess, that we want to.
Right, we don't need to fund anything else by cutting something else.
All right, well, I think that's a bit of a, yeah. I don't think that's quite what we intended. I understand where you're going with that, but, you know, because now we can't really have a full discussion about eliminating some of these positions, including some of the ones from the mayor's office. I feel like would have been worthwhile having a discussion about if they really are needed or not, if they're short-term, long-term. But now it's essentially, by doing it this way, we've kind of not tied our hands, but kind of made it a moot point.
If there are not 5 votes in favor of withdrawing it, then we could revisit that. But I thought we had all cleared up that we had gone through all the pay-fors and gone through all the recurring and closed out. We've reached our equilibrium so that we were ready to move on.
That was based on the amount that we assumed because we stopped going through this list. This list was never ranked by us, the pay-fors.
It was ranked by, again, then we have a motion on the table. If there's 5 votes to support withdrawing, then that's how we're proceeding. If there's other colleagues like you that want to continue deliberating those points, then the motion won't pass. Okay. Any further discussion?
You need a second?
No, I think we already had a second. Yeah. All those in favor of that motion to withdraw that list, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
I think I heard 2 no's, so I'm taking that as motion passes. Okay, now we're on the one-time tab, and before we get there, we should look at the key summary. So on the pay-fors, we've taken out funding of $418,450. And so now we're back to the one-time tab, which everything was approved at $627,000, just to give me some context for this discussion. Starting with row 5, Alderwoman Conti's C-1. Would you like to introduce your motion, Alderwoman?
Second.
Any discussion?
Added as a co-sponsor.
Okay. Further discussion?
I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor.
So I want to make sure, just discuss how this gets spent. My suggestion, and it's partly thinking out loud with you all to make sure I'm thinking right on this, is that this essentially be done as a earmark in the grants program so that we add the $50,000 to community grants, and essentially all this entity would have to do is apply for it and the money's there. But by doing it that way, we make sure that the grant process ensures that they meet the appropriate They're a nonprofit. They follow the rules of the grants program, essentially. But it'd be done as an earmark, so they don't have to fight for it. It's there. They just have to apply. Is that the thinking of how this would work, or is there a different understanding or preference? Alderwoman O'Neill?
I just have a clarifying question for that. Are you talking about a specific entity? Because I was under the understanding that Eastport Recreation Center wasn't open because Hackett asked for it.
So if it's HACA, then HACA could apply for it, and that money would be there for that purpose. Okay.
So basically, HECA doesn't have the money to have staff to do it, but I also don't think that they would utilize it in a proper way. So
You speak into the mic. We're not
I
hearing
would
you.
prefer for it to be outside organizations to fulfill like the program in there, not HECA.
I think we should clarify how this money is going to be spent then before we proceed, because we need to give better direction of what the intent is.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Director Johnson told me that Troy Stansbury runs the program at Eastport Rec Center, and that she thought he would be the recipient of these funds.
What is the name of his organization?
It's a nonprofit, and is it the Paradise one or the Something Cares? She didn't tell me exactly which one it was. I don't know if Alderman Conti, do you know?
I don't know why she said that, but that's not.
That's not who you were thinking of?
No.
Okay. Were you planning to take this away from Recreation Parks and just put it in the community grants?
It wasn't coming away from anybody, it's just being added. We've already created the pool of money to pay for it is what we just went through.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about it coming from something. It's just getting added to, and that's what I'm looking for clarification on who's spending this money.
Right.
I had thought I thought you had an entity in mind, and that's why I was going to say, that's why I was saying put it as a grant for that entity to apply for it and just go through the process to be just the normal vetting we do for all the grant recipients. HACA is an option. There's private entities if you're trying to designate somebody, but I think we should clarify that now before we move on. Alderman Smith-Brown?
I think the idea of a grant would probably be the best way to go, especially as we talk about HACA and the concern that may be surrounding that.
I guess the other option is to have it as an earmark, so grant specific for this purpose, but then it still has to be competed for, whether it's HACA or one of these private entities, but it's somebody that's a nonprofit applies for specifically using that money. Is that the direction?
Sure.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of head nodding.
And to put a finer point, I think what you're talking about is a qualified.
Sorry, speak up, please.
To put a finer point, I think what you're talking about is a qualified 501c3.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so this is something that the Office of Community Services, which is under the city manager, would take applications for as a grant and make the decision on who qualifies and who gets this money. And so that's where the decision will lie? Is that where we're at? Okay. Alderman Huntley?
I'm fine with that. I was just going to throw out the option, as we talked about before, that we should take what you just said as the default. And if we, the council, are not happy with how that's going, we could always have a resolution to explain how we want this program to go in the next couple months.
Okay, so you just have to do that before, or give direction to, you don't want Office of Community Services making a decision until you come to that?
Yes.
Not my amendment, but yes, I just wanted to throw out what you said should be how the default, and there's also an additional path for us.
So if we pass this tonight, we still have 2 months before Community Services has that money, July 1. So it gives 2 months for the council to come up with a resolution if they want to do a finer point on how they want that grant. Does that work?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And just to clarify, you know, the city does grant agreements with individual organizations from a variety of departments. OCS obviously has most of them because they have the community grants, but they aren't the only one who does. So just because we've labeled it a grant doesn't force it to be through OCS. So I would also want some clarity about who you want overseeing it.
Okay, so because I don't want to get into another who's responsible for this, I think we are putting this money in the grants program. The council meaning not the mayor, but council members will come up with a resolution giving some guidance of to how they want the Office of Community Services to evaluate applications for access to that money. Is that our consensus?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll work together on that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that understanding, I think we've now got it labeled as C-1-A. All those in favor of what we've just captured as that amendment, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, very good, thank you. I want to skip to C2 because I have the same suggestion of how we handle that. Alderwoman Conti, do you want to introduce C2? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And do you want to describe the need, and then I'll make the same request of how we handle it? Yes, Alderwoman O'Neill?
Thank you very much, sir. This was money that I was asking to be earmarked for the community gardens that are being created and run by Matthew Wallace and Joy Grows. So specifically, this funding would go to Joy Grows as a community grant through the community grants, but specifically for that organization to utilize the funding. It is my hope that through the next year, we can work with the Office of Planning and Zoning and make this into an economic development program. There are several aspects to it, so I'm hoping it'll grow, but I believe that starting it in Office of Community Services, eventually we'll move it to Planning and Zoning.
Okay. And just to clarify, so still moving it to a grant, still has that earmark where it's designated specifically for this purpose, and you also want to essentially pre-qualify Joy Grows. Do I have the name right, Joy Grows?
Would he do it himself because he is own nonprofit?
So I can't hear this.
Would he is his own nonprofit.
So he would apply for this through his nonprofit.
Yes.
Right. And so, again, just trying to think this through, so long as he meets the qualifications that Office of Community Services goes through, then that entity gets the grant. If for some reason he fails to make an application or fails to meet the standards, what do you want to happen to that money? Leave it open, just like the last amendment, so a qualified 501c3 for that purpose?
My suggestion would be specifically for Joy Grows, because he has already submitted a basic application asking for it.
So I didn't know that he already submitted a grant. And has that grant already gone through Community Services?
It has not, because
Okay.
it came in after the fact, so that's why it's an amendment.
So if,
Would say that if the money doesn't go to Joy Grows, then it would go back into general fund if it's not used within FY '27.
okay. All right. Thank you for letting me just get a finer point on how we're going to handle this. So as I understand the amendment, just to restate it, this is a grant of $10,000 to support Eastport Community Gardens, specifically for Joy Grows, using their existing application, and that will be processed by the Office of Community Services. And of course, if they need them to resubmit the application for whatever purposes, they can work through that. And if for some reason they fail to do that, then it would go back to the general fund. Okay, that's the motion on the table. Alderman Thorpe?
Real quick, I just want to associate myself with everything that Alderwoman O'Neill said. This is a real deal. They're doing a great job, and it's money well spent.
Very good. Alderman Smith Brown, and I would also like to be co-sponsors.
Yep, adding as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Okay. Any comment?
I just want to clarify, should we be including the individual's name in the language?
Yes.
Can we get a spelling, please?
Matthew Wallace.
Grows.
Oh, you want the organization?
Yeah.
Joey Wallace.
Joy, Joy,
Okay.
Grows, Grows, is the name of the nonprofit.
Okay. Any further discussion? Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. And Ms. Turner, you have enough information for all that, right? Okay, thank you. All right, we can go back to L17. ask for a motion to introduce this, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. This was we consider this a technical correction because it was fixing an error. The funding had been reduced by more than what was intended, so this is restoring 29.4. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. A motion carries, sorry. Up to FC-2, Finance Committee, reallocate community grants. Would you like to introduce this?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? We're not approving the grants themselves with this. We're just adding $3,500 to the grants, correct? Thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Motion carries. Alderman Savage, are you still advancing S24?
Oh, what? I'd be interested in advancing S24.
It's S24.
Who wants to make the motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. For discussion, do you want either one of you or somebody else?
Well, can I hear first from Alderman Savage why he wasn't interested in advancing it? Okay. I'll tell the apocryphal story on this one. I got a buddy who's a nerd about transit. Guy builds housing, loves urban design, and he could always walk to work over in Eastport. One day it was raining. He's like, this is so exciting. I get to take the bus. Man goes to get on the bus, and they tell him, you got to pay, you got to already have a card for it. And he's like, I don't have a card. So the guy says, oh, just go ahead. Don't worry about paying. Like, this is the guy who is so excited to pay for the bus, but also doesn't carry cash on him. So I think this is, I think there's actually a case to be made that we could potentially make some money on this, that the cost is not even as high as we see. So I think this is a phenomenal idea. It's long overdue.
Director Moore, can you speak to this, please? Sorry, Alderman Schandemeyer. Did you want to go first?
Yeah, a similar thing happened to me when I tried to use our Annapolis Go system. For some reason, I had it in my head that I could pay by on my phone or through the app itself or by a credit card. I got on and they said $2 cash. I did not have $2 cash, and our driver graciously allowed me to ride for free. I ended up paying $4 my next go around because I felt bad. But that's happening to a lot of people, and I know our drivers are trained to not shake people down for the fees because that risks their safety, but if we make this payment system a little more flexible, I think we can get more fares for the bus.
Yeah, if I can try to explain this as best I can. What you see there at $85,000 is the very low end. This is multifaceted if you're looking at credit card payments, working with ITS and the finance department. We'll dilute a lot of revenue for those few that will ride. The percentage that we would have to pay Wells Fargo, the other, the credit card companies, and going along the way for the potential of those 2, 3, or 1%ers. How many people are really riding the bus that we're really catering to? It is an inconvenience, but this one is a low one. The other quote we got was in the neighborhood of $225,000. And there's a lot of startup. And remember, just like we talked about our GoTime, no one's going to sell you their software. You're going to lease it each year. There's a reoccurring cost that'll be astronomical. I don't know if our ITS director wants to speak a little bit about that, and even with finance, of how this all has to work together with credit card payments.
Sure. So just to speak to the merchant account aspect of this, when everybody's been to a store where they tack 3% onto your purchase if you choose to pay with a card or what have you. Those transaction fees are 3% or a minimum. So if you're dealing in micro transactions, little teeny tiny transactions, those minimums kick in, and that's what Director Moore's talking about diluting the profit. And then with regards to the software as a service, right? So the fact that this is in one time, you may be spending $85,000 in upfront costs for equipment or implementation or what have you, but there's going to be significant operating support and maintenance costs that go along with whatever system that you implement. So that, coupled with those merchant fees, I think is what's given Director Moore some pause. But he and I still pursuing this, trying to find a cost-effective way to make it happen. But with regards to there being a profit model here, it seems somewhat dubious that there's any substantive revenue generation here.
Just want to clarify the point on where the money's going. Is it going towards the infrastructure, or is there money, is 85,000 also going to include the first year's fees that are going to be deducted from the bus fares?
So, yeah, there's a breakdown. So 85,000 for this smaller one doesn't even go towards any of the fees. That's for the infrastructure of the startup. And like I said, this one is at the low end. We were trying to get the 4 quotes that we could get. We've gotten 2 out of the 4 so far. And this one is by far, sometimes when you go that low, what are you really getting for it? One of the things, as Director just said here for ITS, that $1 for this particular one would cost us 14 cents. Just to give you an example, anything above $2, you're just going to pay the 6%. So everybody's going to, that's just on the top of just using their system. Then when you get to the merchant charges and all, it could be costly just to have this equipment and the maintenance of it. We haven't tried it before. When you look at a closed environment like a subway system, it's a little easier. But for something like this, it's very difficult to do.
Just need to, want to wrap it up to questions. Alderman Thorpe?
Mr. Mayor, I think this is a perfect example of one of the shortfalls in our process. In other words, I think we all think this is a good idea, but our amendment process causes us to possibly put money forward for something that is not fully baked. And so if there was a way for us to take the $85,000 and designate it for this with the idea that we would look to you to come back and say, I looked at the city manager, working the multi-departments, looked at the program, and it's going to cost $195,000, and this is how it would work, and we would like to take this number out of the contingency fund, or at that point you might need half or whatever. It just seems that we need a system where we can support a good idea, but I don't think I could support it right now because it sounds to me like we're almost setting the director up for failure, because he may spend $85,000 on a substandard effort because that's what he's got. And that's not criticism of Director Moore, that's just our system. So if there's a way that we could designate this money over to you, to the city manager, whatever, with a comeback to us to say, we've looked at it and this is what it's going to cost. And if that would take, I'll keep talking for you. If that would take an amendment to this, that we don't approve the expenditure, we designate the money to be reserved for this program for a comeback that that Director Moore and Director of IT come back and say, here's the program, we designated this $85,000, we want to use it, and this is what we want to do.
I'm certain that the $85,000 will not cover this expense. And if it's just the infrastructure, I have reason to believe that a lot of transactions break down as 90% credit card, 10% cash, and you could assume at least a 3% fee when you're talking about transactions to that low dollar point. So I'm going to support this because we've got to make progress towards getting to the modern conveniences that we're all used to. So I support this. But to your point, I have no doubt that Director Moore will say our revenue has gone down because we're paying 3-4% towards credit card fees that we're no longer receiving as revenue.
And so you have a complete model, so you can come to the city council, maybe through the finance committee and the transportation committee, hey, we're going to lose this revenue, we might actually gain revenue, whatever, what your analysis determines.
Yep. So anyway, I support this amendment. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of S24, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. I'd like to associate my name with that legislation, please.
I too will be adding.
What's me?
Since I moved it, sure.
Throw us all on it.
Thank you, Alderman.
We all love credit cards.
Alderman Savage, did you want to take your name off since you didn't want to? All right, FC6 on AI capability for 125,000. Would anyone like to make that motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. Discussion? Alderman Savage?
Unless the sponsor wants to talk. Unless the sponsor wants to talk first.
You asking who wants to speak first? You raised your hand first. I was looking to you.
Yeah, so I have some concerns with this. I do support, unlike my colleague in Ward 5 down there, I do support using AI, and I think this could potentially be very useful, but I think I need more of a description from staff on this, because I'm just wondering if we need to put together more of a proposal first, but maybe there are details from the director that'll help address some of my concerns as far as, have you identified some, or at least you have something in mind as far as specific AI you could use for the planning? Like how exactly would you use for the planning to help enhance that, I guess is my first question. And related to that would be, can we use our existing AI system in the enterprise?
I believe we can use our existing enterprise system in coordination with the IT department. But this is going to take some thought and design and management and training at the staff level. The first point of entree for us is to resolve a recurring problem with our permitting system. That is, we find ourselves reviewing applications that are incomplete. So the applicant's first interaction with us is essentially rejection. And it takes time to get to that point. What we need to do is streamline how we determine if applications are complete or not. AI can do that instantaneously, and I've seen a demonstration of this. In a moment of several seconds, can do what it takes our staff and applicants, architects, engineers, a month to do. So we want to build the system. We want to train our own AI system to help the residents of Annapolis. That's the foundational thing, and that's the first step. And in fact, if we were able to pull together funds at this later part of this budget cycle, we would be doing that right now, but we can't. So that's going to be the first phase. Later, we need to deal with the minor site design process. Of all of our performance measures, that's the one that's falling below our benchmark. And we think that we can use AI to facilitate quicker review of minor site designs. And these are typically the commercial site designs, small commercial, small businesses. And so that's the second part. But overall, over the course of the year, I really want our department to focus on using AI to do predictive analytics and city design and planning so that we can look at a site on Forest Drive, for instance, see what is the best alternative in terms of the city's goals and initiatives. We can design that really quickly with AI. We don't need to hire an outside consulting firm or architects to do design. Now, that's something we need to build our capabilities up. But most of this is for not software,